the D-Generation cliX podcast with your hosts.
Who is Ravage?
Ryan Ruckman.
Ravage.
Hand me that bottle cap.
Miles Kane.
Hand me that paperclip. Grab that twine. Gun wrapper.
Daniel Schwab.
We are
Best friends.
Asgard to mouth.
And Pete.
'cause I'm just me.
Welcome back to the D-Generation cliX podcast. I'm your host, Ryan, and with me as always are Miles and Pete. Miles, how's your last week been?
Been rough with work. Broke my back, so pushing through with that with work, but
Literally?
literally, yeah. But the good news is it can't get much worse, and so all I gotta do is just deal with the pain and I can push through it.
That's good news.
But they recommended rest. Yeah.
It's a good recommendation. I'll second that.
Yeah. It's a holiday season. I don't have time for that.
What are you doing in the winter right now?
It's actually not too bad out here, so we're roofing right now.
Oh, it sucks here.
Yeah.
We've already gotten like 2
our
feet of
winter.
snow.
Yeah, our winter, like the last few years, it starts like heavy snowing, like at the end of February, early March. It's weird.
Yeah, much nicer out there then. Pete, what's your last week been like?
It's been good. We played some cliX on Monday. That was cool. Other than that, it was a pretty tame week. Just getting stuff done around the house, getting set up for the holidays mostly.
You missed our pre-release, didn't you?
Yeah, that I couldn't make. I had family in town.
That's unfortunate. We've seen you for quite a few weeks, I think, in a row, though, for just our weekly stuff, right?
Even on my busy week.
Yeah,
I made
I was
it
surprised.
last night, which
I was
is not
surprised.
easy to do. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but Pete is like John Cena, where there's only a certain amount of weeks that he has, paid for his dates to make. So it makes sense. He's the John Cena of Kenosha.
I'm like Roman Reigns, my 57th return that year.
Show
Yeah.
up,
Brock Lesnar.
show up, get beat, and
Brock
then
Lesnar.
come back in a month.
Yeah.
For us, these weeks are just flying by. Work is just super busy for the rest of the year, and the weekends are just crazy right now too, going through the holidays and through I think even New Year's. But this weekend we went to the Machine Gun Kelly concert in Milwaukee on Saturday. Got a little sushi beforehand, and then Sunday I was our pre-release for Doctor Strange. So weekend was just over like that, and then back to the daily grind of the week.
Did you sing along to the songs?
I did not. Christine loves the stuff that he's put out lately, but the last 3 albums, the more like, I don't know, rock album stuff that he has been pretty entertaining. I'm assuming that most people listening to this do not agree with me.
I think you'd be surprised. I think Machine Gun Kelly is a top 3 artist, right with Taylor Swift and let's see who else I can, famous, singer Richard Cheese. I think everyone loves those 3 artists in that order.
Oh, man, Dick Cheese is an all-timer.
He
Yeah.
is.
I've never heard of that person ever.
You should.
Oh,
You should.
You should go. You should absolutely Spotify or whatever you're listening to. Do yourself a favor and have a whole day of Dick Cheese tomorrow.
Yeah. He does covers, but as elevator music. You'll appreciate it.
It's like a lounge
Probably-
act from Vegas.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's way better than we're making it sound.
I probably will not be
It is.
checking it out
Yeah.
at all.
It was in the 2004 Dawn of the Dead.
That doesn't make me want to check it out though.
Well, it should.
All right, we do have a little
You
bit of
smell
news.
like
It's been the same. Nope. Moving on to news, and it's what we've been saying the last few weeks. So, Wisconsin Rock States is Saturday, January 3rd. We are running 400 silver, so come out and test your teams. We're also going to be firing BRs all day as soon as there's 4 players that want to play one. The event is up on HC Units, so if you're able to make it, please register. Pete, here's something I'm not looking forward to.
But would be fun.
Hello, friends. It's time for the people segment, the Bookwood Report. And I have to tell you, I went back through the Discord for the last week because that's normally how I get the report. And I try to screenshot it as I go. And he's nice enough to tag me, and sometimes it's an Excel sheet, and sometimes it's just a dirty picture on Puppy Chow. This week, there's no report, although I will report to you that Bookwood somehow managed to show up on the day of our pre-release in the same plaza that we play in and got Topper's Pizza and did not show up to the pre-release. That is your Bookwood Report.
Short and sweet. That's my favorite version of the Bookwood Report. Yeah, he crossed state lines, drove probably, I don't know, 50 minutes just to get Toppers as we played Strange Tales, and then left back home, I guess, to go eat the pizza. Seems like a weird choice.
Would you say that's a strange tale? Eh?
That's pretty good.
Eh?
Pretty good. But that's it. So, that's my favorite Bookwood Report. Really, really short one, and where he does something stupid.
So just him being him.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify.
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
All right. So there was one CCO event this last weekend. So that event was at Guard Tower West in Hilliard, Ohio, with 11 people. So they did, it looks like, 4 rounds, and then cut to top 4. So coming in 4th place was Ryan Knotson with a Rogue roster team. So this was Prime Rogue with Avatar of Animal Man, the Asgardian Spider-Man, where you roll the D8 for blades with the Destroyer armor, which he gets for free. The Pegasus Captain America with Mjolnir, Share Panther with Ring of TK, Perdegaton with the Bloodstone, and then Copycat with a Fennex Pog. And the sideline was Fortify, Web Swinging, Abscissa, Animal Man, Ares.
Beetlejuice bird.
What is your guys' take on Rogue with the Destroyer armor versus Animal Man?
I think it's play style, honestly.
So pretty equal.
Yeah. I think that it's going to be depending on, like, if you have the extra points, you're like, okay, I want to get, because if you look at it, you're like, okay, with Animal Man, you get web swinging. And I think this is going to be like a lot of the same teams. I think that we're going to be seeing more of this with Panther, Predator, Copycat, and Phoenix just being the best 75 points in the game as well.
If you had to play Prime Rogue in an event, would you go Animal Man or Destroyer armor?
Destroyer armor.
Okay, that's what I would go with too. Pete, you would probably go Animal Man.
Yeah. No, I'd go Destroyer Armor also.
Would you? Okay.
But I think on this team, with what else he's wanting to do, I think he can't make the points work. So
yeah, he'd have to take off web
unless
swinging.
you want to, unless you want to drop a one shot, that's the only way really to do it. But then Spider-Man's not getting it for free, so. And that's not bad on that Spider-Man making him a giant.
No, there's no moving attack, though, right? So he's got to TK him.
No. Yeah.
You do have to TK him, yeah. But you have that with Perdegaton and Copycat and Fennex, obviously.
Right. 4-range, do you guys like the Spider-Man? I've been seeing more people pick him up, and I just don't think I see it.
I think him, honestly, I think if you would have been able to swap, with the points, I think him with Animal Man potentially, could be there, because you're going to be able to use the to pick hypersonic speed with him to give him that moving attack.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage of his his blades. And the Destroyer on Rogue, I think, is just a better call, because when your main attacker is depending on freeze, it's just it makes it hard against certain matchups when going against
Beetlejuice bird.
You're gonna be depending on the freeze, and so with the Destroyer armor, she's just gonna get the +2 to her defense and not have to worry about picking a power.
It's weird. I'm not a fan
And
of the Spider-Man, but for the Destroyer armor for free at 55 points, that's not terrible. It's just the moving attack hurts, so you got to TK.
He does have his free placement, maybe.
That's true.
Yeah, he does. He's got the wall crawler, but he's got enough on this team to move that piece around.
Yeah,
And with it being a giant hitting you with blades from range this is a gambler's piece, right? So if I roll a d8, I'm still rolling a 1 or a 2.
same.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's just making me more frustrated than usual. So that's all it's doing for me.
I'm just waiting for them to do that. Have blades, but only a D4, you know, or a D2.
Yeah,
Just,
it's literally just a coin.
yeah. There you go. Coin. Yeah. Heads 1, tails 2. Like that's fine.
And then he still works with web swinging also because he does have leap climb just on his wall crawler trait. So both Rogue or him can get rid of it. He's got a 20 defense now with a reducer, harder to knock back.
So
Yeah.
it's an interesting version of Rogue because you get two different attackers. Like obviously, Peg Cap is amazing. His deployment has always been the issue, but he can come in and clean something up. You have 2+ attackers with what he's doing there, and that Spider-Man for 55 points with the destroyer armor is pretty interesting.
I wonder if he's just more of a
So-
decoy then, so that Captain America can do something. Because yeah, the deployment isn't there with Captain America.
Right.
All right, Miles, you want to go over the third place team?
Yeah, in third place, we have Stephen Clark with Perdegaton pack, went 3-2 with 850 points. He played Legacy Galactus with Animal Man, give him that sweet hypersonic speed that's so good. Then you have Arena Cap with Mjolnir. Legacy Panther with the Ring of TK, Sinestro Legacy. The AIM Agent with Cosmic Cube, because it's free. Predagaton with Trick Arrows, Copycat, and 4 Bats with Lucas, PJ, and Scott. And Animal Man, Ares,
Beetlejuice bird.
Mimic, and Treasure Chest on the sideline. I mean, he was
How did
wrecking
this guy
shop
get
for a
4
while.
bats? Like I haven't
That's-
seen 4 bats ever. That's amazing.
No. Yeah. He was 3-0, and then he went up against Az twice. No,
Oh,
he ended
okay.
up winning.
Yeah,
Arizona, I should say.
we were following this event, and he was top
Mhm.
seed, I think, going into round 4 then.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about Stephen Clark is, like, this is like the true underdog story, because with Arizona Strife, it's, you know, he did amazing at Worlds, and he lost a roll off and cut to the eventual Worlds winner Joe. You know, and that could have went either way. And Stephen Clark, after losing to him round 4 and then into cut, he ended up only losing by a roll off. So I mean, it's in what a 2-month period, 3-month period, like as getting to a roll off with Stephen Clark and Joe Harrison. I mean, he was playing like a man possessed.
When
For
was
sure.
the
So I'm giving credit where credit's due.
the top 4 was 50-50 roll off.
Yeah.
What did they each KO then? AIM Agent?
I'm guessing some bats.
Bats?
With the AIM Agent and the 4 bats.
Yeah, just a little bit. And then what's
Yeah.
50 points on Az's team? Batman? That's the only way to make
Yeah.
that work, right?
No,
No, because then he would have
Predator and
scored.
Titania.
Yeah, okay. So maybe it was that. Or Black Panther and Predagaton, because he would have gotten the 10 points for Avatar if Batman
Yeah.
got KO'd.
Yep.
I guess he could have used some sidelines.
But then again,
too,
there's also
though.
the one shots that we need to really look into. I don't know. The one shots really throw off like what could have been scored.
Yeah, that's true. So obviously Rogue
you're
and
talking-
Batman did not get KO'd, but then it could really be anything else with the sidelines.
Yeah.
What about third place, Pete?
That was third. Second
Um,
place was you did Stephen Clark, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So Joel Stevens with Phoenix Force Thor OMA. I got stuck between one man army saying it and saying OMA. 4-2, 1245.
Oma. It's the German
Oma.
word for grandma. Oma.
Phoenix Force Thor, German grandma. So he played
Yeah.
Phoenix Force Thor with Destroyer armor, and then he had a sideline of Soul Siphon, Ares Mimic, and Reverse Flash. Just if you hit me, you hit me, and if you don't, you don't.
Why are so many people playing Phoenix Force Thor?
I mean, on paper it just looks good, and when you see like the last event that he was played in with 3 of them over at that CCO, I mean it makes sense with you if you don't know what to play in modern. You just throw on one piece and just say okay. Or he also just might be a huge German fan and just love Oma, and so he played it as an
Yes,
homage to
Probably
Oma.
not that one.
he loves
Well, you
his
know what?
Oma.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm like, Joel, if you're listening, or someone that knows Joel's listening, please ask him. Ask him about his German heritage and his love for his Oma. We'd like to settle this bet.
Kryptonite Ring on him and Soul Siphon. Are those the 10 extra points to throw on there?
Yeah, because he's getting oh, never mind. I guess he's just doing one. I thought he was bringing the Kryptonite Ring and another thing. So I'm guessing what he's probably carrying around the Kryptonite Ring.
Yeah, and then just maybe going back to the herb because he's got the improved movement through characters and blocking,
Yeah.
and I guess decent movement.
Yeah, I'd for sure like the herb is 0 points, so I would for sure be carrying around the ring because, I mean, all it would take is, you know, if they're gonna try and do something, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna KO their ring, and then try and.
Well, he's probably okay basing
If you just,
someone.
yeah, but if you just leave him alone, realistically, like he's a 10 attack from range, 11 from close, so
Well, but he can be a 12 because you can choose
yeah,
modifier attack in your defense +1. So you're
mhm.
potentially having to face
Get a
an
20,
8, 12, 20 for 4.
5, yeah. Oh no, yeah, 4, yeah.
And then anything without a reducer that he's up against adjacent, he can just deal the 1 damage at the end of his turn with the Kryptonite Ring. So it's just another way to deal a little bit of damage, and he can always run back to the herb. So I would assume that's what it is. Soul Siphon just gives him a free regen.
So has it been confirmed that you can you have to pick different ones with him,
What do you mean?
or is it a loophole where you can just choose 2, even if it's the same?
Oh, I have not heard
So someone was talking about that. Yeah,
that get ruled on. Yeah, you're talking about Thor's. You're not good enough. What? You're not god enough to hold his hammer.
yeah,
Free choose 2.
yeah, yeah. Obviously, it's meant to, you know, pick 2 distinct, but
I disagree with it being read as you can pick the same one twice.
Well, we await the win ruling.
yeah.
Now here's a use of the word choose though, so that's a fun fact.
Yeah, so he cannot choose rogue with that ability.
I don't think he could anyway.
Well, I'm just saying though, if there was an option that said rogue, prime rogue, he couldn't. So
Well, I mean, the first one says deal 1 penetrating damage to each opposing character within 2 squares. Now, usually that would get around, targeting somebody, but he did have to choose that. So would that?
yeah, it's
You don't know.
yeah, we don't know.
Coming in
And
first,
since rogue isn't an
oh,
option, he can't choose her. Just saying, he can't choose her.
he could
So.
not choose her.
Yeah,
Coming in first
For
was Arizona Strife, playing Prime Rogue with the Destroyer armor, the Batman Space Exploration Batman, Avatar of Animal Man, Black Panther in a chair with the Ring of TK, Titania with the +1 longsword, the Colossal Sinestro, and Perdegaton. Sideline was 4/5 Resolve of the Green, Web Swinging Animal Man, and 2 green torches. So you might recognize this team from something similar that Bookwood tried to play at our regional and just got smashed with. So I think he did something a little bit different than previously, right? To Bookwood proof it. If anyone else wanted
he
to
did
take
the
it,
Bookwood proof.
what did he
Yeah.
change again?
He swapped out the Vigilante for Titania,
That's right.
which is a great call, especially in mirror matches, because Rogue has Brute. Rogue also has Super Strength. and what, close combat expert to start? No, she's at super strength. So an opposing rogue will only be able to deal a maximum of 1 damage to rogue.
Yeah, so mirror match just wins, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great change by Az in order to do that, but I don't think it's bookwood proof.
Do you guys think that maybe after Bookwood played this team, he sent Az a message and he was like, "Dude, you should really add Titania for Vigilante. I feel like that would really strengthen the team up."
I think it's
I've
more
heard
likely he
rumors.
sent him his order from Toppers.
I like to think that Arizona takes credit and takes, Bookwood's advice very seriously.
Yes, on which Toppers pizza to get. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, that was the thing. So he actually auto-corrected because he was talking to him about Toppers, but it accidentally auto-corrected to Titania, and then the light bulb.
That could be it.
Yeah. Went to Titania's pizza.
That makes more sense than anything else.
Yeah.
Way more than coming up with playing Titania after playing the team.
Yeah. That was definitely a great call.
But congrats to Az for winning the Ohio CCO. And then a couple weeks ago, there was Australian HeroClix League National Championship event. They had 12 people at this one, again with 4 rounds, cut to top 4. Honorable mention, let's go over Zave's team real quick, who played a Collector tent pole. Collector's kind of fallen off a little bit, hasn't he? He had the Collector with the Dream Ruby, Universal Weapon, and the Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball is interesting. So Giant Reach destroys the blocking terrain, and but during close attacks. So you can't really block him in.
Yeah, and I actually think that we just need to address Xavier as his HC unit's name, Xavier Chu.
He also had the Chase Thor, 75 points with Destroyer Armor, and then a 20-point Starro. The Legacy sideline was Fortify,
Beetlejuice bird.
and Reverse Flash. Now, what was our agreement? It was just he wouldn't main force him, but he'd still throw him on the sideline?
I thought that it was he just couldn't be him on the sideline, and I think that's honestly what costed him top 4.
That's a good point. Yeah, you probably would have made top 4, Zave, if you didn't have Beetlejuice on your sideline.
David Chu.
Zave at you.
We wanted to choose you. We're going Pikachu instead.
But you chose...
Yeah. Violence. He instead of violence, he chose silence because he silented everyone. I do like the equipment choices that he made, though.
See, I really like the Dream Ruby on Collector. And then obviously getting any attack power with the Universal Weapon. The Wrecking Ball is a unique choice for 5 points, but that's not bad. You can't hide behind a wall then. It's really just for the improved targeting, I guess, for the close attack, since he's already got Giant Reach 3. Could you... can you use... If you use the source of the improved targeting, do you have to use Giant Reach too?
For what?
The Wrecking Ball?
Because he's doing the... No, you're gonna have both Giant Reach 2 and that. This just grants that, so you should still have Giant Reach 3.
Okay.
It just grants improved because it doesn't say you have to use it together. I think that that's separate. You still get improved targeting, destroy blocking instead.
The period?
I think that you can use. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to number 4, Miles.
And in 4th place, we have Luke Aitken. He's actually the Australian cousin to Troy Aikman.
Not true.
It's Australian spelling.
It's
Yes, it
not
is.
even the same spelling.
He's from Australia. They spell things weird. He was embarrassed
Okay.
with the Cowboys, so they changed the spelling. Okay, it's got a lot of history. If you know what, if you
It's got zero history.
if you look up No, there's history. You just gotta look up the DGen lore book. It's right there in front of your face.
It's getting thick.
He played Guardians of the Galaxy gang. Yeah. 2-2-3, so 2-2 when he went to cut with 995 points. His team consisted of Juggerduck with the Cosmic Cube at 100 points, Beta Ray Bill with Mjolnir, Drax, is that the rare? Right, yeah, the rare Drax from Collector Trove, Common Cosmo from Collector Trove, Collector's Trove Star-Lord with the free trick arrows, and Copycat. And his sideline was Mimic. And yeah. You had me at Juggerduck, but you lost me.
Dude, I like that he went even theme with his maps. Guardianship and Nowhere.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a fun team.
He's able
yeah,
to take it to third place too. Now, Miles, have you done any better than this with Juggerduck?
No, because I haven't played Juggerduck.
Why not?
So, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I just haven't found the right team. I did have him on a silver build, but he got replaced. The problem is that he's just not good enough for a prime, even at 50 points.
The Cosmic Cube on him is interesting. I've liked it on pieces that get it for free. What is it? The aim keyword puts it on what's her face, White Tiger, which I saw a few times.
I am almost wondering if it was better, but you know what? It's hard for me to say this. That maybe that's just because he pulled that. I would say the Crimson Gem, but he probably didn't have that. I know out there's I don't know how easily accessible Collector's Trove even is. So maybe he just didn't get the Juggernaut with the Crimson Gem.
Yeah, I guess that's
I'm sure
true.
he probably would have put the Crimson Gem on him, and then probably put the Cosmic Cube on Cosmo or Drax.
Right.
So I think it's the fact that he didn't have the Crimson Gem, which is really interesting that it didn't come with the super rare prime. It only came with the super rare.
Yeah, I don't
Feels
think
like it should've came with both.
anyone would have been mad about it coming with Juggerduck also. He was pretty hard to pull.
Oh, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I guess it does come with him in the Chase Booster. I forgot. So if you get Juggerduck in a Chase Booster, you get the Crimson Gem with him.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
That's what makes sense about it. By not making sense.
Pete, what about third place?
Robert Kreisman, Rogue, roster 3-2 with 940 points. He played Prime Rogue, unequipped. He played the X-Men 97 Chase Wolverine with the +1 longsword for free. Diana with the Godkiller sword, Space Ghost, Predegated, Copycat, Phoenix, and Lucas, PJ, and Scott. Fortify and Pin Particles, Abscissa, Ares.
Beetlejuice bird.
So, hyper aggressive team, get across the board, play something else, and go to town, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I like.
Yes.
It's hard for me to choose to not equip Rogue.
He understands the modern meta.
I do like her not equipped so that you can just immediately equip whatever you want off of somebody instead of dropping it for them to pick back up.
Well, and how often are you betting that there's a destroyer armor on somebody?
95% of the time.
Right.
Usually on another Rogue. The Wolverine though.
Yeah, I don't
longsword
dislike I don't dislike the idea of playing her unequipped, honestly. Especially if that gives you extra one shots or something. I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach because the chances are she's coming across and hitting and you're getting something from somebody.
And if you, I don't know, Titania's not on this team, but if you're able to throw Titania on there, getting the decreased chance she's taking a ton of damage before she can get that. The alpha's just insanely strong, so her getting hit first obviously hurts, and I think that's where it's hard to make that choice.
Yeah, I always love seeing Bobby in these events. It's really cool that he's able to finally get out of the shadow of his name and make a name for himself. Even after changing and adding the man at the end. Being the nephew of John Kreese, I mean that was a really dark spot in his family, and so him bringing able to this positive note to his family name, I think it's amazing.
I was wondering where you're going with that, and then I thought I was right.
Strike hard, strike first, strike hard, no mercy.
I think it's the best that we've seen a Chase Wolverine do, right?
No.
Oh.
Remy Olger did pretty good.
Oh, that's right.
Or Rob LeBeau. Yeah.
And then Diana with the Godkiller sword, just for the placement, most likely. See, ever since the Godkiller sword came out, though, I gotta say that the Zal is just the better choice.
Yeah. She's also $200, out there in Australia. It's not as easy to get some stuff. So, when we're looking at international teams, it's definitely something that I think can be looked at a little
that's
bit
like
differently.
$1,400 kangaroo dollars.
It's not you added dollars. That's an oxymoron. It's just 1,400 kangaroos.
Just 1,400 kangaroos shipped.
Yeah, because see, dollars are kangaroos and cents are wallabies. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yeah, and credit cards over there are called koalas. It's weird.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and assume that's not true.
Yeah, I just assume it's true. I mean, I can ask ChatGPT and confirm it.
Oh yeah, do it real quick, please, right now.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah. Do it. What does it say?
You don't. So you. Yeah, it says Miles is correct on everything.
Don't tell me it says yeah.
Yeah, that's what it said. It says "Good day, mate."
Yep.
Well,
Also does not say that.
our Australian, dollars called kangaroos.
It's actually called
And
Chat
if not-
Gadea down there. Yeah.
Why not? Yeah. Chat good day.
All right.
So right here says the short answer is no. The short answer is no. Australian dollars are not called
That's also
kangaroos.
the long answer.
No.
Too. No, it's
No, though that would
Listen.
absolutely slap as a nickname.
We
There.
have 2 dedicated international listeners, and we're killing them right now, boys. We're killing them. Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
All right, go into second
They're kangaroo
place.
bucks.
This is Tani Jewel with Hadari Yao Horde. So it was 100-point Hadari Yao with the Universal Weapon, Despero, John Constantine with the Cosmic Cube, the Prime Guy Gardner, and then Sandman from Lantern Legacy at 35 points, the Black Lantern Ring. And then the sideline was just a solitary
Beetlejuice bird.
So the Despero she's not getting anything from damaging anyone on her team, right? Correct?
No.
Right. So it's really just take away an item on the opponent's side. I would
Did he
think.
really play 3 trophy cases? Oh, good for him.
Her.
I mean, that's some clout. Yeah, she did that on purpose.
Yeah.
She's a champ. I really like this to be. I mean, and once again, why is she using Despero instead of Chair Panther? I mean, it's in Australia where it's.
It's probably hard to get out there. Did anybody have him?
What? Yeah, I think so.
It's got to be hard to get.
They like the Cosmic Cube down there.
They do.
Yeah, we got to ask Mark
Cube's
about
great,
that. That's kind of interesting to see it in
2
of the top 4 builds.
I think 2 of the top 5. I think Zabe was 5.
Oh, he was the one that played it?
Was it on?
No, it was.
It was also on. It was also on the other one too.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It was on the. It was on the Juggernaut.
Troy Aikman's nephew. Yeah.
Yes.
I do like it. I mean, Despero, obviously doesn't see a lot of play, but I mean, when all you're trying to do is make sure that one thing doesn't work, you're like, all right, whatever, I'll deal with the one shots. I mean, why not?
Well, it looks like a lot of the sidelines are actually pretty bare, so a lot of times it was really just so she can running shot and pulse wave probably to make sure she's able to get the damage out there with Hadari, and then she's got the 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the only drawback I think is that one character goes down and then Hadari starts taking more damage.
Mm-hmm.
The Despero can't even prop, so it's got to really just be for the sideline spot though. And then Prime Guy Gardner is interesting too. Does have the full move charge with Battle Fury. And then he can poison too, so he can actually just finish off anybody too if he wants.
That's because after he moves or place, yeah.
And then a Sandman do. Wow, that's crazy that she's taking away Prob. And then Hadari doesn't have it, but then 3 of her other people have it. Despero, Guy Gardner has it. No, he doesn't.
Sandman
Has
that's
it,
fine though. I think that's important because usually John Constantine's going to be a huge problem. But
oh, you know what?
It's also mainly
the Sandman can make a free whatchamacallit, reanimate. So that helps keep Hadari alive. And so every turn, no, it's only 1, right? Max 1.
It's
or if there's not 1 generated by it or something, what is it?
Yeah, if there's not 1 on your force this turn. If no character generated by this character was on your force this turn.
Yeah, so if it dies, then, it can always bring it back. So it helps keep Hadari alive a little bit longer. So that's a good play since it's for free also.
Well, and Sandman pairs nicely with Constantine because he's stealth and you're making smoke clouds. So you're helping protect John also.
That's true.
It's got a little more subtlety to it looking at it for a second time.
Yeah.
It did well. Second in that event.
Yeah.
Really fun team to play.
And who won?
The Undertaker. The Down Undertaker. Mark Bird.
Want to tell us about his team, Miles?
Yeah, well, it's also interesting. Yeah, he had 830 points at 5-1. So Tawny's only loss was in the finals, which means that his loss was probably to her in Swiss or something, I'm guessing. I'm going through his things to see where he lost. Yeah, he lost to her round 4, last round of Swiss, 300-0, and then beat her 15-5. So it sounds like a slog of a game, winning 15-5. Old King Thor with Destroyer Armor, Old King Thor at 75. Captain America with Mjolnir, the chase. Better Bill with Stormbreaker at 60. Caveman Wally West with the Longsword. And then Pegasus Cap. With Fortify, Pim Particles, Ares.
Beetlejuice bird.
Mimic. Or Poseidon and Treasure Chest. That was Mimic. And Ancient Labyrinth as his 1 map.
So is Beta Ray Bill super popular out there because he looks like a kangaroo?
I think so, but I think it's more of Mark's take on him. I think that he's a huge fan of Bill, Data Ray Bill, and so he just feels like, all right, I want to be on the ELO. So if I play Beta Ray Bill, he'll get it. But
his hat is way cooler than the Flash's.
It's a little bit bigger. It's not. That's subjective. I don't agree.
Well, congratulations to the Undertaker. Down Undertaker. So,
anyway,
great job, Mark.
How did he deploy Captain America? Or actually, it was probably just defensive, right? Then, which is why it was low scoring.
Yeah. Well, so he lost 300-0 the first game, and it looks like he went first and lost, and then Tawny went first and lost 15-5. Which is really weird. So the dichotomy between those games are interesting for it to only be 15-5.
Well, it'd be interesting to know what he did with his arena cap.
Right.
Yeah, I think that, and Mark's, fan of the show, friend of the show. And I would like, him to go ahead and reach out, message us that, but also message us the fact that $1 in Australian money is 1 kangaroo, and 1 kangaroo equals 100 Joeys. I think that you can also just confirm that.
That's true. We don't need ChatGPT. We can go right to the source.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be confirming that.
Well, if he doesn't, I'm going to eat his Tim Tam. It's facts. That's how Nort exchanges. That's his exchange rate.
I thought we heard about the.
That's an Australian biscuit. So I just wanted to let you know I wasn't just making up a word.
Well, you probably still made it up.
I did not. It's a Tim Tam. Kind of a big deal.
So that's actually the
Vegemite
second
sandwich.
time that I've heard a Tim Tam today, which is very weird. Someone told me that they have
Well, it is
a boss
Tim Tam
named
Tuesday.
a boss named Tom, and so they call him Tim Tam.
Oh. I just figured, you met a couple named Tim and Tammy, and it was Tim Tam.
It's a weird place to take it, but no, I did not.
That's, I don't know.
Or Tam Tim, depending on who you meet first.
People call me and my wife Miley because it's Miles and Kylie, So I mean, it happens.
I don't know to
Yeah,
believe you
people
or
call
not.
Me and my wife, Matt and Amber.
Yeah, exactly.
Ricestein.
No. All right, let's go to
That reaction right there is exactly why it's now Ricestein.
It will be forgotten.
Nope.
It's already a T-shirt.
Yep.
All right. We here do like to focus on cool, unique teams that do well in events. I recently was able to talk to Emilio Gutierrez after we talked about his team last week on CCO in California. So he gave me a full breakdown. Miles, do you want to go over his team real quick, though?
Yeah, so his team was the new Chase Blackhand with Glider, Prime Craven with Destroyer, the Black Lantern Power Battery with Phoenix Force, and then the ring attached as well. Sister Cersei Legacy with a Blue Lantern ring, Baby Owlbear, and Copycat with his sideline being the Fortify, Resolve of the Green, Rise of the Black, Shield Throw, Ares, and Phoenix Force, with Alchemax, Sailor's Dream, and X-Mansion as his maps, and Heart-Shaped Herb, Laser Cannon, and Stairs.
All right, so this was Emilio's breakdown. So almost all of the offense is in Craven, some in Blackhand. The primary strat is to use Blackhand to generate graves under opposing characters, so they can 1, decay, and 2, get powers on Craven. Because Craven can use all standard powers that opposing characters and graves can use, so it's easy to get Craven into a prob, perplex, hypersonic, running shot, or whichever. Then the decay. When Craven KOs an opposing, doesn't matter how or anything, then all opposings in a grave take 1 unavoidable, which can compound. So like the absolute top play I was able to do with this was against a buddy I practiced with that played Prime Rhodey. His build had triple copycats, Cookie Cap, and Valken Redwing. What I could do on my first attacking turn is move Blackhand up to square 10, drop Graves under Rhodey and Cap, which gives Craven running shot from Rhodey and Pulse Wave from Cap since he had Mjolnir from square 1. Craven was able to get to square 14 and Pulse Wave, killing all the copycats and War Machine drones, missed Rhodey, gets 1 on Cap and Valken and Redwing. With Craven's trait, we drop a Grave under Valken and Redwing. Then everyone in a grave, Rhodes, Cap, Valken Redwing, would each take one unavoidable damage for every one Craven KOs, which would be like 6 dudes between copycats and War Machine drones, which would kill Cap and Valken Redwing. Then each of those KOs would get another unavoidable on Prime Rhodey for like 8 instances of unavoidable on a character I missed. Obviously, most matchups don't have that many bystanders, but what happened more often is that I pop a grave under Degaton and their main attacker, say Prime Rogue, kill Phoenix, and get some damage on Degaton. The grave damage from killing Phoenix kills Degaton, and that's 2 unavoidable in Rogue, plus whatever she's taking from the attack if she's in it, usually an Ares Bomb. It's often not difficult to chain these once or twice a game, especially if they have constructs or just a couple low HP guys. It's very satisfying against Spirit of Vengeance, where you can drop a grave under Thanos, kill one of their supports, and Thanos dies for 300 points. And also worth noting that I played against 2 main force Beetlejuices and still won, despite not being able to generate graves with Black Hand. The battery is there to generate more graves because it makes graves whenever power 3 is revealed. Clicks 6, 9, 12, and 14. So you kind of just float between those clicks. Power regen with the Phoenix Force clicks into a grave. Then the self-damage from the battery clicks into another one. That's the general gist of the build. Cersei helps positioning puzzles, and Owlbear is honestly just there because he's the cheapest, most HP option for Ring of TK, which has more uses because mid-game, as they start to move their guys out of graves, it's like another pseudo-generation because you can just move one underneath a dude. The meta call as to why I played it is that I noticed a lot of builds had one or two central attackers that are hard to hit and a bunch of support around them. Getting to chip damage in big guys without having to attack them is big attractive, and wiping out their perplex support is just an added bonus. Having an amazing Spirit of Vengeance matchup was huge, but the biggest factor to the decision to play it is that I feel like unavoidable damage is super important right now. Just having the option to not care on approaching their main attackers is so relieving. I don't think I'd play it again, though, because it's more matchup dependent and tentpole than I'm comfortable with. If Craven goes down, which is admittedly hard to do, the team has weak offense options, but more than that, the team functions differently against different builds, and that's a lot more brain work than I want to track, because their options determine how I can utilize Craven. Sometimes he's a hypersonic, sometimes he's a running shot, sometimes he's a charge flurry, and it's a lot of permutations to just run on my own team. It's good and reliable, but it's very susceptible to matchup RNG in terms of how well can you play your squad. So that is the gist of Emilio's team. So I thought that was actually a pretty cool team and a good rundown of everything it does. What are your guys' thoughts?
Absolutely. No, I think that he showed that, Craven, there is a spot in Prime Craven, but like you said, we're not going to run it again. Like the amount of brain power that you're going to have to use, especially if you're going to go to a bigger event where you're talking like 9 rounds, and you can't prep like you normally would, because it's going to be like so matchup dependent.
Yeah, I think it's a lot harder to work a team like that for a longer time, so you'd have to probably just get more reps than the average team to feel good about it.
Yeah, you'd have to practice against everything to get every potential of what you're going to do.
The flexibility that team provides is incredible. But at the same time, you have got to be locked in the whole day, which is really difficult to do. So, bravo to him. That's an awesome team. Like, that's everything you want to see in a cliX team. Super unique, does something different, does something you're not expecting, has huge meta answers. Phenomenal team.
Yeah,
I missed the Ring of TK because it wasn't on the build.
Oh, was it one of those glitches where it just wasn't there most likely?
Yeah, because I didn't remember seeing Baby Owlbear. I think that's probably what confuses the most. I think if we saw the Ring of TK, I think that definitely would have
triggered.
Made way more sense. Yeah, it would have made. Okay, that's because, he's got a pretty deep dial for 15 points.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. He didn't say if he brought in the Mama Owlbear at all.
No.
Yeah, thanks for him for typing that out and sending it in. That was awesome.
Yeah, he when he messaged me, I asked him to write that up and see if I can share it because it was very cool. But if you have a cool team that we went over and you want to give us a breakdown, then please reach out. If you have a shitty Beetlejuiceburg team, then don't, unless you want to try to defend yourself like war criminal Scott Johnson. All right, so let's go into the state of modern that we mentioned before. The whole inspiration behind this episode was from McConnell Lamar's post that he posted. I think it was an HPAC, but he also did write in. So let's start with that. So this is from McConnell. Hey, gents, I hope you're all doing well. I posted this with some of the concerns I have for Modern Age. I'd love to see them all addressed. I think it would be great to get an article from WizKids as well discussing the thought process behind these elements. It would also be great to have that updated comprehensive rule book they have mentioned a few times. Definitely agree with that. How do you think these elements will be handled in Silver? Well, if it's an issue, it's probably going to be handled, I would say, which is why we prefer Silver. Areas of concern. There are a few things in the current modern age that I and presumably others view as areas of concern in HeroClix right now. I highlighted some of the provided some potential solutions for a few. What are your thoughts? Are any of these a non-issue? Are there any items that should be on this list? Do you have a different idea to fix some of these? All right, so his first one is sideline. This part of the force has been powerful for a while and continues to get even stronger. We need more ways to deal or interact with opposing sidelines. So let's break this down. I think all of us agree that the sideline is not only a powerful force, but it's way overpowered, correct?
Averaging 5 to 20 points on your sideline of things that you can't do anything with unless the opponent chooses to use them. Right now, you have two answers to the sideline mainly, and we're not counting Ares and the Ares bomb. We're not counting Beetlejuice yet, or Mimic, or any of that stuff. Right? I'm talking just strictly one shots. So you either have to play Chair Panther or Despero, and that's it. So the sideline, in some way, still functions as point denial, depending on how many one shots you have.
So that right there, I hope is addressed in the comprehensive. The main reason that it's not addressed as of right now is because when the comprehensive was put out, one shots weren't even a thing. So hopefully that gets fixed, because not being able to score them after you clear your opponent is, I don't think, right at all. So I think that's something that definitely needs to be addressed.
And now we're
I
adding
actually think they
possessors.
added it. I'm pretty sure I saw something in the. Someone posted something that looked like it was from the comp that was about one shots. That didn't look like it was from an article. I'm double checking that now.
Yeah, check that out for sure, because I haven't seen or heard anything. And then I think we all agree too that we need more ways to deal or interact with opposing sidelines, right? And not only sidelines, but just things that go on their cards. If that's going to be a mechanic that we start seeing more frequently.
So the problem, and this has always been an issue with the majority, and it's every era of the game, is that there's rarely, if ever, a middle ground. It's either too strong or not good enough. And I think the sideline needs to complement teams instead of being win conditions. I think that's a huge difference and a disparity between not good enough and too good. Like, we got to try and find these middle grounds. They make figures like Merlin, that just wasn't good enough. And then immediately go ahead and create Juiceberg. There's no middle ground. It's just, okay, but his figure's just not good at all. Okay, now all. There's just,
It seems like a
it's
lot
to
of
the
times
extreme on one side.
it's it's exactly. It's just going from one extreme to the next. It seems like a lot of this is always just it's overcorrecting for something previously.
Or singular answers. Like everyone I know is going, that's why Gauntlet Spidey. Oh, that's not good. So you want everyone to play this Gauntlet Spidey? Like, it's not a good figure. It's like that's like your one answer to all the sidelines. And I know we have that one figure, the Sorcerer Supreme Tony Stark coming out, but even then, it's like not really. It's almost there. I think the main issue with the one shots as a whole is that it should be similar to Tarot, where it's tied to specific theme team keywords or specific figures. I think that's, if you want to make theme matter, I think that's how you do it. You can still play non-theme with certain figures like the Darkhold Chases, but there's others like, okay, if you want to do this, you have to be, like on a Resolve of the Green. That's clearly a Green Lantern, that Green Lantern theme, or you got to have the one figure with Green Lantern, something to incentivize theme. And I think the one shots are there. I think the idea of having them is there. It's just working out those kinks. And I think making them matter with theme teams is a really good way of still keeping in the game, making them strong, because you have to go theme, so you're not going to be able to find these broken interactions in order for them to work. So you're able to really balance it that way.
So you think that they should have kind of like what equipment says to get it free, qualifying keywords? You think that should be... What about if there was a cost to them, but they were free if they were on a theme team?
No, because some of them are already undercosted as it is. You just look at them.
But then,
They're undercosted.
theme. This will go into his next point. But then that would make theme mean more. Or you have to.
Yeah,
What if
exactly.
you have to have the keyword on one of your pieces, but then if it was theme, then it would be free?
No, because there's certain one shots that just you don't want them to be outside of themes because of how powerful those effects are. Like web swinging, just being okay, we're gonna throw that on with anyone with Animal Man. Now you have to have a Spider-Man family, to get the benefits of that. I think they become very powerful. You're gonna have we have a lot of these one shots in Strange Tales that some aren't spells, but like we have that one where it's the 4 damage after you deal 1 unavoidable. That specifically being just used for everyone for 5 points it's not good, and that's just a broken card with that. If you had some limitations to being it tied to specific theme teams, yeah, those themes would then be a little bit powerful, but it would also go ahead and try and help and balance it a little bit because we have all these just overpowered unthemed teams, with the 75 points of the best figures. You're not going to get a Chair Panther on there. So you're paying for that, but if somebody has a Chair Panther, they'll be able to shut it off. But it's still incentivizing you to play theme to get these overpowered one shots.
Yeah, and it could let you see the rise of different pieces and theme teams then if you were only able to play on there. You would have to make so many more one shots though, otherwise it's barely a mechanic.
No, we have tons of one shots, and it's almost to the point now where it's almost too late, but it looks like something that could be good going forward because we're seeing just people go, I can't believe people are already going to rabble over these one shots without practicing them. You don't need to play test these to see what the heck is this.
We didn't need to play test Rivalry to know that it was terrible.
Yeah, or the new one, the Shield one.
Which one?
Which is the deal one, the one where you could deal 1 unavoidable to a friendly and they reduce 4 damage and penetrating.
Oh yeah, what is it called? Yeah, that's the play at home one for or release day.
Speckled armor, or something like that. Yeah,
speckled armor.
Yeah, it's spectral armor.
No,
yeah,
speckle.
No, spectral.
Made from the skin of speckled frogs that sit on a log.
I guess I forgot that you never ever make a mistake.
So we have about 47. We have 47 one shots in Modern.
And how many are good? 15.
Well, yeah, but 7 of them are stupidly broken.
Yes.
So
there's way more than 15 that are good, especially if you have them on theme.
Yeah.
If you're doing a theme, then you'll be able to play other ones.
Yeah.
I guess you're
And
probably counting
actually like
strange
that.
ones, right?
Too. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you're
I
also
am.
able to separate too, where you just have Fortify. All right, yeah, we understand that. Okay, there's no reason that can be on any team, But there, I think there needs to be a level where these overpowered ones that they seem really good, but what they're doing is they're going to be incentivizing you to be playing theme, or a specific character, and it's too late in this process. Obviously, they'd have to write out all these one shots and stuff, but going forward, I think that then that's also why feats got out of hand real quick, is because it could just go to everything instead of trying to bring balance. And that's what you have to try and do when you're designing a game, is try and balance things. And we always see this through every game where they have these overpowered things, and then majority of the time they just go, okay, this is a bad mechanic, so we're going to stop. But we're in a perfect position. I think we're, if you're actually looking at how everything works out, and we've seen how the Darkhold chases, to get those 3, it's beneficial. I think that if you incentivize theme by making them tied to certain characters, it sucks that these Supreme chases, yeah, they do cool things with spells, but they don't, you're not able to benefit from the spells like the Darkhold chases are, where you can start with 3 or whatever. So I think that going forward, I think it'd be really good to potentially look at that.
See, I think
try and
that's
incentivize stuff.
I think that's too much. If we're getting this many things that are going to be on the sideline every set, then we also need things that are just going to interact with them, similar to Chair Panther. Kind of like what we've talked about, where we need more support pieces that are low costed. then just have a piece in every set or two that interact with the sideline a little differently. Give them different
See,
keywords.
I think that's yeah. I don't. I think that's what they've been trying, and they've been failing at doing, is because we have these overpowered like low costed figures essentially every set. And I think that just we've tried that and it's just not working correctly from the balance standpoint that it should.
Well,
And that's
here,
why incentivizing theme is exactly how it is. Instead of just trying to make these overpowered answers to these overpowered problems, because it's going to be an extreme. There's no middle ground to get a middle ground figured out.
but think
It's going to take a
about
few
it's the
steps.
same,
Yeah, it's
same thing
always
with
happening.
equipment though, right? If you make it that you can only play these equipments if you're on a theme team, then why do they exist? I just think it's too much.
No, the one shots have already shown how overpowered they are, and that's going to be so. Without when you lose the ability for theme team probs, you're going to need something to really incentivize you playing theme. Team up cards just aren't it, and so and like I said, you can still go unthemed with certain figures that have like the Darkhold chases. Those are have those one shots tied into them. But I'm just saying these overpowered one shots, like tone it down and make them specific to themes to make theme important instead of being able to just take advantage of it and just adding it to the 75 points of good stuff. You can still have one shots that are non-theme. I'm just saying that the extremely good ones that can be abused for what they're not meant for is what you want to try and curb. I don't
So,
think all one shots should be for theme.
okay, so yeah, I would be more for certain ones being theme only. I think that would
Yeah,
be that would be
because
a
like I said,
way.
like fortify, that's fine. You have like it's stuff like that can make sense. But like with the Gem of the Sidorak or stuff like that, it's and you want to try and incentivize like okay, these are extremely strong, like the images of Icon, like that shouldn't be for every team.
Would you make speckled
Like
armor
it's
for theme team or every team?
yeah, absolutely.
Which one? Every
Speckled armor for sure.
speckled armor would be
Yeah,
theme
that's
team or not theme?
it's free if you have Nort on your team. Spectral armor
Already
though, I
lost them.
think needs to be yeah. Spectral just shouldn't be 5 points. So,
It's hard though because it is literally a one shot, right? Where equipment costs 5
yeah.
or 10 points and you get them all game. Look at some of the craziest stuff. For 15 points, you get the destroyer armor, For 10 points, you get
Yeah,
universal
that
weapon.
sound except if you're looking at like a lot of these games that are going maybe 3-4 rounds, one turn, which is technically 2 turns, that's a quarter of the game that you get to use it for.
But look at what destroyer armor for 15 points does to something like what Prime Colossus or Prime Rogue. How many times you're just not going to hit her, or you get the willpower off now, so now you don't have to take those rests.
That's exactly the point. So see things like that are extremely overpowered. There should be certain equipment that should only be able to be used on certain keywords. Like that should be the only way that you get it.
That
Is with
limits it
those
so
keywords.
much. It's like not even
It
worth winning
does.
at
It
that
does.
point.
I know. I get that, but no. What I'm saying with the one shots, though, I think that that's exactly what I'm trying to say with the one shots. Is that you want to incentivize it being on certain theme teams to try and curb the problems that arise when you have these cheap, overpowered game elements. I'm not saying all one shots. I just think that it would. I'm just talking about incentivizing theme teams as a whole.
Pete, where do you weigh in on this?
I just saw feats, and feats are what got me out of the game to begin with, and it seems like it's happening all over again.
I think your guys' discussion is really interesting. Honestly, I've been sitting here and hearing the go back and forth. I don't agree with equipment being stuck to certain keywords. I think that makes it not worth owning. I think getting it on
Yeah,
free
no,
on certain keywords is great. But the other thing about equipment too is how do you interact with one shots? You have to play Panther or Despero. So really, if you're really that worried about a one shot, you're playing a 30-point or 50-point piece. Whereas equipment, you have pieces that interact. Like Prime Rogue could just be like, "All right, I'm taking your equipment. See ya." Collector,
Matter Eater Lad?
that's more
Matter Eater
right.
Lab.
That's more
Yeah.
board based stuff. So
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with certain one shots being theme only. I think if anything, that's a really eloquent solution because basically you're going to make people play. You're encouraging theme. You're not making people play theme because you're making theme more valuable rather than just being like, all right, everything gets fortify, everything gets resolve of the grain, everything gets speckled armor. I know it's spectral, but
Yeah.
I like the speckled armor now at this point.
Yes,
And I was trying to
exactly.
build
It
a
is.
speckled armor team where you guys were talking. Couldn't come up with one, but so yeah, I I think it's a really nice solution, honestly. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to buy this that they can't errata multiple things. They can errata everything they want.
No, but with
Every
the
other
one
game
shot,
does this.
yeah, no, but the amount of errata it would take for the one shots to be tied specifically to, it's not going to be just a simple game solution like tarot. Like you'd have to actually go there and try and okay, this, and this. That's what I meant more so.
Yeah, it can be though. They just it's like we're
Well, they
still
brought
waiting on
print and
wind
play
river and
back,
some things.
so I mean maybe it is
Yeah.
that easy with print and play and the. Um, I just know that it's the feats are what really like started pushing me out of the game because for everything that it had fun or made playable, it was just had an abusable element that just like and that this is just me specifically. I'm not trying to villainize people. Like people love breaking the game. I think that every game should have some kind of elements of broken interactions, but kind of curb it. I think we're at the point in the game right now where it's just gotten out of hand. And that's just where I stand personally. Is I think that's just gotten way out of hand. I think it needs to be curbed a little bit, for sure.
No, I agree, Miles, because at some points I sit here and I look at it and I can't decide which interaction I like the least.
Mhm.
I really hate it when people take a picture of their sales and I can see their feats in the picture.
Yeah, you know what I think that you're actually being not truthful about that. I think that you actually enjoy the feat because I was talking about the FEAT. It
Oh,
has
okay.
two vowels in it.
It does.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. I was
yeah,
confused too.
yeah.
All
I guess
So the other
yeah.
thing too is we didn't even talk about possessors yet.
right. That's not listed, so we will have to save that for another thing, unless it comes up
Okay.
organically later. Maybe that's a whole nother thing. And
All right.
honestly, I need to look at what they do because the cards did not come in my packs, and I have not sat down and
So
looked at them all yet.
it's interesting. I think that it does need to be played because it is something similarly new, but it is weird how it's not after resolutions. It's immediately. So you can have three possessors that when an opponent KOs someone, they immediately go on there. And so the after resolutions would then kick in. So I think there's a few things that need to be fixed with them just because of the interactions and the way they're worded. But like I said, we've seen the one shots now for almost a year. Which is what we're talking about. Like everything that we were talking about addressing is after seeing extensive play involved with it. There's some fixes I'd like to see with the possessors and everything, but it's really hard to say without seeing extensive like okay, how's this interacting? We still also don't have the day one erratas that usually come with these sets. So
Yeah, we did not get anything on X-Men at all yet. But do we need
I think
anything
they're
on X-Men
choosing to
though?
do that. Eh?
Do we need anything on X-Men though?
Eh? Yeah, we don't know
Yeah,
what choose means still.
Yes,
Yeah.
that
Yeah, we're
part's
not sure.
Figure
true.
that out.
Besides that,
I do know a little birdie told me that a character is going to be changed to non-standard, so that's gonna be fun.
stop it. Now, Miles, let me ask you this: do you support the creation of two shots where you have to use them twice before you flip them over?
I mean, sure. I mean, we already have that at that point. I mean, just say don't flip this over until you've used this effect twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes
Do
sense.
you
Full
support the idea of table shots where if somebody flips it over, you flip the table?
Yeah. I also fully support bringing hammers to events.
All right, let's go to his next point. It's theme. So this needs to mean more. While going first is a big deal, I think getting the best possible figures together, regardless of theme, is better. I'm not sure what the bonus should be, but I don't think that theme team probability control we previously had is the answer. I think we all can agree that we don't agree on theme team prob being the answer, right?
No, no. I went over what I think is the answer.
Just immediately tying them to one shots, and you think that's enough?
Yeah, I
I
really
do
do.
like the figures that we're
I
seeing though,
think so.
even like starting more in Strange. That was one of the cool things, like the Doctor Strange. Man, I think he's even a common, isn't he? Just
Oh,
for
you talking about the super
effects.
rare that lets you bring juice back over and over again? Yeah, he's great.
No. So there's
Oh,
friendly characters with the Avengers keyword have mystics. For all characters with this trait, when an opposing character uses outwit, perplex, or probability control to target a friendly character that has mystics, after resolutions, deal that character one penetrating damage. I think like stuff like that is cool. This is a common that you would consider playing, I think.
well, yeah. We also have the past Avengers team, and there's still like points that still slot. So for sure,
I think
he
we
will
need more
see
stuff like this. The problem is
going
that
there.
like this is another thing that just strengthens Avengers and deal or gives mystics out. I think that we can probably get some more creative things.
Okay, but then we can look at see exactly like when you look at like the top tier stuff, mystics means nothing, and so it's like okay, what does it do to? So that's where you want to. I just think that it'd be bringing a lot more pieces to play if they made one shots and made them extremely good for them. The common Spectre I think is another good option. That normally where you would have 20 points for a Prodegaton, you just throw him on there for 30. Um, I think the one shots is definitely a good shot, especially if you incentivize them with stuff like the speckled armor and things like that for specific theme teams. Absolutely, that will encourage people to play theme, and I think you'll see a diverse amount of theme with those kind of one shots.
I would be fine with them making super strong one shots to promote theme where you only get them on a theme team. I honestly don't mind if you just made certain things a costed one shot versus a point. How many times have you built something and you're just like, I need 5 more points, I need 10 more points? So now all of a sudden, maybe you can shift something and you have a theme team that can get a couple one shots instead without paying for them.
Yeah,
And that makes sense to
no,
play
that's
theme
yeah,
that way. I personally think that that's a good way to fix that. I like the same way that equipment's done, right? Something is 10 or 15
yeah,
points or whatever, and then it's free if you have this keyword. Make it's free if you have a theme team. I think that's a cool way.
yeah. So what you're gonna do there is you're gonna want to incentivize people not playing them by paying them cheap. So like let's say for instance, okay, let's go with that one, the speckled armor. Okay, let's make it 15 points. But if you're on, if you playing, a specific theme, it's now free. So now you're like, I'm really getting value for this because this one shot's valued at 15 points and I'm getting it free.
Is it 5 or 10 points normally?
It's 5,
It's 5.
which is
So
ridiculous.
yeah, so five
Yeah.
points might be low, right? But like at the same time,
Yeah.
costing it the same as destroyer armor, which gives you as much as it gives you,
No,
that
I just
doesn't
said
feel
I
good
didn't
either.
know. Yeah, no, I just used that as an example. I mean, 10 points probably the same thing as with they tried it with the gauntlet chases where you have the gems
Hmm.
that just aren't used. They're just not used because they don't do enough for the 10 points.
Right.
And I think that if you had like a theme and the chase is just, because they are added towards your sideline, I think, I mean, boom, like if you have a theme team, you can get 3 free one shots that don't,
Yeah.
go towards your sideline. Yeah, like I said, it's still just an idea that it just popped in my head. I haven't done really a lot of thinking, but I think that there's something there, and I think that that's a really good spot to try and start that conversation with to try and make theme matter. It just feels like um, theme doesn't matter because you have the way the design philosophy and everything's going is that it doesn't feel like they're really huge comic book fans. It's more of like just a miniatures game, and so it's a weird dichotomy where it's based off of comic books, but it's not designed like it's from comic books, and so it's really weird where you want theme to matter, and that's gonna be for some people. Other people just don't care. So it's a really hard um, tightrope to really walk.
See, I like theme because I don't know, that's part of what's just fun to team build. I like seeing, like mystical versus monster or something like that. I think that if you can build and fit within a theme, I feel like that's a little bit more of a challenge. So that's why I like it. I don't care so much
Yeah, no, and
about
there's also
them.
there's a small amount of people that like they enjoy the game because they're able to break the game. They're able to, you know, I mean, we've seen this with Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic. Like, there's players that like specifically go there to leave their opponent, no matter what game, with a horrible experience. Like, that's what they enjoy. And it's it's really hard to try and really walk that tightrope to try and like make everyone happy.
It
But
is.
that's why I think that the middle ground is I think the one shots is exactly there because, like I said, the theme team props is so overpowered because everyone just used it for the alpha anyway,
Right.
and the alpha's strong as it is. Like, really,
Well, actually, so here, how about this? We bring back probability or theme team probability control, and then everybody also has to burn their one shots turn one. Also, that fixes all the problems.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah,
just
Yeah.
like everything
Yeah.
else.
Or it
More
or
broken.
it makes the
It's
game
adds
35
another.
seconds. Yeah.
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 Let's just keep throwing stuff at it, and everyone just meets in the
Yeah.
middle. You
Yeah.
burn all your theme team props, all
Everybody-
your one shots, and then go.
Cut is done in 15 minutes. We played 5 rounds.
Pete, do you have anything else to add to theme team potential?
The coming back of total theme team probability control sounds terrible to me. I just, because it was so alpha strike heavy. You either got lucky on the alpha or lucky on the alpha's defense, but it just went through all of them right away. I think incentivizing one shots on the theme is an interesting idea. I think also just giving them keyword ideas like equipment, because they're not as effective as equipment. Like, destroyer armor for 15 points is still way better than basically every one shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're giving that to certain theme teams or certain characters, not theme teams, certain characters for free. So I think there's some legs with that idea, honestly.
And even another example too is Mjolnir, right? It's 20 points, but a ton of characters are getting it for free. But
When's the last time you saw somebody pay 20 points for it?
I've seen a couple
Like,
teams
probably
that
Black Leopard.
Black Leopard, yeah, and Silver. But I've also seen
Yeah.
Hidari Yao.
and Cable teams where one of them gets Universal Weapon and the other one gets Stormbreaker, or not Mjolnir. So it's hard to justify 20 points for anything like that, but I mean, some teams it makes sense. Let's go to the next point, which was the alpha. So we need more ways to slow this down. The loss of the traffic barrel and the wide accessibility of improved movement destroys blocking, makes going second in uphill battle. Yeah, I think everything there is very true. We said this as soon as they said the traffic barrel was getting early retired. That was one of the things that allowed the game to last longer, and having pretty much nothing in Modern that has that effect anymore is terrible. There's way too many ways to just drop your team on the other team and then just go at it. Right? There's
Yeah,
nothing.
it was instant too. It was instant.
Yeah.
The moment traffic barrel. Yeah.
The closest
We were probably responsible for the traffic barrel.
That's probably
so.
probably true, but that's
no one
because
played traffic barrel but us.
No,
like
and-
that's a fact.
until everyone started playing it. But there's a reason
Yeah.
for that, because people don't want to get their teams dropped on. So the I'm trying to think of his name right now. Lightning guy. I want to call him Percy Jackson.
There's a lot of
It's
them.
not.
King Jefferson?
Yeah, see?
Johnny Thunder?
No.
Yeah.
Pete knew what I was talking about.
Oh.
God damn it, I hate it that I knew what he was talking about, too.
See, I thought it was Black Lightning. I was leaning that, but as soon as you said Percy Jackson, I'm like, okay, who's a white guy with lightning? That's where I'm like,
It was either
Johnny
Tim Hunter or it was King Jefferson. So I had a 50-50 shot there.
Yeah.
I think the closest thing, though, to shutting down improved movement right now is just King Jefferson turning off flight. And it's very specific if they're within 7 squares of your starting area, which obviously is a great way to make that kind of effect. Right?
The destroy
Were
blocking,
people-
yeah. Destroy blocking is just too powerful.
Right, but
I
I'm
mean,
saying...
I know I bitched about...
Oh, go ahead, Pete.
Yeah.
Go. No, I know I bitched about the barrel because we played it so much around here, but was it really that bad of an experience? It just made you had to figure something else out.
So
That
the
was probably
issue,
overpowered on a small map,
right? That's
but
the real issue, right? Like
yeah,
instead of getting early retired, it should have just seen in errata that it was 2 squares instead of 4, like the stop sign. Like the stop sign got banned in silver because it can also do barrier,
Barrier.
right? So
barrier.
you can easily
Yeah,
lock out a one man army by just switching off your barrier, having 2 stop signs right next to the person. But we need something with that effect that is just no improved movement. And the closest thing that we do have is King Jefferson just shutting off flight, right? There's nothing else that stops you from moving like that. The
No,
blocking,
we had a
anything.
chance with the shaman legacy, but they decided to go an entirely different route than what made that character iconic. That figure specifically.
He doesn't interact with it at all, right? No. It's just
No,
spell one
no, that's what
shots.
now I was really hoping. Yeah, that's why I was really when I saw that when I saw he's a legacy card, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be it. And as soon as I clicked and read it, I'm like, this isn't it. No, and that the difference between the barrel is, yes, it did cause some issues. I mean, I understand that, but as a whole, like when you look at the Smash and Bash era and before that, it removing that also removed essentially the strategy from the game
Right.
because that's how easy it is to traverse it. Like as soon as barrel left, strategy left the game. It's now about the strongest pieces on the board. And there's a few interactions with figures, combos that you can do, but that's not a strategy on how to, to maneuver like chess. It's no longer chess with HeroClix.
When they made the maps smaller, we did not need pieces like Wheels of Vengeance, Blackheart, the goats, Diana, Zala, the extra place, and then being able to move things like the teamwork card coming out. Like that's not stuff that we
Yeah.
needed when the maps became smaller.
Which is they talked about that in the article, and that's what was really weird. It was they talked about like lowering the speed and making the alpha slow down,
Mm-hmm.
and which is I don't know why they go through the effort to go through that when the sets are already in the pipeline and they know that's just not true. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Just feels disgenuine and dishonest.
The simple addition of anything that has the effect like the traffic barrel, again, even at a smaller scale, would at least prevent the decimation that can happen to your team turn 1 or 2. Just ask Bookwood at what was that, top 8
Yeah.
at the CCO.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he probably would have liked a barrel there.
Yeah, that's would have won him the game. No, that was the finals, wasn't it?
Bookwood? No,
Oh no, it's top
I
eight.
was like top 8.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's
All right,
top eight, top
so
four.
his next one is 036 Ares. Change his sideline active to work against figures within 1 square instead of allowing it to work with giant reach. It would get a boost by allowing attacks against figures behind walls, but also makes spreading out more viable as a defense. That's what I said as soon as someone said it should work with giant reach. And all it had to do is get ruled as a, not state of the game, but
Spirit.
spirit of the game, yeah. All it had to be in the win is just rule it as no, Ares is checking for adjacency for this, and it would have been done, and it wouldn't have been as crazy as it is. But having all of the access to all of the colossals, or you can just grab a Pew, Miles, and get giant reach 4.
Yeah, Pew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you can Ares bomb with giant reach 4. Like the piece is one of the most broken pieces you can throw on your sideline right now, and I think it's the most common piece on the sideline, isn't it? It's above Animal Man even.
No, it's right up there. I think that the
Yeah,
fix
it's one or two.
if he said within 1 square in line of fire. But also another interesting thing when you look at the other deity chases or the deity figures on the sideline is that they have a really specific like interaction in order to be pulled off. I mean, and everyone knows how easy Blaze is to pull off. Even if it's like if he's adjacent to 3 figures, then do it. Something. Like then it's like, okay, the giant reach, okay, because you have to do that prerequisite of being adjacent to more than just one figure.
Mm-hmm.
I'd even be fine with the giant reach.
If it was just blades with multiple targets, it's still great. There are literally pieces that you look at playing because you can blades on multiple targets.
It's the giant reach that is why he's seeing such like, and I don't like seeing bans to figures.
The
And I
potential
don't
to
think he was
do
when
6 damage on as many pieces, even if it's adjacent. Look at pieces like, I don't know, like Wally West, right? He's always got the +1 longsword. Hypersonic, he just runs in.
Yeah.
You literally just cannot have your team in any formation where they're adjacent to each other then. He just runs in, and even if it is not giant reach, he's just attacking, you still have a chance to just basically have your team nuked. You just can't be adjacent.
Yeah.
And then you also have, what is it, Spot, who you can just put that spot wherever you want. He can do the same thing.
And Ivy as well with the plants. You can just load the plants up.
Yeah. So looking at all of the Fall Festas that have happened so far, 94 teams had Ares and 79 had Animal Man.
That's crazy.
So that is the
especially
most
in the Smash
common.
and Bash era.
He has a cur.
Right?
He is a cur.
It is, but I mean, this is competitive, right? So if you're gonna get this stuff, you're gonna get this stuff.
Right.
And then, so just to put it into perspective, Fortify, which again is on like almost every team, right? Fortify for 5 points is on 71 teams, whereas 94 teams for Ares. So I think that is like one of the top 3 biggest issues that needs to be addressed. I think it's a terrible game element.
Yeah, because that's not. There's no way that's how it was intended. Because at Adepticon they was saying no, it doesn't work, and then found out that it does. So.
Right. All right, let's go to 051 Spider-Man. His defensive special should remove all equipment or all sideline game elements, not both. I
like that. I like that because it's similar to the Loki Sorcerer Supreme, where you have 2 options. Makes total sense.
But isn't the Spider-Man too bad to only allow you to pick one? No.
So
maybe
if
not.
he only picked one, I mean, it's still a huge thing. I think taking away both is just and we've seen it. And yeah, I mean, he's not that great. And then people go, well, no, that will just make him unplayable. I think he's close to being that way too. When people say that he's the only answer to the sideline effectively, that's bad. If this is the answer,
that's true.
Yes.
Like that shows you how bad the game state of Modern is if Spider-Man is the best option to deal with sidelines.
I think the biggest thing is that he's already making you dumb down your build as well. Your pieces are going to be more simple and do less because you're building into knowing that you're going to remove all of the equipment. I would have a problem with him if he only removed opposing things. But you're already dumbing down your build so much and having to play him at 75 points that I don't think he is that great.
No, I don't either. And I just think that like leaving him alone is fine. But at the same time, the fact that he is the only answer, like legitimate answer for sideline, that just shows you that he's with how bad that figure is.
I would say so. Yeah, the point is that he is. It's more that the sideline is terrible and this guy is an option. I think is really the main point you're making, right?
Yeah.
That
he's not.
He interacts with it so much that he's being considered. When I don't think that he's good enough to even with this powerful effect, I don't think he's good enough to do.
So you're sacrificing less. 75 points to not use your sideline, so that's costing you points right there. You're not doing, and majority of the sideline that people have is what, maybe 15, maybe 20 points of paid elements. So you're giving up 75 points for the 20 points. And yes, I know that there's equipment. But like when you look at everything like added up, you're giving up 75 points to score 60.
Right, and then like
Like
I said, you're
realistically, and
dumbing
it's
down your team. You're not playing any equipment out, and then what are you maybe doing the not to me my hammer? Yeah, it's me my hammer, right? So maybe you're doing that, but now you're giving up another 10 points to get a piece of equipment
well, now
back.
it's 85 points. Yeah, so now you're getting 85
Because
points.
Spider-Man's dying for sure.
Yeah, he can't heal above that click, and it's very easy to ignore super senses.
You know,
I mean, okay, so you're gonna take off the equipment. It's Caveman Wally, who's gonna be seeing an uptick in play because of the Flash Iconics. Oh, okay, we need a 7. He's dead. You know, so you're giving up this, like you're giving up 85 points to score 50.
yeah,
It's like I said, that just shows you if like people are arguing why this figure is good and why he needs to be played. The figure isn't good. You're only playing him specifically to score less points. You're paying 75 points to score 60.
yeah.
That's just that's just to me it's the math isn't math.
This is
And
way
it's
less.
just horrible that, you know,
This is way down on the list of
yeah.
issues for me at least. Pete, where do you weigh in on
But you know what? This
Spider-Man?
is local for him, so I get it.
I think he's just. I don't think he's honestly playable. People can do it if they want to, but I'm just. I'll give up whatever points I've got on my build. I'm going to kill that piece the next turn. So, yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Now, one
I
thing
just
that
hate the
my
fact that I just hate the fact that he's being talked about as like a sideline equipment answer because he's the only thing that does anything like that, but he just sucks.
so this is one thing too that Miles just mentioned though, that if this is what people are bringing to your local events, this is like on par then with Beetlejuice, right? If you have a piece that's consistently always just taking away your equipment or your sideline game elements, you're not you built your team and you're now not able to play your team. And so it's not about not being
This is
like we said,
it's
like,
extreme.
but you know, you play this Spider-Man, right? You're probably going to beat this team, just like like you're going to beat Beetlejuice. He's most likely not winning the events, but he's also making it not fun to play. So maybe that's actually McConnell's
Yeah.
bigger issue. You can beat the Spider-Man and Spider-Man team, but you're not able to play the team that you brought, and so it's just not fun. So that I actually have a bigger issue with.
Yeah, I think that's probably the bigger issue than the piece
And
itself.
encouraging, so this is what you have to look at when you're looking at a competitive event. Yes, people are going to do this because they're trying to limit their opponents. Okay, that works in card games, and we've seen people specifically go, you know what, this is legal, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this to create the most unfun environment ever. There's documentaries about it if you want to go on YouTube. I've watched several on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Where there's that one deck where the person specifically played a deck and they tried to disqualify him, but they found out that he was playing in the rules to where there was actually a loophole for him to take an extended amount of time, 4 rounds. And he did it just to piss people off. He knew he wasn't going to win. He did it so people would be mad. And that's the things that you want to just discourage.
Yes.
It's unfun. Okay, the alpha's unfun. Understandable. Slowing down the game is just as toxic and something that should also be discouraged.
That's more
There shouldn't
toxic.
be. I think so too. I think that you can't say, well, since I don't like this, but I like this. I think that there needs to be a middle ground. I think both are bad.
They
And
are.
people that try and dispute or argue that one is better than the other, I think is a horrible argument because I'm not advocating for either. I think there needs to be a middle ground. It's always to the extremes. I think that we had a slight time in cliX where it was like that, but it's never really, it's because we have so many different design teams and design philosophies that the game just does evolve, but it goes from one problem to another problem because it just feels like we just have a bunch of chicken wings where instead of them trying to develop the game as a game, they're developing the game that they want. And sometimes, and most of the time, that's not the way that you do it. You want to try and encourage people to join the game, and you just do. And these don't.
No, I totally agree with that. Let's go to his next one, which is Predegaton. This one will be, I think, pretty quick because we all agree. And again, this is something that we said how many months ago? But his history will be ours trait should be limited to his 40 and 60 point values. Again, that's totally fine. He's an amazing 20-point support piece, or for 40 or 60 points, still an amazing support piece, but you get an added bonus or effect. That's really the big thing. That when someone has Predegaton on the other side of the map, that's what irritates me the most. It's not that he can prob during a pulse wave. It's not that if I move next to him or he hits super senses, I take a penetrating damage. There's some annoying things, but the thing that really irritates me is when somebody gets to move my piece.
So this is actually because I do like this change, but there actually is another change. We were talking about theme teams. See, this is where you're going to have a figure that's already extremely good, and
I like that.
You still play him at 20 even without that trait. But if he's part of a Time Stealer's trait, then he can use the History Will Be Ours.
Why not just a theme team in general?
Because you want to try and you keyword cheat with Time Stealers. That's it. He's Time Stealers. That's what you do. You want to try and to build these you're creating these new keywords, and so you want to try and get these figures played together. So you want to incentivize, okay, you got to do Time Stealers because you can get Animal on there right now.
See, but I'm not interested in buffing Time Stealers specifically. Why not have a chance to buff Soldier, Scientist, Past, Future, Time Stealer, and Injustice Society?
Then that can work too. I think that the only reason why I said that specifically is because you know this as well as I know, and Pete as well. Generic keywords have always been the single strongest of keywords.
Oh, yeah.
As a whole. And so since they separated the named and generic keywords, that's why I went with the Time Stealers, is because you want to try and incentivize these new keywords to be played, because people are going to be playing Soldier, people are going to be playing Scientist, and I understand even though it's still a theme team, but you want to try and encourage other themes to be played where normally they wouldn't.
But look at all of his. When is the last time that anybody top 8'd any event with any of these keywords besides either maybe Past?
I won an event with Time Stealers.
When? That was out in the pathetic Northwest, though, right?
Whatever, loser to Skullpire. We got threats out here, buddy. Yeah, but still, it's still.
But that's fine, right? Who's playing Time Stealers now? Like literally no one, right? It was hot for when the set came out. It dropped. It was fine to build with people. Like this is something that could maybe keep Time Stealers in for its entire run of meta. Is little things like this,
and that's
open it up.
That's why I specifically said Time Stealers, is because now, because like you said, with Soldier and Scientists are already strong. You don't need to add.
You do. When is the last time anyone played Soldier or Scientist in Modern?
Of course, I understand. Well, King Brian won Washington with it, but that's beside the point.
With what? Scientist?
With Scientist.
Okay,
Scientist,
so one good player won one event.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Because it's easier. People always go towards the easiest. And so you're going to give this, I mean, first off, this is a 20-point rare that just does something this bogus. It should. I think that's where I said the reason why I said like Time Stealers is that you're going to incentivize trying to build with these team up cards, or not team up cards, but playing theme with these specific figures, because he's still extremely good at 20 points. People are not going to I still don't think that Time Stealers would be seeing. It'd see a little uptick in play. I don't think that it would be world breaking or winning events. I think Predegaton would still see play at the level that he is playing, if that trait was specific to Time Stealers.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely would. Even if it was the 40 or 60 points, people would still play him at 20 points without that. That's just an extra bonus. But I guess I'm looking for more baby steps, right? I just want to see more things getting played or have a chance. Like you said, people don't want to be creative. People don't want to build interesting. This would maybe open it up a little bit if instead of just Time Stealers, you now had 6 keywords that could get Predegaton's extra trait,
Yeah, but I just think that Scientists would just like that Scientist and Soldier just the easiest, and like those are they're
Good.
overpowered.
Good, because then it's just another
we need teams
chance.
like Time Stealers. Named keywords. This is where, because you're the hobbyist and like we're on the comic book fans, so like this is obviously I'd be totally fine if it was just theme teams. But my entire argument is to try and get these named keywords to not only be able to see an uptick in play, but to potentially be competitive.
And that every keyword that he gets would he have that chance now. The problem isn't that he would only have it for that one keyword. It's the fact that Time Stealers probably isn't getting printed again after Masters of Time for quite some time. So now you're just stuck right here.
It'd be fine. It's fine though, because Perdegaton's going to rotate. That's fine. It's not like he came out after. And so you're going to be seeing the entire time of him being modern, Time Stealers being relevant, because you're going to have Ultra Humanite bringing animals there. And so we're going to have new sets bringing in animals to also bring in these other figures to make Time Stealers work during the 2 years that Time Stealers would have been relevant.
So this is where I'm confused, right?
Rotates, this is
where I'm confused. You're okay with Time Stealers keyword cheating to become a Time Stealers theme team using animals, which is a generic keyword, but you're not okay with just Soldier, Scientist, Past, Future, Time Stealers, and Injustice Society getting his bonus trait.
Injustice Society for sure.
So you're okay
Absolutely.
with animals being thrown on Time Stealers and getting that trait, though, but not Scientist or Soldier theme teams
Avengers.
with no keyword cheating. Scientist, Soldier, you're not.
Because of the keyword cheating with past. That's why I'm saying you want to try and move away. We've always had these.
But that's just
keyword
it. You get,
like
let's say,
I think it's fine.
You get 5 out
Spider-Man family.
5 out of 25 teams have past or Avengers teams. Now maybe a couple of those go Soldier or Scientist. Instead of seeing 5 past teams, I'd rather see 2 past teams, a Soldier team, and 2 Scientist teams. Any little baby step towards that is opening up the teams. That's what I
get it. No, and like I said, I do agree with you. That's why I made this statement that I'm going to take the point of arguing for the named keywords to get Time Stealers relevant. Because I mean, if you look at like animals, because Time Stealers doesn't have the benefit of a Scientist or a Soldier. When you look at what they have, animals isn't really going to. All the animals is going to do is just give it a few more attackers. It's not like it's like great. Soldiers and Scientists as a whole are just a well-rounded keyword. Time Stealers just for the entire time that he'd be modern would just be cool. I mean, you can get Flash Raptor on there, you get Caveman Wally West, you get Pegasus Cap. You help getting them their attackers.
I think a big part of
I would be fine like I said, with all keywords
is what you said.
There is no disagreement.
No, I mean a little bit, right? But it's more of you're coming from the side of like a comic book fan, and I'm coming more from the side of like a, I don't know, competitive game, I guess. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, no, it's the hobbyist, but that's the difference is that you because you're talking about like the generic keywords, and what I'm trying to say is that we're gonna make an obsolete team. We're gonna make an obsolete keyword, like because we always like that's awesome that he made Time Stealers work, and the best part is that like the team's gonna be relevant for 2 years.
So here's a perfect example,
and that
right?
Still wouldn't even make cuts.
You're talking about like you enjoy building a Time Stealers team, right? As like a comic book team. And then, for example, last night, I got to play Brother Voodoo as a mystical team with Madeline Pryor and a couple of like the Mephisto and Iron Inquisitor, bringing a couple of like mystical pieces all together that have no business really being together. So I enjoy more of that.
Yes. So the reason why I say Time Stealers is specific to Perdegaton because of how powerful that effect is. But I do agree that it'd be cool to see other abilities be tied to that. It's just for how strong that effect is. Okay. And so the downside, if there's going to be a downside, is you have to play Time Stealers. That's what I'm getting at.
So that's fair. When they do that sometimes too, and I honestly hate that because I don't like getting a figure that does something cool, and I only get to do that cool thing if I play something I don't want to play.
And they're also another reason why I went with the Time Stealers is the booster gold in the same set. The only problem is that there's no keyword cheating for that booster gold, so it just makes no sense.
So you like
'Cause
specific
booster gold.
characters that you want to see played?
No, not just. No, not just that though. It's because you first off for booster gold you have to play his team up card, and it's he rolls 2d6 and places it on his card, but you have to be a Time Masters theme team.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That's just not competitive at all. Yeah, that's
what
I
I'm
mean.
saying.
And
So he does something cool.
Perdegaton's already good. He does something cool. Perdegaton does something game breaking.
Yeah.
That's the difference. That's what I'm trying to use the difference where it's like Time Master's like what? There's nothing there. Like that's not game breaking. That's trying to make the figure good. That should have just been his regular trait for booster gold, if I'm being honest. If he's a theme team, don't need the team up card. No, but it's just specific for Time Stealers because of the ability itself. But I do agree that it would be cool to see if they're just on theme teams. But when you're able to place an opponent, just because we've seen how overpowered it is.
Yeah.
And so you want to try and mitigate how powerful that is to where, because we already know how powerful and how good Scientist and Soldier is. And so if you say Time Stealers, then there's at least some kind of.
You're more specifically talking about his trait, where I'm more specifically talking about. Yeah, or more generically.
That's what I mean. I agree
about
with you.
Effects and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I said I agree with you 100%. Just with Perdegaton specifically, that's why I said Time Stealers, because of that ability and what it does and brings to the game.
All right, Pete, let's hear from you. Weigh in on Perdegaton here.
I was still waiting for somebody to yell finish him after all that. I'm exhausted. You guys were locked in Mortal Kombat.
I know.
Play out. So for Perdegaton, he should get his trait at 20 points only on any of his theme teams. And then if you want the trait on a non-theme team, you should pay 40 points or more for it. Everything else he does is fine. He's just hyper efficient.
I'd like to see more pieces like that, minus that trait.
Yeah. I would like to see more pieces like that, so every piece isn't Perdegaton.
Yes. All right. Well,
but I really enjoyed all that. You guys, I'm going to go take a nap. I'm so exhausted.
Well, if that was Miles and I agreeing on something, how about Prime Cable? Now, McConnell says he should be a non-standard character, most likely just to get away from the equipping. That would not get around being able to put like Animal Man or something else on him like that, though. So I think he is totally fine as he is. So I will let Miles tell me why he's not, though.
So we've seen the devastation of Nova Blast with feats, and that was a problem where you just pulse wave printed damage. You take one unavoidable. We've seen single target pulse wave where they do their printed damage. That's extremely strong. My only issue is, like I said, is where you can do the multiple four damage to multiple figures. I don't know. I doubt he was designed with a universal weapon in mind. If we're going to keep the 3 damage knockback, give him Force Blast as free. Deal the knockback damage. That's the main issue with him, is the ability to do the 4 damage pulse wave. And it's the same argument I've had with Hidari. Just because, this is where I'm going to throw a personal shot here. As someone who says that they don't like feel bad moments for their opponent, where it feels bad doing things to their opponent, and then going and just pulse waving their face. I don't know, it's hypocritical.
So that's fair, but I feel like there's a lot more ways to get around Prime Cable. If you want to directly compare him to Hidari Yao, same thing, universal weapon, look at her improved targeting. You can't outwit her. Right? She just always has running shot with no other investment into that. And then she's just dealing the extra damage with no other reason. You don't have to knock anyone back. Now, Cable, no improved targeting. You can easily put up barrier. You are, if you're worried about going second, you get to pick the map. That's why, again, things like Brock's Bunker or something is perfect. So I think and you can outwit him. There's plenty of things that you can do to prevent a wide massacre of your team. I think it just takes a little bit more time. I'm actually excited for this one, Pete.
I give a rebuttal. Yeah.
All right. Which one are you playing at 60 points? Yao or Cable with the universal weapon?
Well, that's the difference between the prime, though, right?
But
Yeah, no, it's yeah,
his
it's
his
he's taking
60
the prime
points is
spot.
still hyper efficient as an attacker.
That's
I
fair.
actually think so, and I played him, and I have to tell you that it is brutal and final. And when it goes off and it goes off devastatingly, you almost feel terrible about it.
But here's the thing: is
Like
that people aren't playing barrier. People are playing things like the herb instead of the blocking terrain, right? People just aren't ready for it right now. You can also
I
outwit
agree
him.
So
with you. I agree with you that there are ways around it. I don't have a problem with that because you can outwit him. The one thing I will disagree with you is that with the small maps, you are at least getting, if you go first, you're getting a 4 damage pulse wave on somebody's back area. You cannot stop it. It's TK, move over, pulse wave for running shot pulse wave for free. You can't stop it. So you can barrier up, hopefully, but I don't think he's bad. If even if you couldn't equip him, he's not bad. He's still great. Like there's so much to that piece,
I think
you know.
there's so many ways to even just control it with the map that you're not dead on the second turn. You still have to get
I
a TK out there. You have to use plenty of actions to get him going.
I will agree with Miles. I agree with both of you here a little bit. You have to invest Sinister or hope there's X-Men, right, to pull it off. But for all the times we talk about bad game experiences, there's not many worse than when that goes off on somebody.
I agree. So it's very very strong, and it's not fun if you do not have an answer for him. And I feel like this is a character that very easily you can have an answer for.
okay, so I'm playing devil's advocate here because clearly you know how I feel about Juiceberg. Okay, that exact sentence that you just said
What?
can be an argument for why Juice is fine. There are answers to him.
There's
You
not.
can beat him.
You can beat him, but there's not
There are
answers for the amount of fun that gets sucked out. You can't play your
hypersonic
team.
speed.
You can Cable doesn't say you can't play your team. He says if you don't throw up some barrier or pick a good map, you're dead.
Well, he kind of
No,
says
but
you can't
that's
play your
like I
team
said.
because your team might be dead. So
Yeah, but yeah, that's it.
Also, he's
So
not
like,
backing.
gotta-
like I said, I was
He's
playing
not
devil's
knocking back
advocate.
colossals. He's not knocking back Spirit of Vengeance. Right? There's plenty of things that mess with him.
No, and it's more. It's not me. It's more of the fact that the same argument with Hidari Yao. We shouldn't have something that can do 4 damage pulse wave to shit tons of figures.
well, she does. She only does 3 miles, so she's fine.
Well, you give her knockback.
She doesn't even have to knock anyone back, and she's doing 3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I was not okay with that. Yeah,
That's
If
another
Cable's
thing.
fine, then Ariel's fine.
like I said, because I'm going to be consistent and bringing up my exact argument for Hidari Yao, why I don't think that should exist. I'm going to say the same thing about Cable.
I agree with that more than anything. Is neither one of them really should have ever happened because it's bad wording on both of them.
I just feel like Cable
Yep,
has
so
way more
'cause now-
weaknesses.
He has a reducer. He can be outwitted, but it's not me specifically talking about that character. Like I said, it's a equipable pulse wave is just insane.
Yes.
And it's just it's the 4 damage pulse wave. It's for multiple targets. That's just that's the same argument that I have with
equipable
Yao.
pulse
It's the
wave
same
isn't
argument with
that bad because it's a great way to just deal 1 damage and not have to deal with a bunch of modifiers. The issue is the stuff
It's
where
with the
you're
loopholes of figures.
like
for
Hadari or
Cable and
Cable,
Yao
where you're
specifically.
that synergy. That's where it starts to get to be a little
Or
bit more.
Empire Thor, if I'm going to throw him out there just because he does it similar to.
But I don't think equipable pulse wave is an issue at all. I think it's very strong on other
It's the
pieces like
loopholes with
Cable.
the figures, yeah.
I don't think a loophole's the
And
right
and
word.
so what's
It's what
really
it is.
funny
It's
about
loophole.
I would say
what's really funny about this
strong.
for me is like I was one of the worst offenders of single target, but that's what was going on at that time.
Yes.
But dude, it was single target. Like you hit something for 4 to 6 single target because you could perplex damage which you can't do now. It still felt pretty crappy, but there were still other pieces on the team most of the time. You were potentially hitting a whole team for up to 8 in one turn
If you set up poorly,
from one
sure.
piece.
Yeah.
How many times?
You're really
How
trying to
many times?
justify this.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
also
it's
that
fine.
new
It's-
that new Jericho drum, right? If you KO something, you can just give that thing Battle Fury now, or no? What is it? No range? Can't make range attacks. What is
Yeah.
it?
They
It's
can't
some-
make range
There's-
attacks and have a no
There's
improved targeting.
There's Prime Craven too that says you can't make range attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe he sees an uptick in play because of Cable.
No,
Maybe.
no,
Why not?
no. This is because it's still, like I said, I'm the same argument. It's still bad. Just because it's a character that you like from a cartoon that you like, doesn't mean that it's should just be. It's fine. Consistency.
If he was not a prime, I agree. But I'm building around this entire piece. And no one else is playing him. If he was that broken, wouldn't everyone be playing him?
So that's an argument that I think is a straw man's argument right there.
What?
We know how the state of modern is, the fact that everything's broken and there's easier stuff to play. Just because it's not the most broken doesn't mean that it's healthy.
In a world of the most broken things, though, he's obviously not it.
In the world of the blind, the
Like I
one-eyed
said,
man's
that's
king.
that's the straw man's argument right there.
Yeah. I like McConnell's idea to make him non-standard. I think you can still do a lot of things with him with some of the avatars in that. And I still think he's amazing for 60 points.
I think he would be fine if he was non-standard, but he also had traded Pulse Wave. Is that a fair...
Why are you the way you
I
are?
don't-
Is that
Why are
fair?
you the way you
No,
are?
it's yeah.
Why are you,
it's-
why are you the way
He's not standard
fine.
then. I think it's fine.
you are? Mhm.
Now he couldn't pick like Poison or Super Strength, maybe. Maybe he wants to pick something up. Can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I guess
Yep.
you could actually, because it's Animal Man.
Yeah.
All right, what about Prime Rogue? So his issue with Prime Rogue is her damage special should be limited to standard powers. So I don't think that's her main thing. I think Miles, Miles, what do you feel like her main thing is? That'll be easier just to let you go off on Rogue for a second.
Well, I've went off on Rogue several times. It's the improved movement that she has that is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think that her being able to outwit the standard power or special power and use that is the issue. I think it's the fact that she just is another, I go where I want to go no matter what. And again, something that has the effect of the barrel would totally change that.
My issue with her is very simple. We still don't know what choose means. So I don't like the fact that she flies through everything, but at least that's the actual character, right?
But and like I said,
And
I'm not villainizing.
I hate the idea
anyone
of just putting destroyer
plays
armor
her.
on everything. So
Yeah.
Just can we choose to figure that out?
Make her non-standard.
I just like that the sculpt is chucking Captain America's stupid shield into space. It's a great moment in a great cartoon.
What was Captain America's shield made of in the cartoon?
Vibranium. Adamantium.
Oh, so it wasn't vibranium. Was it both?
I don't remember.
Well, you're the connoisseur of the X-Men animated series. I figured you know.
I don't care about Captain America's
I don't
stupid
know
shield.
either.
Yeah.
But you should.
I should not. I'm happy that she chucked it into space. Why would I care about it?
Because it's the little things.
Get out of here. All right, next one is our absolute favorite topic to talk about.
Beetlejuice bird.
So my preference would be a fix that keeps him from being banned. Maybe allow him, when he starts the game, to choose 2 different free actions from the pack and say that no other figures can use them. Honestly, I really just like the 6 range. Just give him... He's totally fine how he is if he just had a range of 6. That means you actually have to be involved, and it's not a big deal if you bring him in from across the map. I think even if you're just picking 2 free actions, there's still 2 free actions that are going to pick apart a team and not allow that team to get played. the fact
Yeah,
that
because purposely
it's
playing him just to slow the game down is just horrible.
yeah, it's just being able to do that from across the map. You still have that's the other big issue, right? Is the Loki, where you can just use him as a battery to keep him in,
Yeah.
and you don't care if you take the damage ever. Like that's one of the bigger issues
Yep.
too, right there. There's still a loophole where you can keep him on the map and not really have any downside to it. So I'm not even opposed to him staying as long as it wasn't a map wide effect with no issue. Not even line of fire. I don't even care about that. Just give him a 6 range where he's got to get up close. Now there's a little bit more strategy where maybe you have to TK somebody out of his 6 range so they can use their free actions and then go.
Well, then it discourages the sideline active, which has been the major problem of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's the big thing, right? You're able to just bring him in on the back line, and now none of you, and especially too, you have, let's say turn 1, you take 2 Beetlejuice actions, right? Your first player, you take 2 Beetlejuice name tokens, whatever the stupid things are called, and then you pass. Then it comes back to you. You take your alpha, and then on the 3rd action, you call in Beetlejuice, or your 4th action, whatever. So you've taken all your free actions that you need to do your alpha, and now Beetlejuice is in across the map. And what are you doing now? You get no free actions. There's no way to move back and try to, clap back at what just happened to you. It's a terrible, terrible thing. Now, if he was within 6, now that might mean something a little different. The piece that called him in has to be closer, or you had to take an action to move him up. I think that there's a lot more there then.
Yeah, I agree.
Pete, do you have anything to add to that?
I think if you got it away from being a board wide effect, I wouldn't even hate a main force. Like if somebody wants to choose to do that, that's fine. I think the biggest problem has always been his ability to come off the sideline and have a battery. That should have never been a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because essentially you're getting 100-point figure with a board wide effect for nothing.
Yep.
30 points. 30 points,
And we
40
saw how
points.
how that happened in the top 8 game against Arizona and Joe.
And that goes back to just how crazy the sidelines are, and why we need more things to interact with them. But yeah, the big thing is the batteries, where it was Kevin before and it's still Loki now.
Yep.
Next one's easy. This is the 037 Black Flash. Address the infinite loop that is possible with his sideline active trait. Yeah, obviously it wasn't meant to just basically delete any character that you want. So that, I would assume, is going to get addressed in the near future. But it should not be legal for any states events, so it might be a little bit longer before we see that addressed.
That's really easy too, because all you make it is when another character with the speedster keyword.
Yeah, it's an easy errata, and there's no way that they're going to allow an instant delete of anyone that gets touched with the speedster
Well,
keyword.
it's not. So the instant delete isn't. That's not the bad part about it. It's if you don't have a bloodstone, it's infinite, and game's over. It locks the game because he deals damage, heals, deals damage, heals, deals damage, heals.
Yeah, you're basically deleting a piece. Obviously you need the bloodstone for the
with bloodstone, yes,
yeah,
but
sure.
no, without the bloodstone, it's just that's what
Which, if you're doing this, you're most likely playing the bloodstone, so that's a given.
Absolutely.
But anyone that you touch then is basically dead.
Yeah.
Let's say
they touch, because it's any damage. So mystics.
Yeah, it's over. So it's something that will get addressed, because that's just not how it was meant to be.
Can we just as a community not do this until they put the errata out? Because imagine you go to any night and you're excited to play your team and somebody drops this crap on the table. Like, seriously, what are you doing?
As a community, as a community for sure, but you're always going to have those outliers. Well, that's what it says, because like I said, this is there's a lot of people that played Yu-Gi-Oh and played Magic, and so they have that mentality of wanting to break the game, whether that's toxic and or not.
This is definitely something that
happen.
People would do.
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah.
And it will, because there are very few. Luckily, from what I've noticed, it's very few, but there are players that love the gotcha. It's
if
just
this
hardwired
if
into
this
them.
does not get fixed and affects a major event as it's currently done,
I
then
don't. There
There's
is not
no
a
way.
single
there's
judge. There's not a
there's a
single judge.
gross
This is
failure.
where spirit of the game. Yeah, there's not a single
Yeah,
judge that would
this is
allow that,
that's a
even at a
gross
local,
failure. And
even at a local level.
we've tolerated a lot of stuff, right? Like things that clearly, in my opinion, fall within the judge's purview of spirit of the game, where it has not been ruled when everybody knows that's not what the intent was and that's not how it should have happened. Bad win rulings or not aside, if somebody wants to do this and it ruins a CCO or a silver event, and I don't think it's going to be silver legal, right?
So all states, right?
Like, right, what
Nothing.
are you doing? Like, why would you choose to do that? Like, seriously, just decide what you actually want to do if you're just so bent on having a gotcha moment or if you actually want to play Hero Clicks. Like, why you would do that to another player when you know that's not the intent is just such a wild place to be to me.
That's because some people think that if it's something that is allowed, then it is okay, and that clears their conscience of it, which is not good. But if you're bringing this to just a local night, that's really sad. But the truth
Yeah.
is that for any CCO, or sorry, for any of the um the states, modern, silver, anything like that, this and Strange Tales will not be legal. So you do not need to worry about it for that. The next big event I think is mid-March for CCO. I would be surprised if this isn't addressed in the next 2 weeks. But realistically, we don't have to even worry about it until the CCO event, right?
I mean, maybe I miss like the really big prizing events in HeroClix where doing something like that to a bunch of people is worth it. Like, I don't get it. I think they're gonna fix it. I agree. They're gonna 100% address it because it's clearly just breaks the game like immediately. But let's just all agree to not do that.
Yeah, I agree. The next one is another piece that's not going to be legal yet. This is the 057 Loki Sorcerer Supreme, and it's going to be the first option of his special. Defensive special should be limited, maybe one or two other opposing figures. So Loki this is the new chase out of Strange Tales.
Yes,
So he is it 80 points? I'm bringing him up right
85.
now. 85, yeah. So this is similar to the Spider-Man. So his trait is stop super senses. It's on click 5. He's got 8 clicks. Stop super senses once per game when this click is revealed. After resolutions, choose one. This game, other characters can't use team abilities or special powers. And then the other option is this game, friendly characters have mystics, and once per turn, Loki, Sorcerer Supreme may reroll any roll. So his is basically if you choose that other characters can't use team abilities or special powers, you would have to pick one or two characters instead of everyone. The thing with this though is that it does include your team, right? So you're already playing more simple pieces if you're not worried about that. I think it's very strong, but I don't know if playing him for 85 points, which again, no movement attack on his top dial, you have to then go to click 5, which is a 6 running shot, 11 Pensai. 3 damage.
So I have I have two comments to make. One of them, I think is I'm gonna compare him to Spider-Man here. Is that this is one thing that WizKids is horrible about, and it's the inconsistency of the wording. So his is once per game when this click is revealed. Spider-Man's is when this click is revealed. After resolutions, you remove all equipment. So I guess it's because you can go back to it. But I think what these both need to be changed to is the first, like especially this one, the first time this click is revealed by an opposing effect. It's so easy to damage your own figure and to take advantage of that. I I think that the effects like this and even Spider-Man's, like that's what he fixes
So
when
that I do
when an
agree
opposing
with.
effect. That's what needs to change. They really need to stop just encouraging this to because what they're doing is they're going to be trying to find loopholes and like with the Spider-Man. Spider-Man is only being played for almost like a gotcha. It's like I'm doing this to stop my opponent from doing things. That works in card games, and we see how bad it is in card games. This is an entirely different monster that you can't design the game to be similar to that. It's just totally different. You want to try and mitigate the cheese from the game, and that's what you need to do. Like, these stop clicks need to be the first time this click is revealed by an opposing effect. Spider-Man, when this click is revealed by an opposing effect, that's what you need to do.
See,
I think Spider-Man
totally
would
agree with
then
that.
become playable because now you're not wasting so many points because you're going to have dead points essentially to just get him to that stop click. Now you're like, you know what? Whatever. We're going to send him out. And it's going to, and then you have people that are going to be discouraged to try and hit him. And that's what you want.
Right.
You
When
don't
they're-
want a figure to just play by yourself. You want to engage with the opponent.
When these figures exist and they're played as they were designed to, I think there's really not much wrong with them. The issue is when you can take like what Diabolical Bargain or TK them in Predegaton, not Predegaton,
Despero.
forehead fin guy, yeah, Despero. If he, if he's on,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
desperate
good with
at
names.
that
Yes,
point.
exactly. But
Yeah,
like
you're just-
when
you're
you're
desperate.
going into the same thing I don't like about Spirit of Vengeance, right? I thought he was this really cool piece, but when people are damaging him to bring out these broken effects, it really kills it. And so I don't think if you play this guy at 85 points, and exactly what Miles said, if you send him out, you play with him the way he's supposed to be played, and that's only if it's revealed by an opposing effect, that makes you have to decide when to deal with him and when to reveal that. I think that's totally fine. But if someone's going to play this and then just work into, I'm going to do Diabolical Bargain and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and then all of a sudden he's just on click 5, turn 1, he doesn't have a reducer, so you can just drop him off elevated a bunch of times. Like, to me, that's the stuff that's not fun. So I think that is something that's worth looking at, is trying to do more of those types of effects that it's only on opposing reveal. I would like to see that more. But I don't see at 85 points this guy being that terrible in Modern.
No, the only problem is that the difference between him and Spider-Man is that you can self-damage him to click 5 and then heal him back to top.
That part is true. But
That's
again,
why it's a problem. And
but
that's
I
why I'm
mean,
saying
realistically,
that's
what is he
why-
doing after that then? He's just a running Pensai? 6 range or 6 speed?
Yep, no one can use special powers. Like I said, you can work around this. And no team abilities.
The real issue is that you just damage him by yourself. So I don't think that anything else needs to be fixed on
Yeah.
him except it's an opposing effect. That part I absolutely agree with.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is it sucks. Is so you can literally spend a turn popping this turn 1 and then healing him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's back to top.
Yes.
And it's
That's what's bad.
And it's encouraging players to play by themselves, which is like with Spider-Man. You're not engaging with your opponent. You're just TKing him in place. All right, your turn. Oh yeah, nope, you lost everything. It's a horrible way. It's not even playing the game at that point.
So do you think anyone would honestly even care if they errated these pieces to say that, like Spider-Man or Loki?
I think
opposing
as a whole,
effects?
no.
No.
But there's vocal people on the Facebook, as there always is with everything. They can say what they want, but when you're trying to grow a game and trying to make a game balanced enough to encourage casual play and local play, because like that's the things that would get fixed from people bringing them to the local events, and that's what I don't think people really understand is that like you always have people like that, and it's just or you have this kitchen player that decides to go there and play. It's things like that will just discourage them from going there, even if you go, yeah, no, we're casual, and it's going to mitigate those problems.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I realize that some people think that's fun. That's why I said like I'm not villainizing the players. It's not their fault, 100%. But it's because people look at casual differently, and so when you fix the problem to where that doesn't happen, you're not just discouraging that. You're just making it obsolete. That's just not how we want this game to function. We don't want to have people just find loopholes to find loopholes. I mean, and loopholes have always existed, and they've always been a problem.
I do feel like there's certain people that can just wipe it from their conscience though, that it's okay because you can do it.
Mhm.
Because you can, then it's fine. And they don't see
Yeah,
the
and it's a
bad or
small
the harm
amount.
in it.
It's a small amount,
It is.
but I still think that just that small amount of people is like all it takes is for that one person to make two people not want to play, and I
Yeah,
think that's where it hurts the most.
exactly. Pete,
We're not
what's
a community
your
like Magic,
no?
so we can't really. It's not,
Pete, what's your opinion on Loki Sorcerer Supreme?
I think he's fine if you can't self damage him. Honestly, I mean, he's not my play style. At 85 points, I think he's appropriately costed for what he does. I think it's a super cool sculpt. I think it gets into problematic areas when you can self damage him, and we've said that about basically every figure you can self damage.
Yeah,
If your figure is there as a defensive deterrent, like say Spirit of Vengeance, where you want to score those points, you got to go through it, but I can't trigger it myself, and you know what's coming, then that leads to the strategy of the game. Because as the active player with the Spirit of Vengeance, I'm going to position it and say, come on, hit me. Like either you deal with it or I'm going to keep hitting you with this piece. But when you do hit me, we've built into the team that this is what's going to happen. That's the effect of the piece. And that's perfectly fine.
yeah. Making that switch on those three pieces, I think, is a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, and if people still want to play Gauntlet Spidey or want to play this because they really like the piece and they want you to interact with it, I think there's ways of still building them to be effective
Well,
without them being the problematic thing of
just like with what
you
Miles
like
said,
I
though.
can trigger it.
If
Yeah.
you throw him out there and then he actually has to act like a figure. When you keep him by you and you just beat him around until he goes off, that's not that's not fun.
I agree.
no, it defeats the purpose, and I think that because I do think that the figure does have potential. I do think the figure can be good, but it's
The way that he's being
it's
built
being
around,
played
exactly, yeah, is not good.
just to abuse something is just it's yeah.
Those are the things
The
that I
amount of
want to see
abuse is
fixed.
out of hand.
Last figure here that he has is Tri-Sentinel. So there are a few ways to generate, and you can also just play multiples. The trait and speed special should be limited to once per turn for all characters with this trait or special power. I probably agree with that. I think they definitely should have been probably unique. Is that too far?
No,
Or
so I
not
think
fix it enough?
we need to give him the Krakoa treatment. He doesn't have a 15-point line.
So I think that is honestly probably good, but the problem is that there's so many things that were just built about bringing in 15-point Sentinels that this guy had to be thought of.
No, that's why I said yeah. That's why because where the starting line is, on the card,
Mm-hmm.
just act like they never even printed it
Oh,
like
right.
with Krakoa.
Right, yeah.
So now there's 75 points. That's it.
And then
That's
he's
what
not
I'm saying.
getting
You
played.
treat him like
Well, I
Krakoa.
guess no, he still gets the stop
What
click
up?
though. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
He still gets that.
He's going to
down
be
15.
played. Yeah, it's not to be. You're not going to be playing 6 of them.
So the real question is how many. Once you start really looking at this guy, you really see the potential that he has. I think the big question is how many events does this guy potentially ruin before something is addressed on him?
Well, it's going to be quite a lot, for sure. I do think that with the 15-point line that we know it's going to happen, the once per turn when an opposing character within range is given a free action, they have 9 range. It's very easy to bump it up with shield. You have 3 of those. You're taking 3 penetrating damage. It's ridiculous. Yeah, there's certain things that should be unique modifiers or for all characters with this trait. We've seen this with Ivy. We've seen this with multiple figures that even if that was once per turn for all characters with this trait, he's still being played in multiples.
Yeah. That's not the game breaker. It's just more free damage, and he's got the crazy legacy pieces of 9 range to start with.
Yeah.
Higher speed, all that. Yeah. So I think that this is something that probably will get addressed. I think the real question is how many events does he get to run wild in before? And because he won't be legal for states, I'm guessing he'll be legal for CCO then and wouldn't see an errata before that.
Yeah, no, that first trait I think is more of a problem than that one too. Is just because all he needs to do is just like sidestep, destroy blocking, and then just choose a character within 9 squares in line of fire. Okay, you take a penetrating.
And that stop click is impervious too,
Yeah,
and ESD. So even if you're, I guess you can pulse wave him with Cable because he's got Pensai. It's fine that Cable eats the Tri Sentinel.
I think it's fine if Tri Sentinel's unique. I think honestly that's the best solution.
All right, so he's got a couple one shots on here. Occult Retribution. Only allow this to work if an opposing figure was actually chosen. So what is... Man, this one I don't even remember what it is. This one
so
was...
I thought it was ruled that you had to. It's at the beginning of the turn you may choose a friendly character and an opposing character within 4 squares of each other. So since the you may that you have to be able to choose both.
What
I
set is
didn't-
that from?
That's from
There.
Collector's Trove.
Yeah, okay.
So Darkhold. But yeah, I thought that's how it was. That they
I'm
ruled
almost
it that
positive
way.
you do also. Because it says you have to do both. It says you may choose a friendly character and an opposing character. So that one I'm pretty sure you do have to choose both on. Assist from another world. The chosen sideline figure must have a different collector's number. That one we already have been saying for quite a while, so we think we all agree on that one. The only real, it's a really cool mechanic, real cool one shot. The most broken interactions with it are just using the same figure at a lower point line, right?
Yeah.
It was before Kong
Green Torch and
rotated. It
Infinite.
was before Green, but before that even, right? It was Kong bringing in a smaller
Yeah.
Kong. It's Green Torch at full after he got brought in by Batman, going into a lower Green Torch. I think Hadari Yao was even thought about
He was in a few events, yeah.
with that,
Yep.
where you bring in the smaller one. I know I saw that on a couple events, but yeah, that's the real issue. It's a totally fine card. Just make it a different collector number.
Oh, he edited it. It said this actually works the way I hoped. So he edited the evil entwinement. I just read that.
Yeah, that's evil. This is the Occult Retribution though.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure that's how it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that one is how it works too. So I took evil entwinement off here after you said that. Practice teamwork. I'm not sure this needs a change yet, but acknowledge that it should be looked at. So the practice teamwork is the new one that comes in the X-Men 97 Play at Home kit. So this is friendly characters have power, make an attack using this character's printed combat values. They may be given this power action even after being carried. And
This
that's
is the
10
perfect
points.
example of the first. This should have been the one shot that should have started with theme. This should have been 5 points and only usable on an X-Men theme team.
So I, again, think that that's overkill. I would have liked to see it be 10 points and only be played on a theme team. No, sorry, 10
Yeah, that
points.
works too, yeah.
10 points, but if you share a keyword... No, sorry. You have to use this, you have to share a keyword. And then if it's on a theme team, then it's free.
Yeah, it works too, yeah. I like it, yeah. If you're carried by a character that shares a keyword.
Yes. So you're already looking at having to hone in how you are going to carry whatever piece you want to carry. And then if you want to go full theme, then it's incentive to get that 10 points. Or not have to pay for that 10 points, I should say. That's where I would like to take these.
Yeah.
But where do you guys look at this as far as like being an issue?
So there's a it's tough. But I think there is a chance, but it being 10 points is where people don't do it. Because I guess the main reason why it's not as big of a problem as it could be is because of how easy it is to get full map. I think that's another example of the state of Modern not being in a good spot. The fact that something like this is obsolete because of how easy it is already to get to full map.
See, I think that's exactly what the issue is. Like, yeah, this sounds amazing, but how is this better than, again, the Goats or Zala or Diana? That's just place, and then you can still take whatever action you want to after that. This is, this is just power, make an attack so that you don't get running shot. right? You don't get
No.
any. It's printed combat values either, or also you can
Yeah.
pump up anyone else you want to with those other characters. So yeah, this is good, right? Really good, but at the same time,
Yeah. It's
compared to what else is out there, 10 points. You also gave up 10
that's
points,
uh,
and you have to leave the person that carried him out there. I don't know. I don't.
that's it. But normally we would be talking about like how broken this is, but like the
Yes.
fact that how broken the alpha is and how problematic the alpha already is, it's yeah.
That
Which
says a
is
lot.
and the same thing with Hadari Yao, is that Hadari Yao is one of the most broken range figures we've ever had, and it just shows you the state of the game to where like she's obsolete. When you look at what she does as a range attacker, like range is obsolete
Mm-hmm.
to the point where the most broken range figure barely sees play. And just like this, like the Alpha Strike is so overpowered that one of the most broken one shots isn't even broken because of how broken the game already is.
Right.
I have one quarrel here, Miles. Hadari Yao is not more broken than Prime Cable. So I think the best range attacker in the game is still getting played.
Well, and this is where my entire argument, like with Cable, is where I was talking about. It's what he does. It's because I haven't played any X-Men '97. I'm just using based off of experience of things that have happened, watching streams. So I've played against Hadari Yao, so I'm using my personal experience. With Cable,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about how the character sucks and all this stuff. I'm just talking about the interaction with the pulse wave
Damn.
itself. So
the they can both be pretty oppressive and pretty destructive. I agree. I've played them both, but it's not the same thing as pulling that off twice in the same turn.
yeah, no, but I get it. But no, yeah, that's it. But once again, though, this goes to their argument about how broken modern truly is if practice teamwork isn't a problem. Like that's insane.
Yeah,
That
that's
this isn't a
wild.
problem.
Everybody was super like, "Oh, the game's over. That's it." And I haven't seen anybody play it.
No.
No, because that's it's so crazy because like how broken this could be. But it's like why? I can save 10 points and still get full map. I don't care.
Yeah. And not be limited to a power action and attack with your printed values.
Yeah.
The other one shots, two more. So Crimson Bands of Sidorak. I would add a line to say that the character also can't have made or make an attack this turn. So this one is
Agreed.
friendly characters have power. Choose a character within range and line of fire that hasn't taken damage this turn until your next turn. That character has immobile and immune. If this character has the mystical keyword, the chosen character also modifies attack -3 until your next turn. Modifying attack -3 is pretty good. It's probably would
So
have been
the
better.
reason why is it seems like they're missing a line says choose an opposing character. This feels like a defensive where you're choosing a figure for an opposing character, but it's got the lack of a wording of an opposing character, which it seems that's I think that like one shots are allergic to putting that word in. I mean, we've seen it, with Canon Event, it's stuff like that. It's I think if it was choose an opposing character, I think it's totally different. I think that's what this should be more so as you choose an opposing character. Because all this is just it's the same thing as Canon Event.
Yeah, it is. Except now it's a power action. You also need to bring somebody within range of that person to do this.
That's fine. I mean, it's very easy to pull off.
This is where you're split, right? Because this also helps somebody not get demolished turn one on an alpha on your team.
Yes, it's but that's like I said, that's where the problem lies. Is that something that is because we've seen this with a few of these one shots. Some of these one shots that can help the defense actually makes the alpha better.
How does this
Canon
one make the
Event's
alpha
same thing.
better,
Like,
though?
I'm gonna protect this. It's only mystical keyword that modifies the attack -3. Look at how many figures we have.
I
Okay,
did miss that part.
so look at the legacy figures we have first off. Like that's Doctor Strange with 10 range. And
That's, yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
we'll take a power action with him. 15-point Tri-Sentinel in 9 range, and he's a Colossal. We'll take a power action
Yeah.
with him.
Yeah, okay. I'll agree with that. I would, if they have not made or make an attack this turn, it is fair to add to that. I thought that I didn't see the mystical keyword part. I just thought that that character also modified their attack -3.
Yeah. No, that would be if they didn't have if they just modified the attack -3, absolutely. If they cuz see that's what they're going for is that that's why I said it. It feels like you want to choose an opposing character because if that character has a mystical keyword. So that way even if they have range it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They have -3 to their attack. If they remove this character has a mystical keyword, it's totally fine and it would be used as a defensive.
Yeah, but you can also do exactly what you just said, though, where they're up there after they made the attack and they don't care. Someone with a higher than average range could, I guess, still do that.
Yeah.
And
It's
that's
still,
where
but
you
yeah,
run
that's
that's where you run into the broken cannon event. Now it's harder than KOing a bystander. You just have to power action,
but
it's still probably not great.
like it's still like I said, you can still build around it and work with it. We've seen plenty of figures with ridiculous ranges. Like I said, the 15-point Tri-Sentinel because people aren't playing theme anyway. All right, he's got 9 range, 11 range with sidestep.
So this might be an example, I don't know, of a piece or a one shot that might be theme team specific or could see that to only mystical.
No, I think that's exactly where this should go. If you make that change, this is great.
Or it's a spell one shot. Maybe they keep doing all these different types of one shots. What do we have? We have spell. We have
Darkhold.
Darkhold is the other one. Yeah, maybe they specifically
Infinity Gem.
Infinity Gem is another one. Yeah, so maybe that would be a way to work on that. Is just Infinity Gem could be what, like cosmic, spell would be mystical. I guess Darkhold would have to be mystical too.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess
no, just dark. The Darkhold. The Darkhold should just be Darkhold chases.
Yeah, but that's not a keyword. How do you say that? Sculpt must have a gauntlet on their sculpt, right?
No, so no, that's the whole entire thing is that like that's where if they don't have a point value or anything, something like that because they just add 3 Darkholds to their sideline.
Yeah, they're kind of built into the cost of the chases.
Yeah.
Pete, do you have anything specific about Crimson Bands of Sidorak?
No, I think what you guys suggested is very reasonable. I don't have anything else to add with that.
All right, this is his last one. This is probably the biggest one from Strange, I think. Strange Tales. Images of Icon. So instead of rolling, maybe just give 2 illusion markers. So that's just kind of cutting the difference then and not having any chance. So yeah, you'll never have a 1, but you'll also never get a 3. So this one is, where is this? Right here. So friendly characters with the mystical keyword have free roll a d6 and give this character a number of illusion markers equal to half the result. As long as this character has any illusion markers when they would be targeted by an attack, they may remove an illusion marker. If they do, they can't be targeted by that attack. The attacker may choose a new target. At the beginning of your next turn, remove all illusion markers from this character. So this obviously is really strong. It is 10 points. Now, this is starting to actually talk about keywords, though. So, Miles,
Yes.
what do you think about that?
Yeah, this is where it gets the keywords, and I think that this is where we have with tarot is that you're going to have these tied to certain figures. Obviously, we can't do that now, but I'm talking about like going forward. The reason why this is extremely good is because the ability of it being able to be overturned because it's a spell.
Yes, with some of the characters that if
That's
they KO a
amazing.
piece.
Yeah, and they go, oh, but you need to have mystical keyword. Okay, because that's one of the worst keywords in the game. Yeah, but I guess it's probably fine because it's an answer because these are protected pulse wave.
Yeah, all the one shots are protected pulse wave or whatever because of the back of the card.
Yep. Yeah, this is just I would have just liked to see these like tied to specific characters. Like even just these are spell, so like the chases, Like the chasers are the only ones that can get this, and their point values would only be worth it if they're face down at the end of the game. So you get them for free, but your opponent's going to score 10 points at the end of the game if you turn it over.
So his suggestion was just making it 2. So if you just assume,
I think that's a buff.
yeah, I'm pretty torn on if that's a fix or not.
Look at Molecule Man. Look at the Molecule Man change. That made it consistent. And when you remove dice from the equation, you can then strategize and work around it easier.
I agree with that, actually.
It should be 1 illusion marker.
That's not worth 10 points, though. Think of all the smash and bash flurry pieces that get in your face. Look at Spot.
No, I know.
Spot right there.
It's tough.
Spot right there says all of your illusion markers are gone. Free flurry, costed flurry, illusion markers are gone, and I get to make an attack on you.
Well, he can still do that with his 4 attacks, but yeah, it's tough.
But I'm saying, like, you have a chance to roll a 1, right? And there are so many attacks. Look at the team that Lucas had where he was punching, was it 14 for 7, 13 for 7? And he got to make that attack how many times?
Yeah, but see, you're thinking way too inside of the box. You need to think outside of the box of why this is bad. You
Take
can't
us
do
outside
any of
the
those
box,
free
then.
attacks.
What
You don't
ones?
need to. No one can take those free attacks. Because I'm activating this, and I'm giving them to Juice.
What?
I'm activating this and giving it to Beetlejuiceberg.
Okay. What are you doing then?
That's the entire point of that, because he can just die, and you're talking about all these figures that can, give free attacks, and so I'm being devil's advocate here. Obviously, I'm not going to do that.
Well, yeah, but that's 1 turn.
Yeah, it's usually good enough. It's tough. I do think that this is also something that you can use, with the alpha, and I realize that it is mystical keyword. Like, I get that, but it's not like mystical has bad figures.
I think that there would be a bigger issue if you got to keep the illusion markers. For 10 points, you're just saying that this character cannot be targeted for 3 attacks.
Yeah.
Shape change says that character can't be targeted.
No, it's still, it's actually one of I do like this. I get where he's at, but it's one of those things that this has potential, and this is the exact, like, when you're thinking of things that you can see potential problems, but you're also giving the argument to where I think you think it's fine. This is the thing that would go on a watch list, because on paper it seems really good. In practice, you've tried it, it seems really good, and you know that there might be potential, but you're not quite sure it's there yet. That's when you put it on the watch list, and as soon as you see it getting the true abusal that it does, then that's when you take notice and say, okay, this is what we need to fix after this. I think that a lot of the things in the game right now that we're seeing, we've seen it tested, we've seen what it does and why it's bad. And this is one of the ones. This isn't like the Sidorak one where the Crimson Gems, that's obvious. This is one of those things where it's interesting, and there is potential for both sides. That just needs to be watched. But I do think that he's on the right track for having this on his list for sure.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Where if you look at, like you said, some of these, going back to even Rivalry or Canon Event, right? We looked at those right away, and it's like, this is terrible. This one, I'm a little bit more on the offense of. We need to find something that can at least temporarily deal with the alpha. And I feel like this, and if you make those changes to the Crimson one, that's not a bad either. A bad option. The problem is that it's going to be
abused. The fact
that
it's 10 points,
as a,
I think is that's
images?
actually where I'm at. Yeah, the fact that it's 10 points.
And you have a chance to roll a 1, right?
Yeah.
Sure, you can get it back.
Yeah, I think 2 is a buff. Yeah, I think 2 is a buff.
I agree.
We saw it with Molecule Man. When you remove dice, it's a buff.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I think this is something to have on a watch list before doing anything with. Whereas I do think that Crimson Band adding opposing character, or sorry, adding no, they can't make an attack, right? You suggested opposing character. He suggested make an attack or have made an attack.
Yeah, so yeah.
I like it as a defensive option,
So
because again, you go second. How many pieces are in your face? You can at least say for 5 points, you cannot kill this piece. So this is something that I think is a good defensive option.
no, but it's one of those things though. Like I said, that it's where it can't be used defensively, but it can also be used offensively. That's the same thing with cannon event, where okay, I know this is coming, so I'm going to KO this bystander and give it to me. But it was the ability to be able to do that with the alpha,
right.
that
So
was cause it problematic.
what he
That's
said,
why it needs to be looked at.
so what he said though, they can't have made or make an
Yes,
attack this turn.
yeah.
So that fixes that. And now it is defensive. Now that piece can't go up there and be immune. So I like this one shot. I just think it needs to be changed a little bit. But same thing with Cannon Event. If Cannon Event would have gotten the errata that it needs to be something KO'd by an opposing effect, that would have been different too. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah.
For Cannon.
No, yeah, because
Okay.
that becomes a defensive. Yeah, yeah. The cannon event is that's a standard character. But then again, I guess that's still not good enough because you have the freaking symbiotes.
What's that?
Standard character for cannon event to work.
Yeah, but they still have to get KO'd by an opposing effect. So it would be the opponent that's triggering it,
That's
no matter
true.
what. So they're still choosing.
they just don't like
when to
opposing.
use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So McConnell's post there was the inspiration for this episode, but we did throw up on the recording post. We wanted to hear from you guys too on this, and we did get a couple of responses. First is Anthony Barnstable, who says, in reference to your State of Modern question, I have been playing since 2005, stopped playing competitively in 2014, but continue to follow competitive play. I talked with someone who started playing in the past 2 years. He and I have very different perspectives on what is a best era of cliX or healthy meta or things like that. For each of you, what was your favorite era in terms of the meta health of HeroClix Modern Age? Comparing it to other games, how do you feel the meta health is today versus those games or at different points in HeroClix history? What defines a healthy meta in your mind? What does the gameplay feel like? And team building experience feel like when the meta is at its healthiest? Why are those things the one that matter to you? And why are other people's definitions of the healthiest meta less right and less important, which is not meant to be a mean question, but is valid to consider if their opinion on what is healthy meta means are different from yours. All right, so let's break this down here. So first, let's do, what was your favorite era in terms of the meta health of HeroClix Modern Age? So, Miles, when did you jump in again?
So I started playing right after Hyper Time came out and right before Clobbering Time.
Okay. And then how many years did you play for then?
So I stopped in 08. So I played the first 5 years of the game, like 03 to 2008.
Relatively competitive at the time or no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it was competitive. Yeah, I played competitive.
So how does that compare to like the most recent 5 years?
Way simpler. So it was really weird. My favorite era of it, like when it was first started, obviously you were able to like carry someone and they were able to attack. The ranges were out of control. You had 10 range prob. The maps were wide open. So it was very different. When Indie Clix came out in 03, it really became more about strategy because there really wasn't a lot of move and attack in the game. So it felt like the design really changed to where you would set up for your next turn. And so that's where strategy really came in. That was what I actually liked the most was where strategy came into play more. So there was a few alphas. You obviously had a few pieces that were problematic, with the icon Superman. but the majority of the time, it was going to be strategy based, except for a few figures. And that was probably Icon Superman. I would probably say is when the first time it became at its unhealthiest, to the fact that they had to completely change how a power worked because of one figure. Like
Which I don't think we've seen anything
hypersonic
like
speed.
that recently.
No, hypersonic speed completely changed. So you used to be able to use an object with the attack. You used to not have to half your range. And so they completely changed hypersonic speed for that one figure. That's how bad that figure was. And in perspective, too, he was a veteran, which, obviously is super rare. So you can say he's equivalent to a rare. But back then, like, the boosters were legitimately randomized. And I don't remember how many I pulled when that set came out. But I do remember when I came back in 2021, I bought 3 cases of icons because they were like $40 each. So I had 146 boosters. I pulled 1 veteran Superman out of 146 boosters. So the rarity of the figures also, because he just broke the game. Like, because you could TK him 10 range. He was at, I think, 13 speed, 12 attack, 5 damage. So you can TK him 10. He can hypersonic, up. You can also yo-yo. It was just disgusting because you could also perplex damage at this time. He was pretty close to destroying the game. That one figure, it was hilariously bad.
So like that Superman could kind of like define that time frame. So you said you came back in 2021. What was the newest set then? That wasn't Future Foundation.
I'm going back in there. No, it was. I think Rise and Fall. It was Rise and Fall, I want to say.
Okay, so then what would
Rise and Fall just came out?
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, what was like around that time? So where did like
Wonder Woman 80?
Wonder Woman 80. Okay.
So when I first came in, so it was the Prime
shift.
Batman. Yeah, no, the meta was the team that Pal was playing, because I joined in October, so literally 2 months after Rise and Fall came out, and just said, you know what? Let's jump right into the fire. And I just started to play on Roll20 in the broadcast events. It's like 2 weeks after I came back. And it was I actually didn't do too bad because I think strategy was still like a huge part of that game because, I mean, you also had the alphas, but, it was a little bit reined in as long as you went first because you're able to pick the map. So, but if like there was the Latveria pass team with Prime Batman, and the Dark Phoenix, Doom Swap, Sky Tyrant. If that team went first, you're losing. And that would be the team that would say defined it. And then you also had X-Men Swap just starting.
Okay.
So that was actually, so it's actually gonna be funny that I actually think that that's been the healthiest era of cliques that I played, even with the X-Men Swap, for just the first few months, which is right before Legacy Thanos came out, when they had the online worlds. I think that was actually the healthiest. I was able to go 3-2 as a newish player that hadn't played in 14 years. Barely miscut playing Deadpool the Duck. That piece is not French. That piece is just not good.
Correct.
And the fact that I was still able to use strategy, being a newer player, still figuring a game out, like that's why I would say that's the healthiest. Because like there in no world should a figure like that, you would think like nowadays, you wouldn't even come close to having a winning record with a team that's built around that piece, where strategy is involved. Because strategy has essentially become obsolete with the current modern, because of just how easy the alpha is.
So how would you break it down? I would say like the Wonder Woman 80 chases were probably like a time period, and then what would be next? The Legacy Thanos kind of took over. That turned into
so
Legacy Apocalypse.
I think Wonder
Woman
Woman 80
more worlds.
Legacy Apocalypse was more worlds. I think it was Legacy Thanos. Honestly, would have defined that era.
Yeah,
it was really weird because this is before we had in-person events again. So it was just online, and I'm not sure what it was before. I came back in October of 2021. I can just say that the meta was essentially like almost figured out by then because that was 2 months after X-Men Rise and Fall, and so people were, I guess Fantastic Four swap probably was a bigger deal, and then X-Men swap came out, and then yeah, it was Legacy Thanos afterwards. Like it was, there's nothing even close to Legacy Thanos, and the pre-errata Legacy Thanos, regardless, is just was a problem, but I still don't think that it once he was fixed, we at least had the emotional modifier that would able to rein him in.
But the problem
Even
was is
though,
that
like, if you went second,
he was able to
destroy it.
blow exactly,
So it's
yeah.
still-
So
yeah.
that wasn't even an answer. It was
Yeah,
still based
so
off
it's
of who
still-
went first.
Yeah. So it's that, and it's weird to say too that I think that it actually got worse in hindsight, where going first, your opponent picks the map, and I think the only reason why I'm saying that now is because we don't have things like barrel to really mitigate it, because it's at the point now where map doesn't matter. Only going first, like it's
With all the
very weird how
improved movement.
your opponent. Yeah, it's very weird how it's pretty much a scrimmage game with how easy it is, and the figures that we have that just get full map and just don't even care with it. Like, yeah, go ahead, put me on bunker. I don't care. I don't need it. And so, yeah, you literally have teams that are built for first, and they don't care what map you put it on. And so, like, I just don't think that's a good spot. But yeah, I would probably say the best is probably that era right before Legacy Thanos came out. Like, there was no reason why I should have went 3-2 with Deadpool the Duck, but just having strategy is somehow was good enough.
So I think
That's
that was
actually when I met,
definitely one of the
past
better
Brian.
ones. Was back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out to
And
the Pacific Northwest for a couple events out there too. We got to play a lot of I don't want to say a lot, but we got to play a handful around that time too still with all the sets. I think the only sets that we really didn't get to play were like JLU. That was very limited. I don't think we got to play much at all before that rotated out. But we got to play Wonder Woman 80 in person a decent amount before that route
yeah, because they
rotated
got
out.
the extra year.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Wonder Woman 80 got an extra year, so.
But I think that even though
Which sucked that JLU didn't.
those chases were like super, super good and a lot of people played them, it still wasn't like the only call. You know, if you play them, you don't just win and people can still play their teams. Other things were still usable and you could win with them. But I think, what is it?
Yep,
Probably...
so Sky Tyrant and Scarab were definitely, like, there was that era with Scarab where Scarab was a problem. And even more so when you started with equipment. Because that happened right before he rotated. I think, was that? Oh, no, it was after he rotated.
No,
but yeah, that was...
he was still legal with X of Swords because you could play Scarab and Legacy Apocalypse, and that was all X of Swords stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, there was... and, yeah, they didn't touch him then. And that's where the community came together. A majority of them said that, yeah, no, we're not going to play Scarab to play that. Obviously, you know, you're not going to get everyone to, and, you know, if someone wants to play Scarab because they want to, you know, like, no one's stopping you because, like, they're saying, yeah, he's fine to play. But that could have been really bad if people jumped on the Scarab bandwagon.
He just looks really cool, and he had cool effects. It's unfortunate that he does too much that he's basically banned forever.
Yeah, there's and once again, the extreme. There's no middle ground. It's just an extreme.
Yeah.
You either have the figure that doesn't do is either not good enough or too good. We have a few middle ground figures, but they're few and far between when you compare them from the other ends of the spectrum.
Let's try to get back on track here with the eras, though. So if we said Wonder Woman 80 was one era, that moved into Legacy Thanos. What was after Legacy Thanos?
See, after Legacy Thanos, Prime Spider-Man.
It jumps right into that, you think?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so Legacy Thanos got errated pretty quick.
Okay.
Once in-person play started. And then that's when everyone said, oh, he's not good.
And Mashes of Evil was around that same time. And then he rotated out.
Because Prime Spider-Man was right after that.
Was he still around for 2004 Worlds? Or no? No,
2024.
he was not. He was good for 2023 Worlds, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't at the Yeah, it was 2023 Worlds. Yeah,
Okay. And then what would you say was
that's
around?
Pat Frazier won with him, right?
Yeah, that
If I
checks
believe
out.
correctly, it was MOE swapped him. So, oh, I guess Sakarian Iron Man. Actually, before we had Prime Spider-Man, we had the Sakarian Iron Man,
The
and that
Scarlet
was
Witch and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, Scarlet Witch. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, we had the Scarlet Witch that went straight into the Prime Spider-Man, and that's made the All Black come back. There was a few months where Young Avengers were there at Fringe, but like the moment everyone remembered All Black, the Young Avengers died, which was sad.
And then after he rotated out, then it was a little bit more open. So I think I wasn't a huge fan of the Scarlet Witch time because she kind of became the
Yeah, it
the
was.
number one piece there.
Yeah.
You kind of either had to play it or have a really good plan against it. And then there was also like the defensive version of it that just kind of killed any enjoyment of the game, where you just kind of set up shop and say, "Come get me." And then the addition of what was it, the Angler, also made that really rough.
Yep, and that was one Worlds.
Yes, so I think that was probably one of my
Yeah.
least favorite. I think the Wonder Woman 80 chases were probably a higher point, which I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with. And then I was at least Masters of Evil, Prime Spider-Man. You could still play a lot of other stuff at that same time. So that was still, I think, a high point. And then that led into, what would you say was after that? Right before
So
the
after
Smash and
that,
Bash.
that's when we. So before the Smash and Bash, that's where we had like this little lull area. We had Notorious come out where people tried, getting that to work. So that was still, and then we had what the Wheels of Vengeance from, Blackheart Kong. What am I? Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah,
Oh,
right after
yeah.
Prime Spidey was Blackheart Kong.
So that was
Like,
not
yeah, that
great
was
either. So,
no,
and then there was
yeah, it
kind
was
of like a
Blackheart
lost
Kong.
period before it really turned into the Smash and Bash stuff. It just kind of everyone kind of seemed to be, nothing was really sticking, right?
So we had, when you look at like after it was still Kong. Kong was still prevalent. We had 200-point Kong like starting to really see an uptick in play. Plants saw a really uptick in play.
Oh, that was
I would say it went
terrible.
from
That was a low point.
yeah, yeah, because that was the same era as the Blackheart Kong. It was Blackheart Kong and Plants.
Yes. Okay. So that was a low time
Um,
for me. So let's start back over. Pete, where would you say out of starting at Wonder Woman 80? Because we played around the same time as far as competitive stuff. I think you probably started a little bit after me, though.
I actually prefer the competitive stuff before that. I like the competitive stuff around ABPI. Honestly, when we
With
first started,
Unimind and stuff.
yeah, I didn't mind that at all. I thought there were a bunch of different varied builds until you got to like Vulture. Right, Vulture, then that was terrible
That was
for a little
terrible,
bit.
yeah. So the addition
As
of
far
him
as the
ruined
Wonder
it.
Woman 80 stuff, like I thought it was okay. I just thought that set was weird because all of a sudden, like we weren't going to give you powers, so we'll give you worse version of those powers. So, but I liked the Fantastic Four and the Fantastic Four, Future Foundation, Rise and Fall. That whole era was kind of fun because there was different builds. There was the high level like winning stuff, but you could still play other things. Like Fantastic Four Swap was very viable, so I liked that type of thing.
And then that went into, I think, Legacy Thanos.
hmm That was terrible.
And then what do we say came next? Then it was the Disney Plus stuff, the Disney Plus chases. Did you get to play a
Yeah.
lot around that time and have to deal with Scarlet Witch? I feel like you didn't. Did you? You had a lot of Sakari and
No,
Iron Man
so
though.
I no, I did play. We played quite a bit. I never ran into her. Like I ran into her like one time. It was the strangest thing. Like every time we would go to events and stuff, everybody would talk about how they ran into a witch team, and I'm like, I've seen one the whole day. So I played a ton of Sakari and Iron Man and other stuff at that time.
yeah, I was that was the weird spot because that's when I was playing the broadcasts weekly. So the witches got old real quick with Surfer and everything for sure.
Yeah, and those were always different too because you didn't have to have the actual piece. So whatever you wanted, you just had. And those teams, I'm sure, were pretty
Yeah.
frustrating.
Yeah, and that was there's also a lot of people that like wondered like why, you know, I didn't just play, all the good stuff, and I had to explain to them that, that's not who I am. I'm just here to play, have fun playing online. I'm not taking it serious.
What was after? What do we say was after Disney Plus? That was the Spider-Man, Masters of Evil stuff.
Yeah,
That was Batman Team
that,
Up. Will we have Batman Team Up?
Yeah, but that really
Because
was
that was
you had constructs, right? But that really wasn't meta defining, I don't think. Besides the constructs.
yeah, it was. Yeah, the
Besides
stop
the
sign. Yeah,
constructs.
the stop signs.
Besides the constructs.
Well, we had World's Finest. That was really saw a nice thing. And then we got small maps. Beyond Amazing was meta defining as a whole because it completely changed how you played the game. Because that's when it introduced small maps.
So
I,
where do
I
you think it
remember
went?
that Worlds.
Yeah. So where was
That
it there?
Worlds that Pat won with Prime Spidey and MOE swap was pretty varied teams for the most part, right?
Yeah. See, I like that one. That was easily probably
Yeah,
my favorite,
no,
honestly.
yeah. No, it was just the whole entire problem was dealing with the surfers. Just seeing the surfers and it's like, really? Hate surfers.
Oh yeah, no, I hated them too. And that was I feel
But
like they should have done something
we're
about
always,
them.
yeah. You're always gonna have figures like that in the meta, but I mean, realistically, the year that Pat won, outside of that, because the only problem that was during that was the witches, because that was the year the witches rotated. Or did
Yeah,
the
they
witches
rotated a
rotate the year
little
before?
early, pretty fast.
Yeah, no, yeah, they rotated right after that.
And then
Yeah,
we said
because that was Sicarian.
then it kind
with
of was
Pat.
that weird point, and then it went into the smash and bash. So Pete, where would you say your favorite one is right there? I think mine was like Masters of Evil Spider-Man time.
As far as like hard meta play and a Worlds experience, that one
Like for that
is
that
prior
lasted
to
for a
that.
year. Like when you would go to events, like it was kind of like that was the era.
So I
Yeah, I
think
can
we're
agree
probably
with
gonna.
that.
I think we're gonna probably have like similar opinions that we both prefer more teams,
Right.
more variation.
That's the main
And that's
thing.
what I think Miles would say too, because Miles always
Mhm.
describes himself as a fringe player, so he wants to see variation. Like
Yeah,
we
and I'm
didn't
not
need to
saying
see.
that.
We knew what Thanos did, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'll get mad if I don't win an event. Like that's not at
Right.
all what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, just the experience of being able to compete, having a chance to compete. Like even if I went 1-4, like when I went 1-4 with Frightful Four, like the fact is that the what four of those or three of those four losses, like I legitimately had a chance to win if I really wanted to. It was just I was just playing dumb. I didn't optimize the team. So the fact that like that I was still able to compete, like that's all that matters. Like, the win loss record I think is that doesn't really bother me. It's more of the experience and like just to be able to compete with something that's considered obsolete.
I just don't like seeing the same piece across the board for 80% of my games in an event.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
I
one
agree
thing to
with
not
that.
not enjoy your one game that you have to play against a piece that you don't like, but when it's always going to be at every single event, 80% of the games that you're playing, that's when I think is a sad era.
yeah.
All right, so comparing it to other games, how do you feel the meta health is today versus those games or at different points in HeroClix history?
But he's talking about other games. So I don't know exactly what games. I don't know if he's talking about like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic. I think realistically that they're both similar, where you are going to have, you'll be able to have fun in some, but there's gonna be some eras where like it's so toxic that you can ruin an event and ruin people's experience with clicks at the same time as you can for Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, I guess it's always going to be the nature of the beast with competitive. It's honestly why. And the one thing that Clix does have in its favor over Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh is that it's not consistently as toxic, but at the same time, I think that there's some instances where when you're trying to compare a miniatures game and a card game to where a miniatures game can actually be more toxic with similar game styles. The Yu-Gi-Oh has the flood mechanic, which is like, stopping your opponent from drawing cards and everything, which, you have to have like the perfect hand for that. With cliX, we have similar things where it's like your opponent can't play the game. The only difference is that it's easier to do that in cliX to create that toxic environment than it is in a card game, even if it's a similar experience.
The most
And more
toxic
people
stuff is
play it,
usually
but
fixed
yes.
a lot quicker though in those other games. I think that's really
Yes.
the biggest thing,
Yeah,
right?
if it ruins one tournament, they instantly fix it. Yeah.
Right. And they have so many more tournaments that's,
Yeah.
it's
And also cliX is this is also another huge difference that I will bring up, and cliX is also one of the very few games that doesn't have a restricted list for its main format, and that goes with other warring games like Warhammer, Marvel Crisis Protocol, as well, where the main format doesn't have a restricted list.
well, I think
And
with what we've seen with
so
the
if you-
success in Silver, I think everyone's starting to lean towards wanting that in Modern too.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have your naysayers, and there's nothing wrong for that. Like that's how they want to play. But I think when you're just doing it and just looking at it through the lens of like what you like, I think that can be bad, and I think that you want to try and think of it as the community as a whole and how to grow this community. We don't have the benefits or the luxury that the Yu-Gi-Oh universe has, the Magic the Gathering players, Pokemon. Like, we have 2,000 players. That's like a regional.
Yeah. I just want to
for
see
those games.
more things played. And so if you can take away one or two things and more people want to play because they can play what they want to play, that's a much healthier meta.
Yeah, I think so too. And if we ever get to the fan base that Magic the Gathering has and everything, then I think that you can try and change, because when you have 2,000 players, okay, then you're going to see such a huge diversity. But we're never going to see those numbers. We're just not. And so you have to try and mitigate that. I mean, board-wide effects just are horrible and terrible. Like, period. Like, that's every single one of them.
Yeah. Last one here. Why are other people's definitions of the healthiest meta less right and less important, which is not meant to be a mean question, but is valid to consider if their opinions on what a healthy meta means are different from yours? So, I mean, this is obviously referencing a certain piece, right? So this is...
Yeah. I think that I know where he's getting the word at, so I'll answer this first. We are by no means saying that we're right and everyone else is wrong. This is our podcast, so we're going to give our opinions. And then, and other people are going to have their opinions.
So I'm going to take this the other way, and I'm going to say we actually are right and other people are wrong, because the people that do like Beetlejuice realistically either don't play the game at a high level or they do play a game at a very high level, and they're the type of people that want to win at all costs. And just like we just spent the last 30 minutes talking about, we want to see more people playing the game. That's more important than me taking first in an event. Me having fun, me being able to play pieces that aren't the top highest level piece, that's more important to me. So that's why I'm going to say my opinion is correct, because my goal isn't to beat out everybody and ruin their time. I don't want people to come and play against my team and then say, I don't even want to play this game anymore. And you know what? That's what Beetlejuice does, Anthony.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah, no, I mean, you have a valid argument there. I'm just saying that I'm not going to go ahead and just, and just go ahead and just say you're wrong. I mean, everyone's
for this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that for this.
But I think that what you're trying to say is that we're not. This isn't an opinion. This is fact. That's what you're trying to say, is that we're spitting facts, not opinions. Yeah. No, well, I think that you were eloquent with your answer, and I think that's yeah.
Go back to what we were also talking about before, right? With, Legacy Thanos or Carnage Silver Surfer. Like, I hated playing against those pieces, but I will still travel to an event. I can build a little bit differently, still kind of play what I want to, and it's not as terrible, right?
Yeah.
Well, you could still play
right.
what
That's
your pieces did.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. There was nothing about Carnage Silver Surfer That
It was a
said, your
terrible
piece doesn't
piece.
function. It's just a hyper efficient attacker.
Overly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at when me and Pete first teamed up in the 2v2, like I believe that I had to play against two of the teams that we went against. We played 5 games, 4 Swiss and then 1 top 8. 3 of those 5 games were against Legacy Thanos with
See,
my team.
exactly. And that's what I don't like. It's if you want to play that piece, then
I went 5-0.
play that piece. It's not. But was that a fun
Yeah, I was
event?
still able to.
Was that a fun event?
So I will say this: that my experiences against those teams, I never really had a major issue going with him because at that time I was able to play what I want, and it just so happened that what I wanted to play was a great counter. I was playing Fantastic Four swap, and this version was a double Fantastic Four celebrity swap. So I had Sakari and Iron Man on there, So I had a lot of different, ways to play the game to be able to counter Thanos. And yeah, no, I beat him. Like that was, but it was a slog. I don't like only getting 3 turns in a game. I will say that.
I agree.
That is a huge part of me not enjoying the game, and I don't understand why you have these people that like are totally fine and think it's okay to be taking these 20-minute turns, and that's not just with free actions. That's just because they're, instead of them practicing their team or working in their head as your opponent's going, that's them waiting for their turn, and then they're going to talk out, because if you talk out what you're going to do, they don't see it as stalling. And they're trying to tell me every potential action they could do. I don't need you to talk to me like that for 20 minutes. And that's without even taking free actions. I've seen people do beginning of turn triggers and take 15 minutes to just doing that on stream. So, and there's no free actions there. So that's that's the main problem that I have when we talk about Beetlejuiceburg, is that when you see those games on stream, that's how those games are played.
Yeah.
It's not about mitigating an alpha. It's about limiting the amount of time that you're even playing games. If you look at nationals, those games are so low scoring, and we had with a few of the games, and they had like 3 turns. Like that's not an efficient game to get 3 turns in. Like that's where the bad experience comes in, not just not being able to play your team, but the fact that even if that player was not playing Juice, you would still have the experience of a shitty time because of that play style that is encouraged by a decent portion of the community, which is crazy, to try and take up as much time as you can and stall without stalling because you're playing within the rules. This happened with in Yu-Gi-Oh! This guy went on a documentary about it. He went to an event to purposely do that, and they tried to disqualify him, and they couldn't because it was within the rules. So I think that's the shittiest way to be a competitive player and actually try to ruin people's time by working within the loopholes and within the rules of taking as much time as you can just so your opponent can't play, and just totally being fine with that.
Pete, is there anything you want to add to that one too before we go on?
Yeah, I'll answer the question. I don't actually have another game that I can really compare this to. As far as like competitive tabletop games, HeroClix has really been the only game I've ever really played that way. There's been other tabletop games I played, but they're not in a competitive thing, more in like they're like BattleTech or things like that, where there's like a campaign. It's not a direct one-on-one kind of thing. So I don't have a comparison for that. As far as opinions, I appreciate everybody's opinion, even if I don't agree with it. And in this case, I'm sorry if it comes down to Beetlejuice, I just don't agree with it. Do we perseverate on Beetlejuice? I think so, probably. But I think we're consistent in what we're saying as a podcast and as a group. Like, we want to err on the side of, diverse meta, fun for the players, like fun interactions, fun events. And he just fundamentally alters the game so significantly that you have a high potential. How do I do this? So if I travel and I pay $35 to enter an event, and I play something that I'm really interested in playing, and there's anything remotely like a free action on it, or flurry, or anything else, I am basically gambling that day that I'm not going to run into him and not be able to use the piece that I purchased, that I built around, that I gave up my time and my money to travel. And it's fine. It's fine if somebody wants to play that. I get it's part of the game, but it doesn't mean I have to say it's okay. That's my opinion.
I agree with that opinion.
I pretty much said everything I had. Is that I think that you hit the nail on the head when you're talking about the players that are consistently okay with Beetlejuice, and I think fundamentally that a good reason is because reactions are getting out of hand, and I think that the players that take those long turns with or without free actions, and we've seen it time and time again on stream,
Right.
consistently with the same players.
All right, let's go to
That's just how they play.
Mark Bird, Estrella up there in DGen Lights. Thank you guys. Jumping straight into state of play, I'd have to start with the alpha being a big concern. I've been on the receiving end of some pretty gnarly ones over the years and feel that the loss of barrel has really opened up the floodgates. That sounds familiar. Mobility just feels really unhampered in these actions, and equipment like Cosmic Cube just really helps alongside TK to get anyone up there. So that's why they're playing Cosmic Cube then. Hoping for the, free place?
Free place.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Beetlejuiceberg, a.k.a. Motorcycle, a.k.a. Keaton, a.k.a. the ghost with the most, a.k.a. Beetle Drink, is certainly problematic. Would it not be most fitting to errata him to not be able to be played on main force, so he has to be called out with 3 power actions? I think he's terrible on the sideline. He's even worse on the sideline, right?
So I will say,
yeah.
if he has a battery, he's worse.
Yeah.
If you're just playing him and there's no battery to keep him out, bring him out. Let's do it. Hopefully you roll a 1, right? If you're gonna do that, because if not, that piece is dead most of the time against most pieces.
Now, don't forget
if you have a battery, he's essentially 100-point free game element that shuts down the game.
Right. And I haven't seen this since, I don't know, maybe since Worlds, but you can also still get like a black symbiote to call him in, and then you KO that, and as long as the rest of the stuff on your team is non-standard, you can also keep him in as if you have like a Loki battery, and there's no drawback. So
yeah,
there's
I
still
would
other
file
ways
that
to
kind of under
manipulate.
battery stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's the same, but yeah, absolutely, it's just a different way of doing the same crappy thing.
Anyone keeping him around that way needs to take the unavoidable, and then the opponent will likely dogpile Bill. An outright ban would be great, but he does make for great Chair Panther bait. He does. I honestly just want to see. I think the effect would be fine if there was a range on it. It's make it a range, so you have to think about maybe TKing out of that range. So then you would have to be able to use your freeze or something like that. Actually put strategy into it versus just nope, you don't get to play your team.
That's my main objective with it is the lack of strategy.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have the rebuttal of, but the strategy is that you have to build around the piece. That's not a strategy. There shouldn't be something that you have to fundamentally just and during force construction. That's not strategy.
Right.
That's just eliminating figures.
That's not, making sure that you have an outwit on your team, or, a couple probs, or you have barrier, or you have to put a leadership piece on your team. This is, how do you prepare just, this piece actually, I can't play it.
No, and I don't want him banned. Like I realize that it's the cool getting that IP I think is great. It's fundamentally because of the map wide no free actions.
Put a range on it, totally fine.
Yeah.
Now, if he had even if he had a range on him, I still wouldn't be happy with the battery mechanic or the non-standard mechanic. But it would be a lot more tolerable. And honestly, I wouldn't even care then. Because if there was a range to it, you can still get around it.
And it would still be annoying.
Even you use the Beetlejuice tokens too, to where when he has 3 Beetlejuice tokens, no free actions. That's what you do, something like that, and then every turn you can take, you can have an opponent take a power action to remove one of them. Something like that to where you're like, crap, because that's still going to bring the strategy in the game. It can still be map wide, but now like you're like, yeah, but I mean, I'll just take a power action every turn. Okay, so now if you have four actions because of leadership, all right, now leadership is negated. So that's still bringing a huge part of strategy to the game that still lets your opponent's team function, but less efficiently because now they have to take a power action to take those juice tokens off that in order to be taking these free actions.
Yeah.
That would be a
To
step
go
in the right
back to one
direction.
of his other comments, the alpha is absolutely silly right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We've already
Yeah.
gone into great
Yeah.
detail about that.
Yeah.
Where were we? Of course, I'll use the tools I have access to in zero cost effect terrain, but agree with Miles that there really should be a cost across effect terrains of 5 to 10 points apiece. Phone booth, vibranium, heart-shaped herb are staples now, and the sentinel OP terrains are going to see a lot of play too. Just like to see consistency. I would be fine with phone booth definitely should have costed something. Vibranium still has the drawback of being able to get broken and not be worth anything. And
So vibranium, I'm fine with being free.
yeah,
But I think heart-shaped urban phone booth 100% 5.
see, but heart-shaped herb, I don't know. I hate
Okay, so
the
this
shape
is
change thing
so
worse than the heart-shaped herb. If you
the
run
reason why
up,
I'll say
you
the
get
herb
it.
though is because look at the Batman terrain. You pay 5 points to get stealth. Okay, you get 5 points to with the kryptonite ring. Those are iconics. And that's what I'm saying. At 5 points, like the booth being 0 points is mind blowing, but the herb, I guess the herb and vibranium, you could say okay, that's understandable. The sentinel terrain, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like how those are 0 points. The effects that those give comparably to heart-shaped herb and vibranium, I mean, it's night and day.
And you run up in.
I think
So
any
you're
terrain
going to
that
pay
has
5 points to give the Batman team ability, but you're going to get 0 points for these ridiculous terrain
Yeah.
from the Sentinels.
What were you gonna say, Pete?
I think any terrain that has an effect should be a minimum of 5 points.
I wouldn't be
And
broken up about
the
it.
phone booth being free is just, and the herb being free too. And I love the herb. Like I play the herb quite a bit, but it should not be free. You should have to pay for it.
I feel like it's a sad counter to the heavy meta, or sorry, the heavy alpha, where if you get destroyed, you have a chance, if you didn't die, to at least heal a little bit back up. It's not
Yeah,
ideal.
I just think those are. No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I just think those are two different problems in my mind. So, I think any terrain to be for consistency. I think like one shots all have a value. We haven't seen a 0.1 shot yet, right? You could have them your
Not
sideline
yet.
for no cost, but you can they're still scored.
Right.
Yeah, not yet. Right. Coming next week. But I just think terrains that have some type of benefit, like not just strictly terrain, should cost for you to play them. To where your opponent can score them if they decide to destroy them. That's the risk of playing it.
Yeah.
And then it makes you have to protect them if you want. Like if you want, say, the dumpster fire to alter people's attack rolls -1, then it shouldn't cost you nothing. And I love the dumpster fire.
But the thing is it's everybody, right? So some of this stuff, even though phone booth is also everyone that's adjacent to it, it's just easier to, I think, it's way more frustrating just to gather up on a phone booth. Now you can't deal any damage versus your team is sitting on the heart-shaped herb and you can heal one click. Avoiding taking 3 or 4 damage with the phone booth on every single piece because you rolled your shape change, and it's blocking too, right? So you can just hide behind it. So I think phone booth is a bigger problem. Even if the phone booth was 10 and the heart-shaped herb was 5, that would still be better. I just don't think that phone booth and heart-shaped herb should be evenly costed. So I guess that's the bigger thing. If phone booth is going to be 5, heart-shaped herb should be 0. I don't think vibranium is as big of a problem, especially with how limited its effects are. But if it's going to be whatever phone booth
Yeah,
is, it should be
vibranium
more.
is No, and I like I said, like I can see like we're herb and that, but if we're gonna do a blanket of 5, sure. But yeah, something for sure. The phone booth is just that's where it just like was starting to get out of hand.
Yeah,
No,
0
I
points for that
100%
one
agree with that.
is rough. And the
That
Sentinel,
piece is, yeah.
the phone booth,
The
yeah,
phone booth for 0 points is nuts.
and the Sentinel terrain is about to see just a huge, huge uptick on being in all the teams once it's legal.
Yep.
Yeah. It should be legal for states.
Is it? Everyone hasn't
It
ran.
was released.
Yeah, but week 3
No, but it was
wasn't for
released
everybody. Does it
before.
matter?
Well, no, it was released though before, right? Wasn't that thing that anything released after December 1st was not going to be legal for states?
Yeah,
So
I
that
guess
means that
the technical
Sentinel-
release was what, the last week in. Why is
Yeah,
November
what-
12th on my mind for that?
That sounds about right. It sounded like the people were starting to get it then, but I don't know if they got it early or like what, but like I think that's something that really needs to be looked at and addressed.
Yeah, November 12th. So technically it released on November 12th, and your store could do the events whenever. So I guess it really should be legal for states. So yeah, that stuff's going to be all over states. And it will be expensive. Not in the game when you're building your team.
No.
That dollar amount on eBay or Facebook sales.
Can't beat free.
Some point balancing to one shots also. Some 10-point costs would make more sense and be more playable at 5 points, and some 5 points really do offer a lot more utility than one should expect for that cost and should see 10 points instead. Yeah, the point costs on them, I don't understand at all on a lot of them. There's so many that I wouldn't even play at 5 points, and they're 10 points. And then
There is one that I think they did get right, and we talked about that earlier. The images of icons. That's why, like, the fact that it's 10 points, and that I think that there is a potential for it to be, being used multiple times, so there's potential for abuse.
Yeah.
But, like, that's something that I think deserves to be on the watch list. But it feels like 10 points feels right for that effect.
Right.
And then in the same set, we have speckled armor for 5.
Yeah, like
It does
or
not make sense. The Bands of Sidorak. What? Yeah.
And that's still a spell, right? So you can bring it back with those pieces,
Yeah.
that KO piece, and bring it back. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So and the icon is what, images of icon? It's random, 1 to 3.
Yep.
All right.
I feel like too often HeroClix score like cost is like, whose line is it anyway, where the points are made up and none of it matters.
Oh yeah, they have to have
just
some
don't
kind of point
understand it.
calculator. They have
Yeah.
like some kind of point calculator, and like, you know what? I don't like that.
It seems like some of this
That's
stuff
all
is
that-
just like, yeah, let's just make it 10 points and go to lunch.
Well, Perdegaton, look at that. Like, how the hell is that 20 points? No, you know that the point calculator put him about 45, 50 points, and like, yeah.
And it was
Not
like,
gonna
no,
happen.
let's make him 20 points, and I don't know, let him move somebody else, across the map.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. We got to go.
Yeah, I think we should see like the real point costs in parentheses, and then the game costs just for fun. We already know there's something similar to that because we have the collector's trove Thor that shows 30 points on dial but 50 on the card because it's paying for Mjolnir.
Mm-hmm. What was that, Pete?
I just in my head just pictured Drew Carey just sitting in on this meeting, and just at the end, just assigning points just randomly.
Oh yeah, we have Ryan Stiles, Colin Mockery, and Wayne Brady.
Yes.
They're just
Whose point cost is it anyway?
yeah, and like they don't even play CliX, and that's why it makes sense because they just said that number looks good.
Yeah, that checks out. What would each podcast member's Christmas gift to the HeroClix community in knowledge you would like to impart to teach, guide, or remind the community as we come to the close of the year? Miles, do you have something for that one?
No, I'm trying. I've ever since this was posted, I've been trying to figure out an eloquent, good thing to do. I guess just be good, be nice, and just play with honor.
Play
I
with
want more
honor.
wharfs. Yeah, I want more wharfs and less queues in the community.
I would say if you get a chance to play at a Silver States event, do it. Even if you're scared, just try it out because the amount of people that are excited for it this year that were scared last year is very, very big.
I don't know, a nice Yule log.
That's
Yeah,
terrible.
DM your address and he'll send feet pics or Pete
Yeah,
pics as we like to call them.
Picks.
Pete's
Yeah.
Feats.
Pete's feats.
Yep.
What would I say to the community as a whole? Remember, we're not a big community. That and you can't account for somebody's feelings of a game or anything else, and we understand that. Like, you can have a perfectly fine build that just gets the floor mopped with it, and you're going to feel a little bit upset about that. But still, remember it's a game, and we're all here to have fun and have camaraderie and enjoy something together. And try to keep that in mind when it comes to some of the sportsmanship of things of what we choose to do in game in order to quote win and be competitive. Just it's man, if we don't support this, like there's nobody else coming to help us, right?
Right.
So just remember your other the rest of the community. I would also want everybody to have peace on earth and goodwill towards men.
No, we don't need to be weird like that. And get your Yule log out of
Oh,
here too. But the rest of the answer was pretty good.
don't talk about my Yule log.
And let's close out with an Eddie Guerrero approach to HeroClix. What is a lie you hear most commonly about a HeroClix rule? Man, that's a good question. I feel like I should have an immediate answer on that one. Miles, do you have one?
There's a few.
Maybe I can take one of yours. Why don't you start listing them off?
Okay, we got Beetlejuice is good for the game.
That's a lie, yeah.
That's a lie.
Yep.
It's 100% a lie. Nort isn't good for the game. That's a lie.
Disagree there.
Cable is fine. That is also a lie.
Disagree there.
Yeah.
There's been a few things that happen, like where they during games where they say, "Are you sure that's how it works?" and they go, "Trust me, bro," on interactions. Your opponent will lie to you. So
I don't think anything that you've listed so far is an actual lie that you would hear most about anything. Those are just statements. What is a lie you hear most commonly about a HeroClix rule? I feel like there's like some big ones where people ask the question and it's obvious or it's something that everyone should know, right? Like there's a lot of things that people forget. Like how many times have people asked you and I don't think these are necessarily lies because people forget, I guess. But how many times have you heard is Barrier 4 or is Smoke Cloud 6? I don't necessarily think that's a lie to draw out the game or anything, but I definitely think that's something that is asked frequently. Pete, do you have
I'm trying to think of some recent rulings. I'm trying to think of the specific rulings that we've got where they go, "No, that's how it works," and you're like, "That's not how it works."
Oh, Wakanda Hulkbuster.
Oh yeah.
Nobody ever thought that power worked that way. Nobody.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't even believe that question went in and got answered that way. I was
that
like,
seems
what?
like one big lie.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we're answering this adequately though. I want something that I hear people lie about that you're like, there's no way that that's true.
No, yeah, I'm trying to I'm drawing up I'm really trying hard.
Are we talking about stuff that doesn't make sense or like stuff that like
stuff that people would lie about?
People would lie.
Yeah. Stuff that people lie about. How they can move terrain during hypersonic. I swear to God, people try to do it like 3 times. They're like, no, man, you can't do that. Like that's not.
You can if you pick it up your first move, you can put it down your second move. You can do that.
Yeah, but not a 3rd time. Like it's constantly somebody tries to reposition it one more time.
I do know people think that new Chase Wolverine works with Ares to where you're able to do the damage to everybody within 3 squares, not just the target.
Oh, that's a good one.
But that's not a lie. That's just like a misconception, right?
But that's almost like a lie at the same time, because like what would people lie? You know, like
For the guy that keeps telling us it's not a lie, he has not offered anything that he
I
thought
know
was a
that's what
lie
I'm
so
saying. That's
far.
what I'm saying. I don't like the answers that we've given so far, but I can't give a better one either. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
Like
so
my
you can't
example
give a
would be
better
like
answer than
people
Cable is good
try.
for the game.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
There's way more ways
No,
around
that's a
them.
lie.
It's not a lie.
Yeah.
It's also not a rule.
It's true, but he didn't ask for a rule. That's where it's
It
That's what I'm
does.
trying to
It
figure
does.
out.
It says, "What is a lie you hear most commonly about a HeroClix rule?"
Oh, well, that's it then. So what is the thing that you hear people say all the time that you're like, that's not accurate at all?
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're just saying things
Okay.
that people are wrong about.
Okay, I get what your problem is with what we're saying.
And so I mean, like
Okay.
people will say, they'll ask questions, but I can't like put my thumb on just like one thing that I'm like, I always hear people lie about this. Because the game is relatively complicated and you just do straight up forget things.
Yeah, and it's most of them is going to be the interactions. So it's
So
really hard for me to pick a rule, because I've seen interactions
Yeah.
where people
Well,
have played the Heimdall site, thinking it just gives anyone 8 range. Because
yeah,
trust me, bro.
I
But
think the
like
most
there's
common like discussions I have during games that get judges called is stop click stuff. Like what's active, what does the stop click do? Like how does pulse wave affect it? How does it not affect it? Does the stop click activate when it's not damaged from an attack? Like that one, and you would think at this point, after all the time with Prime friggin' Colossus, we would all understand it, and it still is just super confusing to people.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there's just a lot of stuff that people don't know. I don't know about a specific lie. We'll have to come back to that if we think of something better. What can you do in a game?
I got it.
Oh, come on. We had like 10 minutes. What's
No,
it?
Prime Cable's fine. That's the biggest.
It's not a rule. We just circled back to what Miles said twice in the last 5 minutes.
I know. I'm just crapping on you.
All right. What can you do in a game of HeroClix that feels like it is a cheat, but it's completely legal? I hear dice cups and pop dice may be of topic here. I am leaning against pop dice being okay, to be honest with you. Not a fan.
I don't know if I've ever actually like said seriously that I think pop dice are okay. I think I've been pretty consistent for why I brought pop dice and exactly why. It's because I want all dice cups and dice towers to be removed from the game. And so if they're allowed, pop dice should be allowed. And if I'm not allowed to play pop dice, we should remove all those. I never once said, yeah, pop dice are the greatest thing ever. It started out as a joke, which is why I've only ever used them in one event, which was Worlds. Adepticon. So, so you're not going to hear me be a true proponent of pop dice.
I feel like this is an easier thing to answer than the lie, though, because, I feel like you can see a lot of people that take way too much time that they don't need, and that's completely legal. And it's, that's where it gets, tricky to say, you're not cheating, but are you really doing something that's okay? Even though
because
it's legal.
I almost feel like stalling. Yeah, so I think like purposely stalling is cheating, and it's the golden rule is that as long as you're still going through your turn, then it's okay. And so I think that's why you have people that like say everything they can do, like that feels like cheating. When you know what you're going to do, but you're purposely saying what you could do even though you're not going to do it because you're trying to stall for time. Because that winning that game, that's all that matters, and you're going to do everything in your power to do that, and you're going to use the loophole of stalling within the rules.
Mm-hmm.
I think that feels like cheating to me.
So we have our pre-release or our release for Strange Tales coming up, and so every piece I'm going to say I can move for 0, I can move for 1, I can move for 2, I can move for 3.
You don't need.
And I'm
to
going to go
that.
down everything. Yeah, no, I'm going to, and everybody's going to get no turns. It's going to be 0-0. Double losses all around.
You're not stalling. You're actively thinking.
I'm not stalling. I'm inside
do.
the game. I can do it.
Yeah, it's something he can do.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's to the extreme, sort of, but
I think that's the best answer, right?
Nothing is more frustrating than when someone's like walking through their turn and then they're saying, well, I can go here. Ooh, but if I go there, then that means that you can go here, here, or here. I don't need to hear your inner monologue. Just play the game.
Yes.
Okay, that is so infuriating and frustrating to where I think that's exactly why they do it. And that's why I think it's cheating, because it's
also
aggravating because you know they're doing it on purpose.
Right, to make it sound like they're progressing the game.
Yeah, and they're not.
Right.
They're just it's soft stalling.
Pete, do you have something else that is more than what we just said? Because I think that's probably the best answer.
The fact that you can eat during a game just drives me. That whole idea is.
Can you?
Oh, dude,
No, you can.
The first event that I went to at Origins in 2019, I was playing battle royales, and people are just eating like full meals in between their turns during their turn. That was a huge turnoff for the event for me.
Oh,
it was so
terrible.
bad.
Like, take
I'll
a break and go eat.
But
yeah, drinks
I gotta
are
lie.
fine.
I gotta
but when
lie.
somebody pulls out, okay,
what's the lie?
All right. Even if it is potentially sometimes an accident, people will roll the dice and they'll say that they hit and they did not hit. That's probably the most common one, where they're probably just bad at math.
Dice up real quick.
That's bad, yeah. But they're probably just bad at math. But I feel like that's probably the lie that I hear the most.
Or they say I hit, hoping that maybe there'll be that time where they just assume instead of actually checking.
That's true too.
I can get it.
So it's like a question, I hit, or
I hit.
A statement, I hit.
Yeah, and they do it in between, so you're not sure.
Yeah, eating's terrible, Redmond. I'm 100% with you. It fucking weirds me out. Like, you want to have a granola bar, fine.
Right.
But
dude, someone had a full salad, like those big styrofoam carry-out things? They're like, a foot by a foot square. Dude's just eating like full salad with a plastic fork, jabbing it, full cherry tomatoes, just shoving them in his mouth in between his rolls and stuff. And it's like, oh my God, it was terrible.
So
got ranch going down his lip.
The eating not, at least he had like silverware, but like eating something like a sandwich or like fries or something with your hands and then picking up your dice.
Yes.
And playing, it's just, I'm like, what are you doing, man?
Why do you think that's okay? And don't touch my pieces.
Yeah.
Or my dice.
Please don't touch
the only time I do. That's the only time I do touch my opponent's pieces.
Because after you've eaten a burger at the same time.
Yeah, a greasy burger that just dripped all over my hands. Not even white.
Giant cup of ranch
fingers
next to you, so you can.
I do like using my opponent's neoprene maps as my napkins. I will say that.
Try it.
Just nonchalantly.
Try it.
Oh, I've already done it to you once, and you never saw it. I had like a little bit of ranch or something on my hand, and I just like when I went to look as if I was going to do something, I used it to just slowly wipe it off in the corner.
Nope, you know
I did
better.
It so sneaky, you didn't see it.
You know better.
Nope, I did it.
You've never even played on one of my neoprene dices or maps. We're gonna ignore the fact that I said dices. By the way.
Man,
I borrowed one of your neoprene maps at cliX Camp.
Well, that's the last one you ever borrowed, then.
You know what? He took it to the bathroom.
I don't eat between my games, yeah.
And he's not going to tell you if he used it in the bathroom or just sat there. But either way, it's super unhygienic.
Yeah, no, it's. I think that comes into the thing where it seems like common sense and a respect thing. Like a lot of people don't see it that way, and it's really hard to get them to understand because there's no seem oblivious. Like, what do you mean? Like that's not proper etiquette?
Yeah, assuming people have common sense is a big mistake.
Yeah.
Hear me out, and I like HeroClix a lot, but if you have to fulfill one of your biological needs, take a break. It's okay. The game will be there.
Well, there was at Worlds. There was who was it? Someone actually had to go to the bathroom during the game. He's sorry, I gotta go, and they just paused that game. I forgot who it was.
Did they pause the timer?
Man.
I'm not sure if they paused the timer, but I do know that they were.
That's a big deal, though. That's a big deal at Worlds. If you can't pause the timer, that's.
I'm guessing maybe they did, so they left a judge specifically to that because like he couldn't hold it,
yeah.
And like that makes sense because there's sometimes like you don't have time between rounds, and like at the same time, like if you know that's going to happen, that's why you should just play to lose fast or win fast at that point. That's it.
All right, Mark.
I mean, that's That's my goal. Is if you want to eat, you know
Okay.
what? Win fast, lose fast.
Yes, great.
Okay.
And then go to the bathroom so you
Cool.
don't have to go during your games.
Yeah.
Or wear a diaper.
Mhm.
You can wear a diaper too, I guess.
Yeah.
What
No, don't make that a thing. That will feel like a cheat.
what one accessory have you seen another player have with their HeroClix team, be it a custom case or lucky dice or something that you would want to steal? I don't think I would want to steal anything. I have my own lucky dice. I like my custom cases more than anyone else's custom case.
Yeah, I guess it's more so like I think we're gonna play along with it to steal. It's something that
Yeah.
you like. You're like, ooh, that looks cool.
But I'm trying to think.
So there's some action tokens that I've seen that I thought was really cool. I'm trying to think of who it was, but there were some really neat action tokens.
Dude,
that
I
were
was so
the
jealous
2x2s,
for the longest
the
time
1x2s.
that I did not have Illuminati token. And now
Yeah.
after I got one, and this is before I met Lou, like the year before somebody gave it to me. He was passing them out, and they're like, "Well, here you can have my token," and I put it in like the little protective case, and it sits in my competitive case all the time. And when I'm feeling down, which at most competitive events is every other game for me, I like to go 3-2 and miscut. I just look at that little token, and it says, "I'm awesome." Thanks, Lou. If anybody ever steals that from me, I'll be super sad. So that's what I was jealous of. Illuminati token.
That's what I want to steal.
Yeah, I think it's the bystanders,
answer.
probably. The bystanders that people might have. That's probably a good answer.
Yeah, when they print their own and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or just like the really nicely done ones.
Yeah, when you see somebody with like a creator's like stuff like that they bought, it's super nice. Whereas I'm like throwing some wooden pog out and I'm like, yep, that's the bystander they just generated. And they're like, it says Rock Cup 2018. I'm like, that's what it is. So,
If you really want to piss people off, you bring your HeroClix teams in like a McDonald's bag and use pennies as tokens.
I'm sure that's been done.
And not just like normal pennies, but you know those pennies that were like, you know,
oh
they
man.
got like gum stuck on them for the last 25 years.
Oh, do you know who liked to
You
use
know,
pennies
that's
originally? Was Adam. Adam, your stupid wheat pennies suck.
I'm so right now trying to figure out how to get on the next list for the Caseworks or Craftworks case and get something that looks like a McDonald's bag. You want something
No, just
cool?
bring-
No, I just want something that looks like a giant torn up fast food bag. Thanks, Adam.
I'm making my own custom one right now. It's an igloo like a lunch cooler that is the mystery machine, and that's what I'm gonna carry my team around with. Just unzip it, you know, it keeps the figures cold. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm bringing.
Why do you
So I'm gonna
keep
have
them
that at
cold
Washington
still?
State's. It's just I don't know. It's just a cool looking cooler, and I'm like, that is hilarious. That's a cliX case right there.
I didn't know that pennies things bothered you.
Oh, dude, everything bothers me if it's not an action token. It just gets in the
So-
way,
Oh,
and they get
man.
knocked around.
I
You
would
can't
have to-
tell what piece it's on. Oh my god, get out of here! Just put an action
So this is
token.
gonna this is
Perfect
gonna blow
size.
your mind.
It-
So
well, if
when
you're saying it, it might not. Let's
Clix
see.
first started?
Yes. Yes.
No, when Clix
Uh-huh.
first started, like the pennies, like those were frowned upon. The preferred action tokens were the half marbles.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Those I don't like either because they're just in the
Yeah,
way.
no, that's
You have to just
Yeah.
It's so hard to remember who they're even on. They get knocked around, they slide, especially on paper maps. That's another reason why the paper maps are terrible.
Yeah, no, that was the go-to was the half marbles
Yeah, those are
So-
before the poker tips.
You know how you normally play with like two different color action tokens?
me. I play with
But it, like,
3
bothers
because I'm
you if they're,
super
like-
organized.
Yeah, it bothers you if they're out of order. Well, 2 or 3, right? I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm gonna start doing half wheat pennies and half marbles.
I'm gonna knock them around and I'm gonna say no, that piece is tokened out. Then
And just watch the
Yeah.
chaos.
Why don't you need to have those printed as action tokens?
I don't want to look
And
at
just
them.
put
Pennies
'em-
and marbles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Alright.
not a solution.
I'll work on it.
All right, great. Thanks, Pete. Can't wait. All right, next we have Saul Sent. Hope you all are doing well. For me and a few friends, we think the sideline, 0 point or cheaply costed sideline pieces, and some real strong one shots is the is one of the biggest issues in HeroClix currently. When a piece like Chanther Legacy is a must on most teams, it makes me think the sideline is too strong and may need to be adjusted somehow. That's really the number one thing that we're hearing from everyone, right? For the most part, is the sidelines are one of the biggest things that needs to be addressed, and that we only have Chair Panther that really appropriately deals with it. Well, that's why he's $200, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
he's not going anywhere, so he's going to keep that price unless we get a thing every set that deals with the sideline. He's keeping his cost, and maybe it even grows if we continue to get more out of hand here with the sideline.
Yeah, it's really weird because I've never been a proponent where I'm like, you know what we need this game? The sideline to just completely be a game changer. I think some sideline active things are fine. I think it started getting out of hand sort of when we started getting the gods, but like that was like the new possessor because it's pretty much like an equipment that takes a sideline slot. So like I think those are fine. I think the one shots and juice right now because of being able to be the battery. I think those are the biggest proponents of the problem. One shots are just they're really hard to try and balance effectively, because like even though it's very easy to see that yes they can be a problematic. I'm sure like during the design phase like they have good intentions and like what they want them to be used with, but they're just so abusable that we need some kind of limit to them. And like we talked about earlier with the theme teams, or something just to mitigate a little bit. But the sidelines, it almost feels like at this point it should be one sideline element per 100 points.
I was thinking about that
figures.
too. Yeah, really make you think about what you have to put on it. Do you remember when it was 8, right, or 9? 9.
It was 9.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it was 3 for every 100. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
9. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like that was insane, but only for swap. That's what was really weird. Is I think that they shrank the sideline during the article because they said that the sideline was getting too out of hand, and that's just because of the swap options. And now it's like it's still a problem because now we have things that are worse than swap because like swap sounds bad, but the interesting thing about swap is that after you swap, the sideline for the most part is obsolete and has nothing to do with the game.
I think it eats up a little bit too much time in the beginning when the timer is still going, but it is true.
Well, see, that's weird. That I always
later.
Yeah, whenever we did swap, like I don't ever remember waiting till the game started whenever I went up against a swap team or I played it. That's just how it. I guess technically that's how it's supposed to be, but I don't ever remember seeing anyone that waits for the round start before they start doing their swaps.
I've seen people that bring a list of paper on what swaps in for what, and it still takes 5 minutes.
It's hard for me to, because like I've played swap, and it's like it never takes that long. That's practice to take that long.
Well, yeah, that's probably a big thing too. That's not a part that's practiced much,
Well, no, it's practice to take that long. Oh. I think honestly, I will say it's malicious. I will say because I think it'd be malicious to try and take that long. I think that I've talked to a few people that do locals, and I've heard of several people that like that's how they practice. Not the people I'm talking to, but like their opponents, and their opponents have told them that they practice on how to. That's why I said like I think that it feels like cheating, where they practice to stall and how to stall within the rules. I think it's very malicious. But yeah, sideline's definitely the. I think that's the number one issue right now with the game.
I had nothing. We got really off topic again.
Yeah, we really are riding the off-topic bus tonight, and it's fine. It's some of our best content, but I think the sideline is incredibly strong. And as far as competitive balancing goes, I think there's two things the sideline needs to get looked at, and let's not be scared of restricted lists. They're okay.
And let's get back to the quarter watch lists, right? We haven't had one since.
No,
we had
you're
one
still on
one
it.
last
It's 2025.
Yeah. Well, the last watch list said that we wish we were going to have one every quarter.
quarter, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like
you got 21 days
Yeah, it's
until
every
it's a new
quarter
quarter.
century. So we
Yes,
have
correct.
until 2050. Yeah. 2050 is the next one.
last person that did comment on this part of the episode is Kenny Minks. Biggest issue I see is releasing sets that players can only use locally and not in competitive play. It gives no incentive to spend money until we can use it. WizKids needs to start doing monthly OP kits again and take over doing states so we get some consistency. So there's a few things here. What do you guys feel like for the decision to not use Strange Tales for states?
I think it's good,
Why?
realistically.
Keep in
Well,
mind,
when
it just
was
came
announced.
out. So it came
Yes,
out
so when it was
today.
announced, we had the issue with the cards,
Mm-hmm.
and so they made it, and so you stick with that. We saw what happened last year when they made a set and Iconics legal in the middle of states, and that was definitely not the right call. And so they're just saying, like, you know what, we're just going to do a blanket statement because you know through the sets that there's looking through the things, especially like with Flash, they're going to the Flash Iconics. They're going to need erratas on several things, and so the set would be legal. What? Because when's the release day of it?
Flash,
No, not Flash.
Strange Tales,
The Strange Tales, yeah.
today, Wednesday the
Isn't it?
10th.
Wednesday the 10th, yeah. Okay, so there's
And
no erratas for anything.
The first states
And
event
you know
is
that there's
December
needs to be-
20th.
Yeah. And so by saying that, you make it a blanket statement, which I'm fine with because now you don't have to make these rock rules in case they don't get erratas for how things are working, and some interesting interactions, especially with it being silver, with some of these one shots being problematic. And so this is going to give you time to see what the erratas are going to be at, and probably give Aaron more time to figure out like what the one shots will be like to do within silver, because that's a lot to like look at through silver for potential problems, and
But
I don't
nothing
think
gets
that he
addressed.
wanted to deal with
Nothing gets
something.
addressed until events happen, though. So this is just pushing
I
that
think, yeah.
further out, right?
I just think it's fine. Yeah, no, I get it, but I think that's fine, so that way we don't. It's
I think it's fine
They
too,
made
but
it-
I have a
they made
different
it
reason. I
early.
just wanted to hear what you guys had to say.
And that's So I do have another reason, which is probably gonna be one of your reasons, but I'm giving, a separate reason because I'm sure I'm gonna agree exactly with. I'm sure we're on the same wavelength, and exactly why I haven't purchased any, Strange Tales. So you can go ahead, and I'm sure that's gonna be a reason as well.
Pete, what do you think about it not being legal for states? So it comes out today, the 10th, and the first states event is not until the 20th.
I'm fine with it, honestly. I think if that's as long as the decision is consistent, I'm okay with it. Last year it got really interesting when all of a sudden, like mid states, there were suddenly a bunch of new pieces that weren't legal.
That was not okay. That I did not like. I think
Yeah.
it was definitely done correctly, right? Where it was announced early this year.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I
way
agree.
early. Yeah, it
Well,
was like what 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks.
At least 2, yeah. People, are we gonna keep going with that though? That thought.
No, I think Aaron does a great job of being proactive for a format that requires you to be proactive. Because I mean, silver changes every time there's a new set, and every time rotation happens, and if there's an interaction that somebody else figured out from the last time, and so he's very focused on the health of the game, and I appreciate that. I wish Modern had the same approach, but what can we do?
So I am usually in the mindset of making it legal. I would have been okay with it being legal because it follows the normal timeline. It's not happening in the middle of an event or anything like that. But the fact that these sets got released so fast and we did not get a chance to have X-Men be like the newest set in an event, I did not like. So I would have preferred to have this be like the X-Men event and then add Strange Tales to like CCO or something like that. I want to see sets be added a little bit more over time.
So my original answer was going to be Christmas. I have 5 kids, so yeah, I don't want to feel like if I want to try and compete in a stage event that I have to purchase Strange Tales.
That's a dumb reason.
Well, maybe if your quick was quicker, you'd have 5 kids instead of 2. But how would you feel if it was Strange Tales out and X-Men was supposed to be released today?
Well, that's just it. We play enough that I don't feel like I'm missing out, and so maybe Kenny doesn't get to play enough locally either. Like we play a ton of games weekly, monthly, all that. So yeah, I might not be able to play Strange Tales at States, but we're playing Strange Tales this weekend. We did the pre-release, the release date.
I think Kenny's question is actually, I don't think you are comprehending enough. Like he says that the biggest issue is releasing sets that players can only use locally and not in competitive play. And so what he's getting at, I think, is saying how like some figures just don't function at the high level because of game elements that we have, such as juice or other full map.
Well, WizKids is not releasing sets for competitive players. They're releasing sets so that you can play it locally. So that to me is not an issue.
That's what, yeah.
No,
I get it. That's yeah.
I want
they've
see
never really. It's
competitively
hard to get.
Competitively wise is exactly what I was saying in the beginning, where I want to see have an event, add a new set, have an event, add a new set. So the fall festives were cool. X-Men did get to be highlighted in that a little bit, but they were very limited. There's going to be way more States events. So let this be the X-Men event.
What, 3 sets in less than 4 months, which is insane.
Right, it's very fast.
A set a quarter is a healthy amount.
So if we haven't had a set for 2 months, then I would have been like, it really would have been nice to add Strange Tales to this because we got to play that set during the last event or whatever. But we've gotten a bunch of sets in a row. Like let's let this kind of evolve into whatever it is, and then sprinkle in a new set. That's why I'm fine with it. But yeah, the monthly OP kits, I think that's a separate issue. I would like to see that, and it is starting again. I think there's supposed to be back in March. It looked like, or it start back up in March. That like Cosmic Captain America or something.
The shipping is, I think, was where the inconsistent is that it's supposed to come out this month or whatever, and then there's just like a 2 or 3 month delay.
I don't think anyone doesn't like the monthly OP kits. Yeah, it's hard to get them out. There was some that were super limited. Some stores didn't get some of them. I think that's the only issue, is that they're hard to get to all the stores. Yeah. And yeah, that's the shipping, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if they should take over States. I'd like to see more like third parties, third parties, yeah, work with WizKids so that we can get more types of events like Rock or CCO, doing things,
And I would actually like to see multiple States events for the different formats. I mean, not just Modern, not just States, but a season of each. I mean, and even...
That was supposed to be the plan, though, too. And this is the second year now
Pulp,
that we didn't get it.
And I know that... I know you don't like Pulp. So this is where it goes into trying to grow the game. There are people that just prefer to play Pulp. And to alienate them by not letting them have, events that matter, except for a gauntlet at Worlds, I think is a shame, because you're gonna have players
if there were Pulp players that do not go to events and they will go to events if there's Pulp events, then I'm all for it. I just don't think that exists.
No, but it doesn't exist because Pulp events don't exist. And so I think that if you're able to create Pulp events and try and actually create it and put it into a format, be it in Modern or Silver, which I've already sent the list and everything for, and if anyone's interested in playing the Pulp Silver, I did be more than happy to send anyone the list that's interested for them to be running at their locals, to just get more testing and more input into that, because I think that that's something that is really, that can feel different from regular Silver and regular Modern, just because of it being Pulp.
I think that would be the way to go with it.
Get the figures, and I think that there's more figures that would see play that Kenny's talking about, because I think there's, especially when you introduce a ban list, a restricted list, as well as because the silver pulp format that I'm working on allows team up cards and alternate cards to be in play. Obviously, there's a watch list, so there's some that can be overpowered, but most of the team up cards, it's like they will never be used because they're just not good in modern. But in pulp, like I think some can really shine. Some more so than others, but I think that having a format where you're able to really get to use more of your pieces.
As long as they don't
Is
become like
something
the team
that's
to
good.
play, I think that it's totally fine to add team up
No, and
cards.
but that's where you become a proactive and a reactive with the ban list and the watch list. Like I've sent it with Aaron. Aaron's going through it since he's the king of silver, and there's a few team up cards that realistically, like, okay, yeah, we'll let this play out just because it's pulp. I think the biggest issues for alternate cards and team up cards right now are the morph alternate card and the Young Avengers team up card. But the Young Avengers and the morph card, like the better figures, are usually the higher rarities. So morph a little bit problematic because it works with the Cyclops one. But there is, I think it's enough to where you can get some diversity into it, and get more use out of your pieces. Because, like, let's be honest, 85 to 95% of curve figures just are never used.
That's very true. They just sit in a box. All right, that's going to wrap up that segment, though, which was fun to go over. So thanks, McConnell, for getting that launched. Let's go to the last part here. So you've got questions, we've got answers.
Your ass better call somebody!
First is Illuminati. Miles Kane, who or what do you think is responsible for the state of the game and how can it be fixed? Miles was specifically asking you.
I know I was muted again because I was making some chocolate milk and I answered, didn't realize I muted. So this person has it's very vocal and so that if you want to blame anyone, blame him. So we're gonna blame Pajama Bolin for the state of the game. And how it can be fixed. I think we went over it with this episode. Trying to make theme matter with one shots, I think is a really big step. Still making some that are viable for unthemed, but there's some that you want to encourage theme teams. This is a game based off of comics. You don't need to make it into a superhero simulator, but at the same time, you also want to make it feel like it is superheroes, since this game is based off superheroes. It's to where you want theme to matter, and I think using the one shots is a really good way to make that happen.
All right. Jay Hyder, I'm a huge enjoyer of creative teams. Have any of you been inspired to play new teams based on any of the tournament results since Worlds? So very rarely does someone else's team inspire me. I usually use tournament results to see what might pop up at events. I usually just find a piece that I like or a keyword I like and build from there. So I don't know if I've ever been inspired by other people's teams. At least I can't think of any examples.
Yeah, and I'm the same. I'm not going to be playing Modern for quite some time because it's I go to events like I don't have the luxury of having a local, so I have to travel 5+ hours, and I just don't enjoy Modern and haven't enjoyed Modern for the better part of a year and a half. So nothing in like Strange Tales or anything or X-Men like have really like caught my eye because I'm just not playing in Modern. It's more so for Silver, and it's more of pieces that have been on my list of that I want to use. Like right now, it's going to be the Batman team up Manhunter. I've used him in Pulp and did well won the 2v2 event with him, and I think that there's some pieces that can really help Detective and some equipment that can potentially make him upper tier. So that's where those inspirations go into, is just seeing like what I want to play. It never has anything to do with what other people play.
Yeah, and I think to add on to my answer too, I usually would get more inspired to build differently with the piece or just not build with the piece anymore at all. Like a good example is that Iceman team that we went over. I don't know if that we would see anyone else build a better Iceman team, you know? And so
I mean, yeah,
I feel like that's the best it's going to
Yeah.
be. And so I will not even probably try to competitively ever build with that because it's not getting better than that, you know? Or you look at that team we went over earlier, Emilio's team, where he was able to use like Black Hand or the Prime Craven. Like if I was going to build with Prime Craven now, I would have to feel like it was so much more different than his team so that it was, you know, different and not someone else's idea that I evolved, you know? That's a huge reason why I try to play stuff that no one else does. I want to make something my own.
And it's so hard because now, like, when you look at teams like that, you're like, okay, how can I make this different, but still as good, if not better?
And a lot of times it's hard.
And like Emilio's team, yeah, and with Emilio's team, and like you said, with that Iceman team, I forgot who played it, but it's like that Iceman team, yeah, it's like that feels like that's peak Iceman.
Yes.
Like, you know, just that's what that feels like, you know. And the same thing with Prime Craven. He, especially after him going through the team and like what it does, it's just like, you know, any team that I would build with Craven would not be as good. And so like it's like, all right, Emilio, you solved Craven for me. You know, I'll try him out in a few things, but yeah, I mean,
or like more stuff would have to come out, right? So that you can make something different with it that was not even available now, you know?
Yeah.
Now, Pete, I think you get inspired every event. What would you want to add to that?
No, I do. So I'll try to build my own stuff, and then if it doesn't work, I'll just pivot to whatever somebody's playing that I find interesting. And I have no problem with that.
The Pregnanos, the flying Pregnanos, of King Brian.
Yeah.
What are some examples though? Like directly, I know you have like pretty good examples.
Yeah, it's just the Pregnanos and Brian mostly.
The actual teams, Pete.
Of what?
The pieces.
Oh no, I love Juggernaut. If I can play that Juggernaut on those current small maps, it's worth doing. So anything with him in it, Collector.
I know the Spider Ham Collector was
that's the one I wanted you to mention too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, so the Spider Ham Collector, King Brian Scientist build, and then the Pregnanos, their versions of essentially just get to the back of the map and attack. Those are just wildly fun teams. And so my problem is like if I take an idea and I practice it locally and it's not good, like I can't take it into a competitive event and be like upset when I get my brain speed in. So why do that to myself? So it just hasn't happened. I mean, I've had some teams in the past that have been fine. You know, my Latveria teams are always pretty good and competitive, and those are mostly my ideas. So I just have to find something new. As far as what I've seen recently in tournaments that I really liked, Warrior is really interesting to me right now. I think it's a really good keyword in Modern. So I'm toying with.
Well, yeah, that immediately lets you play Chair Panther on theme.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Caleb Cadu. Just watched one of the greatest videos of all time made by Miles Kane, Pulp Unboxing. Very good video. One question, though. Who is winning the dispute of work wife right now, Miles or Ryan? Miles, what do you think on that?
I think that, you know, this episode, I think that we evened out the Prodegaton argument debate. I think was, you know, it was who's going to win that. And eventually it just was decided that it was a wash. And so right now we're both work wives to Pete. Or podcast wives to Pete.
Dude, I can't wait to hear people's feedback about that whole segment because I heard the whole thing live and I was blown away by it.
Even the conversations usually go back and forth quite a bit with no clear winner.
No.
The community's the winner.
Yeah.
Or are they?
Thoughts on this modern Lobo team? So this is Prime Lobo with the long sword, Spot with the avatar of Animal Man. Animal Man also still on the team to give Power Cosmic or Cosmic Energy and JLA. Spider-Man from the Quartet, the 400 set one with Mjolnir. Gamora from the Collector's Trove. This is the uncommon Cookie Quartet Scarlet Witch with the Ring of TK and Perdegatin. So he's getting Hyper Time, Avengers, Mystics, Guardians, Spider-Man, JLA, Sinister Syndicate, and that is it. What are the big ones that he's missing? Getting Outsiders is more of a silver thing with what's her face?
Yeah. Crazy Jane.
Yeah, I don't know if I like Animal
Yeah,
Man.
because you'd have to
directly
play
on the
what
team.
Beast Boy now in order to get Outsiders
Yeah.
from.
No, there's a new legacy that is not bad. Is it
40 Green Lantern.
the Green Lantern? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah, yeah.
I like her as an option because that gives you Green Lantern, and she has Green Lantern too, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if I
think
like
she has
Animal Man
both.
on the team, even though it does give you JLA. You're already putting another 50 points on the board. I think it's worth finding a piece that you can put the Chameleon Flute on and just go to town.
Yeah. I think Share Panthers realistically, like, it sucks to say this because I hate it, but if you're going to be going to a competitive event, you need Share Panther, especially if you're banking on playing spot with Animal Man, you need Share Panther, where that's going to be 65 points. That's going to be real hard for you to really get him to work.
No freeze, yeah.
We saw Spot beat a Beetlejuiceberg, but that was because of the team was using the arena cap, and so really had to get in there. But Share Panther will also give you access to stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where I would go with that. I do understand Animal Man with Cosmic Energy and JLA. You also remember you do get your opponent's team abilities, but that will. Yeah, it's tough. I think you just need Share Panther for sure. And I honestly like Animal Man on Lobo. I see what you're doing with Spot for sure, but
I like God Killer on the spot, and Lobo's just such
'cause
a
we
weird
God
piece, and he
Killer
starts
on
on
him.
running shot too. So I know Longsword's free, but what about like Nightcrawler with the flute? Or Nick tried that. I like that idea. Nick did terrible with it though.
he did. He had some bad matchups. He did. He went 1-4, but realistically, he went 0-4. He had a bye.
Ooh, that is rough. Rough day.
Yeah, he was not happy. This was the first event ever where his only win was a bye. So
And like Scarlet Witch is really good, but I think if you can get your hands on is it the Raven that gives you Mystics, the bystander? That might
yes,
be a
for
little
5
cheaper
points,
now.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And she's that Raven I think is like $20. Totally
Yeah,
worth it.
so it's probably
5
worth
points
it
for that.
to cut. I don't know. I would get some more.
I do
more
understand the
damage.
spot thing, but you have to understand main force juice is starting to see more play, and obviously with the sideline, and so you want to be able to shut down the sideline, and then you want to be able to have a figure that's going to function against a main force. And with this build, it's not really favorable for Spot to have Animal Man when he's going to be so dependent on freeze. And at least with the God Killer sword, he can at least
Right. Well, if you're going up against
He'd be
anyone
useful.
with Beetlejuice, the Spot, who's pretty much the main attacker, is not doing anything then, and then it kind of falls apart quick, right?
Yeah.
Lobo, you don't want Lobo to die and get taken off the map, and he's just going to be a running shot 11 for 4. You got Scarlet Witch and Perdegatin that are just your TKs. Gamora's not bad, but she's not getting anywhere fast with her sidestep. Spider-Man's awesome, but you can't rely on him to take out a full 300-point team with how aggressive the meta is. And I just don't think a naked Animal Man is worth playing at 50 points without anything else. In Silver, if you at least got to put something on him because he's a Herald, something like that, I think might be worth it. But so yeah, I think this team falls apart too fast to
Beetlejuiceberg.
All right, we're going to go to Michael Donicht. How are you guys feeling about one-shots seemingly being WizKid's answer for the strength of Alpha Strikes? I think it's actually a decent way they can go about it. So I would like it a lot more if the rounds of each game were longer. I think the problem is that the rounds are just almost going to be a stalemate now for the first few turns. I think
Yeah.
they're a good they're a good way to not get demolished by the alpha, but I think the alpha is more of the problem, and this is not the best way to completely counter that.
No, because the games still don't have enough turns.
Right,
Because
that's what the issue is, right?
that's
So this now just eats
yeah.
up too many earlier rounds where nothing's happening.
Yeah, and I'm just saying this from, games that I've seen streamed, people that I've talked to that play it to where when they went through it, they only had an average of maybe 3 turns. So, and then, I mean, you look at Arizona winning his CCO, it was done at turn 2.
Yeah.
So, you know, it, yeah, the alpha is just too strong. And the one shots, we've had an extensive, talk about that. I think one shots, they are close, but they're not quite there to be where they need to be at for an actual leveling playing field from a game balance perspective.
Do you think it really would be fixed if we just had more things like Chair Panther to also take that stuff away?
No,
Or do you think that's just
I
adding
think
another layer of
those are
trying to
Band-Aids.
put a band-aid on it? Yeah, okay. Just
Yeah, it's
asking.
Band-Aid. Yeah, no, and that's gonna be what the easy answer is, and it sounds good on paper, and it will function just fine. But when you're trying to build a balanced game, you don't want to make a figure like that required. Um, it would be better to mitigate the one shots and to actually to do it through a balanced system. If you're trying to do that, if you're not, then yeah, just make another Chair Panther, and then he's 20 points. I mean, that's how we have been. Like even when we were talking about the eras of clicks that we liked, majority of those metas still had band-aids temporarily.
Sure, yeah. It's always present.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Pete, what do you want to add about the one-shots?
I think it's nice that they're attempting to slow down the Alpha Strike. I think it's kind of like you guys said, it's more of a band-aid approach. I don't know that this is it, but at least we're starting to get something that makes it feel like there is some hope to if you have to go second that you're not just going to lose.
It's just hard to balance. It just keeps kind of going in each direction too much, too fast.
So
Yeah,
I think
way
the
too-
balance has to be with small maps is you have got to change speed values and abilities to get across the map. Like you can't have pieces that do that. And what are you doing to your other formats? I don't know, but that's I think what ultimately you have to do, or look at the maps themselves and definitely get rid of as much improved movement blocking and elevated as we have right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like it's everywhere.
hypersonic speed has become it's like really big. We have some figures with 7, but then like I understand trying to make chases playable. I think you'd still make them playable. Like Zala with the 10 speed hypersonic, insane. Reverse flash, it's just it's insane. With what hypersonic speed can do on a small map.
Yeah, but it's the hypersonic speed with all the improved movement, right? Like if we were gonna have,
Yeah.
if the maps had to get smaller, maybe just chill out on the amount of improved movement as well, or the effects like the goats or Zala, where they just place a piece and then any other piece can just charge a running shot and hit the back line turn 1.
Yeah,
And
that's yeah.
and I agree with that too, especially with the fact that terrain has now become a much bigger thing. Cost wise or not, whatever. We had that conversation already, but you can alter the maps based on your terrain placement in that. But the things that allow you just to get across the map and bring something else across, that's why the alpha is so overwhelming.
And
Yeah,
why
nothing
an
matters.
extremely good one shot is
Right.
just not good.
Everyone's
that's-
picking
that's
stuff
it.
up. Yeah, everyone's picking stuff up, bashing through everything, and then smashing your team turn 1, no matter what.
Yep.
Konstantin Savitsky, what is your favorite main force Beetlejuice team? So it's the one where he's unequipped and there's no other pieces on the team. Just 200 points down and he's all by himself.
So it's tough. I want to say main
Not
force,
tough.
but I think the best way to utilize him, is going to be on the sideline. You're going to use him as an SOV pilot with the new super rare strange that says, when a friendly character with the ghost realm keyword would be KO'd, you instead place him on the sideline. So then you can pop him, and since when he's KO'd, he's not scored. You pop him, just stop their freeze, and they just waste an attack, and he just goes on the sideline. And then you know what? They popped SOV again. You can just bring him out again. I think that's the future.
Sounds terrible. Pete, do you have a favorite main force Beetlejuice team?
Can you play him at his like a lower point value than 100?
No.
Just him? No. Well, that should be an option. That'd be my favorite. My favorite main force Beetlejuice team is the one that I don't have to play in the tournament.
Ooh, me too.
That's my favorite one. Yeah.
Miguel's. That's in your area in the same day. So it have to be Miguel's. Beetlejuice Brigade.
Number 2, why do you think everyone should play main force Beetlejuice? Because WizKids is allowing it. I think Checkers sounds more fun than playing Beetlejuice. You won't catch me playing it.
These sarcastic questions, I'm going to give you a real answer to this thing. Absolutely. It's comes to the point now where it's almost like where you have to prove a point and you have to discourage people from going to events by just overloading the tournaments with this figure so you can slow down the game and just show why HeroClix is just not fun. And I realize it's competitive, and like that's where competitive cliX is now in modern, unfortunately, is to try and mitigate the amount of fun and limit your opponents from even playing the game. So that's why you need to play him. You might as well just stop everything. Just no prob. You can't modify your stats. Let's get Silvestro in there too.
All right, he goes into real questions now. So this is real questions. What are your thoughts on some of the new defensive elements to combat Alpha Strike, such as bats, halt mutant, spectral armor? No, what do we call it? Speckled armor. Speckled armor.
Speckled armor.
Images of Icon, crimson bands of Sidorak. Does this make it a bit more even in terms of going first or second, or does Chair Panther ruin everything? I don't think Chair Panther ruins everything, right? And it would be less of an issue if the game rounds were a little bit longer, like we were just saying. It's just we're putting Band-Aids over the main issue over and over and over again. It's like a 4-year-old that keeps thinking the more Band-Aids you put on, the better your skin knee will feel.
Yeah, so you're looking at that right there. So the Halt Mutant, Speckled Armor, Images, and Crimson Gem. That's 20 points. Chair Panther's going to say you can't use 2 of them. And so they're still going to have that alpha, and they're going to go through, okay, what are the worst ones to do? So, okay, Images is a free. So we already know, based off of 2, everyone's playing main force juice, so you don't have to worry about that one. Halt Mutant is potential, but there are figures that don't have special powers. So you don't have to worry about that, so you can send them over to do their thing. You also have range attackers. And maybe if Halt Mutant becomes a problem, you're like, okay, we're going to bring range into it. And then you're still able to get to the alpha. They're just Band-Aids. Bats is interesting. It's crazy to see people with 4 or 5 on a force because they're so hard to get. The only reason why I had 2 of them was because I had identical bricks.
I don't know how good they are, though, because most of your pieces are going to be close combat anyway.
Yeah, but that means they have to waste attacks on the bats if you have loaded up with bats.
Yeah.
Instead of being able to protect you. That's where it's at, where you're trading the 5 points instead of them being able to hit your figure.
And it'll also prevents the line of fire stuff, right? So you couldn't punch over them, with like Rogue or something. So that's probably the bigger thing.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think that that's terrible. You get 5 points and you kill something and you keep going. It's probably a good way to, slow it down a little bit. without having to
Mhm.
think if you're going to use a one shot. But again, I think it's just more
Yeah.
band-aids. We're just adding more things instead of fixing the main thing. And the only thing that Chair Panther ruins is theme.
Yeah, it's crazy too, though, the fact that like we're looking at these things like these are needed. That's the the worst part, and when you start getting to a point where you feel like you have required game elements, that's when you're at a part of a game where that's where the balance really starts going the opposite way of not being balanced, is when you have required game elements to even be able to compete.
I agree.
I just think they'll make Chair Panther more important.
Yeah.
That's all I think.
Yeah,
I
so
think
there's
they're
is
nothing
good.
wrong with them.
It's a good attempt, but it just makes Chair Panther more important.
Yeah, I mean, you're
So,
going
and
from like a normal regular band-aid to the liquid skin band-aid at this point.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
Just try to hide the fact you have a band-aid.
the push was just it was so hard to get engagement early on, and now it's just being overcorrected with these one shots and other little things like that. So if the games were longer, I don't think it would be the same issue. Number
No.
4, what is your hierarchy of goals when going to a competitive tournament? Winning, having fun, playing with figures you really like, or building against the meta, etc. Geez. So for competitive events specifically, obviously winning is the goal, but because I value the other things you mentioned probably more, it's really hard to say that that's number one. Building against the meta is probably first for me. There's been a lot of pieces I've wanted to play in the past, but since so many other people are playing them, I don't, is really what it is. Like the newest example is Prime Rogue. Like I'd love to have played Prime Rogue, but she's more, probably half the teams that we're seeing at these events. But like no one's playing Prime Cable, so I'm gonna gravitate towards him and try to make that a piece that I can play that not as many people are playing. But I can feel good about playing him because no one else is doing something similar, I guess. So it's a piece that I can kind of build against the meta with, and I get to put together a Marauders theme team, for example. So you're also adding then Sinister, Madeline Pryor, Morph, all those pieces that were on my last team, and that's something that not as many people are doing. So I think that's really what's to me more important, is trying to do something a little bit different and go against the grain. I think playing figures you really like goes hand in hand with fun. But the goal is still going to be to win. I just value the other stuff more. I definitely don't go to an event and be like, yeah, I hope I don't make cut so I can go home early. I want to take these figures that I enjoy playing and try to make cut with them and do as good as I can with them. So that's still the ultimate goal, but the other stuff I still value more.
Yep. So let me rank this. So I'm gonna have it having fun at number 1, playing with figures I really like, and then winning and then building against the meta. And so with having fun being a goal as above higher than playing with figures I really like. So I was a huge Man Thing fan. And so the first few events I gravitated towards plants. But unfortunately that even though it was fun for me to play figures I liked, I knew I could see that it was creating a game state of where my opponents weren't having fun. And so that's why after Adepticon, I gravitated away from that. Even though I was having fun playing the figures I liked, I didn't like to be that person that ruined the fun of my opponents because of just how overpowered attacking from them across the map is. So, with doing that, that lowered my chances of winning, and I was totally fine with that because I go to these events to have fun. I'm only human, so I do make mistakes, and so for the people that unfortunately that I did, give a poor experience playing that, like I apologize, and I rectified that. I don't play a lot of casual, I don't have a local, so those were literally the only 3 events I played. So I played plants in 3 events, and then I was done with them because of my opponents felt after the games because of just how it was just not a fun experience.
I would go with having fun playing figures I like, and then the other stuff kind of falls in after it. I don't get real tied up in winning. If it happens, it's awesome. I like to make cut because that's where you start to have prizing in that. And then kind of what happens in cut is really a lot of times matchup dependent and things like that. But having a good time. I mean, this is a hobby, a very strict hobby for me. So like this is what I do to get my mind out of work or things going on around the house and have a good time and interact with people that have similar interests. So having fun and having a good experience is the most important thing to me by a pretty large margin.
So important. Number 5, can you adequately playtest teams in your head? Frequently,
No.
that's all I have. You don't feel like you can do it
Yes.
that much?
No,
Absolutely
you
can.
can't. I disagree. So I will say that you can adequately play test your teams, but personally, and maybe this is a personal answer, in my head, no. But if I sit down and put it on a board or different maps, I have a much better outcome.
Oh, that's ideal, right? Like it's so hard to
Well,
find the
I'm not saying
time.
even playing the game. I'm saying just like trying like things to like placement and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Or like if I'm on this map and they flip me this way and they degated me, what am I gonna do? Like even taking through that stuff helps you initially, but like going through a whole game in my head, no, that's impossible.
Well, not a whole game, but like a lot of times, like I'm sitting there looking, like I'll go through HC units and just kind of look at the dials and stuff, and just add up the different damage and like different placements or combos. Try to get this piece next to this piece, or just different setups depending on what piece you're going to go against. So little things like that I can do, but I really do value our practice nights at our venue because we way back when we never had practice nights, so we probably started those up maybe. Has it only been a year, do you think, Pete?
It's probably about a year, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I really value those nights because there's times where I'll play my team and I'm like, okay, I just need to change like 10 points, right? And I think I'm good. And then there's other times where I'm like, this was terrible and I scratched the whole thing and I just kind of throw something together and I'm like, there's no way that this is worse than how practice night went. That's where I was last year
The
a lot.
majority of my games is I will play an entire game through my head. It's why a lot of people think it's really weird, like when I'm at an event and like after an alpha or once certain things happen throughout a game, like I will concede. I know how the game's going to happen, and I don't feel like just dealing with an extra 20 minutes of what I feel like is putting my opponent by potentially trying to stall the game out to stop my opponent from scoring points because it's inevitable that I have zero chance to winning. Um, so
See, I still feel like there's stuff to gain from playing stuff out. As long as the person that I'm playing isn't being a dick and I just do not want to see their face and be across from them anymore, there's no way that I'm just going to scoop and quit. Like, I still want to see things play out, see, potentially something that might come up later in another round.
Try to score
yeah, no,
points.
that's yeah, I've done that too. I mean, I haven't
Yeah.
done it as recently, but there are certain teams like my torch team, like if something happened, like it's pointless because like it was very dependent on certain things going right, and if one thing goes wrong, it's just that you're not scoring any points. You you know, it was
I
very
guess I've never.
That team, you should just deserve to take your beating after that, Miles, against that team. The torch
I
team with all
guess
the
I've
free.
never. I guess I've never known a team as well as that, Miles, to confidently say that I'm not going to score points or get on a heater with dice or, my opponent miss. Like I'm just not that confident that I know my team that well. So
So
that's an
that was a
interesting
team
view.
that I would have had a good chance of winning states if I didn't have my heart attack. But that was also the team where I finally realized that because when I first got back into it, it was just to have fun, and this was I think like maybe a year and a half after I came back, and using that team is when I finally realized that playing figures I like is fun, but ruining someone's experience isn't worth me playing figures that I want because I don't. That's just not who I am as a person. And so that was when I first realized, like, oh man, this isn't good. And then plants, I tried to mitigate that by trying to play the game and everything, but it got to the point where you could tell that it was frustrating and was really ruining experiences for players, and especially the local out here in Oregon. You don't really have the luxury of being able to do that if you're trying to already grow a scene. So that was the why I decided to just not do that either. It sounds really weird and counterproductive because this is a competitive game, and I'm in this weird spot where like if I play casually, the problem is that like it's almost to the point where it's too good to be casual, even when you play bad teams. If that makes sense, I don't want. I'm not trying to like, you know, I'm trying to word it correct. I don't really know how to word it exactly, but because when you're playing casually, like you have that mindset of competitive, so you're doing things that you're used to playing in competitive that are just feel overpowered.
See, I'll
When you're going against players that just aren't
casually.
good.
There's a lot of times like I won't perplex or outwit stuff, and I'll stop doing a lot of my actions or even taking my fourth action just so that we can kind of balance the game back out a little bit more.
Yeah, see, and that's where I had to get going. And at the same time, though, you're going to have the casual players that are going to try and do the hefty meta things, and so that becomes to where it's not enjoyable either. So it's this really weird dichotomy of where it's like, all right, I guess that I'm just going to have to just play really crappy teams to just enjoy the game because I don't want to ruin a player's experience, and then I don't want to have to feel like a tryhard in a casual game because someone's playing Kongs and crap.
Yeah,
So, yeah, it's really weird.
I get it. No. All right, next we got the war criminal Scott Johnson. Why isn't the 0-point costed Soundwave seeing any play? I mean, the number one answer really is just it's not good enough to take up one of your 3 terrain spots, right? Even if it's free. So what is it? The effect is if Soundwave would be destroyed, instead, after resolutions, knock back all adjacent characters, then remove it from the game. If Soundwave is used in a terrain action, that attack has knockback. So the terrain is just too crazy, right? I think it's even free, isn't it?
Yeah, so
It's
this is
still
free. So what free do you think this is better than to take the spot of?
right. The only
Dumpster fire? No. Phone
the
booth?
herb
No.
phone booth,
Herb?
no.
No.
The only positive is that it's a special object, so anyone can pick it up, right?
Yeah.
So that's really the only positive it has. If you just have no super strength or no TK, I just don't think that's going to come into play.
I just think people don't think about it because there's better options, but that's exactly when you guys are right when you should think about it is if you don't have super strength or TK. But I don't
But
know
even
any
then,
team that
though,
wouldn't
yeah,
have one or both of those.
this is one of those objects that okay, we're gonna build this into the strategy. There is no strategy except for going first right now, so it's that's why it's become obsolete because they're like realistically there just is not strategy in the meta play right now. I know that sounds harsh, but like
Smash and bash.
that's why we call it smash and bash.
Yep.
There is no strategy at all. It's discourages strategy and it puts you at a disadvantage if you go into a game with strategy thinking that I'll just out strategize my opponent. That does not really happen
Yeah,
currently.
you better get your smash before they get their bash.
Right. There's
Yeah.
there's 3 things that are going to happen. You either, smash in your opponent's starting area, there's either going to be bashing in your starting area, or it's smash and bash right in the middle of the map. Those are your only options now. Then next we got Ben Gronheid. Have you ever been burned in a trade, and what did you do after you realized? So for HeroClix, no. I did get scammed years ago buying Transformers off a forum I was on. I sent the money to them, and then finally when nothing showed up over time, I messaged the guy on the forum, and I got the story that his wife put them up on the forum, and that he didn't have his permission, so he's not sending the Transformers, and then just disappeared off of the forum, so I just lost my money off of that. That was quite a while ago, so I definitely learned a
To be
lesson there.
fair, his wife didn't give him permission to send your money back. That's
Such a
dirtbag
lie.
response.
Your wife went on the forum
just
to
like-
put stuff on there.
Get out of here.
Exactly.
It's Transformers, okay? Your wife isn't going to create an account for you.
Right.
And yeah, come on. Yeah, she'll put it on eBay. No, I have, years ago on Realms, it happened where I traded figures and never got any back.
Do you remember which ones?
So Ronan the Accuser from Critical Mass, and a few of my LEs that I won. I know it was one of them was the Dr. Robert Bruce Banner from Infinity Challenge, which I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try and get that. It's still $50, and I'm like, no. And then yeah, I forgot what it is another super rare, or not super, but unique,
Pete, do you have
and it
any?
was for
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Fix-It.
Pete, do you have any that you
Oh yeah, I got
remember?
a great.
Okay, I
Oh yeah,
figured, I thought you did.
I got
Yeah.
a good story. Yeah, so JLU, the Prime Atom. You remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Where yeah. So I messaged a guy and I bought it from him, and then all of a sudden he messages me back that it's more expensive. And it was like $5 or $10. So I just messaged him back. I'm like, do you seriously need the money that much? Are you trying to do this? And he was like, well, kind of. So I sent it to him. So then he sends me the piece. So then it turned out he was pretty local to us. So he showed up at an event and I figured out who it was. And I must have sat next to him 2 or 3 times. And every time I was sitting next to him, I just kept talking about this terrible trade I had with this guy that just kept asking me for more money for the Prime Atom I was playing, with him and I both fully knowing that I was talking about him the whole time during the middle of his games and everything. And by
That
the
is
end of the
great.
day, he walked up to me and he's like, yeah, that was me, man. Here's your money back. And I was like, oh, cool, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks.
How have I
So
never heard that
in the
story?
end, oh no. Yeah, it was
No.
at Rockheads or somewhere. It wasn't, maybe was it Rockheads? I don't remember where it was. Oh, it was great. It was great because even somebody like I was playing with looked at me and was like, dude, why do you keep bringing this up about this Prime Atom? I said, well, it just really bothered me. I'm just having a conversation about HeroClix with you because this dude was sitting like 1 or 2 tables over and could clearly hear me. I never told you this.
No.
Oh no,
That
that
is
was
Petty Pete right there.
That's
oh
great.
man, and yeah, it was good. And since then, like him and I have moved past this, and we even had a couple laughs about it. But yeah, it was. I don't know. I guess it was some bad stuff going on in his life at the point or something. But I just whatever. If you need $5 or $10, I'd probably just give it to you. But yeah, that was probably it. And then there was one time, it was a really dark time in my life where I was posing on a transformer forum, and some
Stop
dude
it.
messaged me to buy him, and I told him my wife listed him.
Oh, that poor schmuck.
I know. It was me, Redman. It was me all along.
Say it. Say the line. Everything bad thing.
Everything bad thing.
All right, number 2. What's the best and worst trades that you've done? Man, I don't think I have a specific trade one. I think the worst trades are the ones where people only have the old stuff and they just want your new stuff, and they just will keep messaging you saying like, oh, like what can we work out? What can we work out? And it's like I have all that stuff, and they want the stuff that just released this week. Oh, one bad one I did end up just finally saying I'm out though. They were messaging like multiple people at the same time, and they were just trying to like up the offer, just way beyond what the piece was worth. And they were just trying to like, add like, oh, well, you have this legacy card and this legacy card, and it was just like finally I just had to say like, there's no way I'm adding anything else to this trade. So that was probably the worst one, but I did not go through with that one.
Yeah, I don't like to finagle, so I will like if I'm post something for trade, it's always as like one piece for a specific thing. Like that's I don't want that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give you a list and want to see your list. If I put something up for trade, it's like okay, I want this specific piece, and I will overtrade for things. I mean, I just traded a arena cap for a Pog equipment, the Ethereum armor, which felt so bad to do.
Um, I don't trade much. I will more likely ship somebody something if they need it, and I'll trade with like our guys or Miles, but I don't trade much because of that exact interaction, Redmond. The amount of times that I've agreed on something and then they've asked for more stuff,
Right.
and I'm like, what are we doing? So I would rather just buy it
Yeah.
or just be like, hey man, you need that? Yeah, I'll send it to you. What do you want back? I don't know. We'll figure something out at some point. And then when I see them post something else, I'm like, hey, I'd be interested in that. Like, I guess in a way that's trading, but it eliminates the terrible negotiation with me
It's
because
so
I just don't
bad.
have the patience for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so
There is
terrible.
times
Yeah.
where I will just buy something instead of just having someone that has like
Oh
a
no.
want list. Even if I have a
Yeah.
lot of that want list, I'm like, you know what?
I don't have the energy.
It's not worth the
Right?
finagle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've
Yeah,
moved
no.
over mostly to eBay right now, and then when I do a trade specifically, like I lay out specifically exactly what I want, just like what Miles said. Recently it was, I think I said, trading Chase Magneto for a Madeline Pryor, and I got that trade, and that sculpt is just going to go right on my Jeep dashboard. And then I also did a Space Exploration Batman 4A Fenix Pog for Ollie. So I just, put them both up. This is what I want for this. And then someone will message me. And it's so much better than people, now I'm not getting something like, oh, what about this, rare from 7 years ago for the Space Exploration Batman? That's the kind of stuff that was just so terrible.
Maybe that's the approach rather than just listing what you have, because I think that's probably what led people to be like, yeah,
Well, yeah, like
I've got a
I used to put on there too, like, filler wants, right? And it would just be like stuff from some older sets. And then people message you and it's literally just the stuff that your filler is. And they want like the super rare primes or the chases that just came out. It's like, that's really not what that filler list is there for.
No, it's better to just buy those and then do the exact same things.
Yeah.
It's because like I said, note the energy. I'm not here to negotiate. This is what I want. This is what you have. If you have this, you get it. Boom.
Oh, it's
done.
been so much easier to do it this way. Yeah. That's the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then we got David Clement. With the potential Warner Brothers merger with Netflix, what would your top picks for new IPs from the Netflix catalog be? I saw a big list of them. The big one that stood out for me is the one that's been my number one for a long time, and that's Mortal Kombat. I would love to get those characters in cliX form.
But is that from Netflix's catalog? Do they own that?
Well, they would at that time.
Yeah, well, mine's similar.
So
it is martial arts inspired.
It's Netflix buying the Warner Brothers. So what would your new top picks be for new IPs from the Netflix catalog? I guess I just considered.
Yeah, that's net. I just I was thinking well, it'd be Stranger Things, but Cobra Kai, because I know they bought the rights to that. They own that. Like Netflix owns Cobra Kai.
That would be a sweet one.
Yeah. Have a sideline active, where you just have like Bobby Kreisman's uncle, John Kreis, just show up, just pop out.
I would love a sideline active trait where you just get to come out and sweep the leg and just give them 2 action tokens.
Yeah.
So maybe I didn't answer this well. Pete, what about you?
I'm furiously reading down Warner Brothers pictures right now. That's
no,
what I'm
Netflix.
doing.
Well, I guess he's technically asking about Netflix though. But I saw Mortal Kombat coming over to Netflix, and that's what got me excited about this one.
Oh, The Witcher then. But only with Henry Cavill. Not that crap they tried to perpetuate at the end. That was bullshit.
Henry Cavill? That's his new name.
How do you say it?
Cavill.
Oh, sorry. Whatever. My bad.
No, it's Cavill. We pronounce it Cavill.
I recently just
there's no R in it. I put an R right in the middle of it, didn't I?
It's right in the middle of it.
It's fine. He doesn't care. He's English.
No, it's Hank Cavill. Carvel. That's his name.
Hank Cavill. That's his cousin. Yeah.
It's the new Superman actor, Hank Cavill.
Listen, I'm not taking anything from you about how names work. You connect them. I put R's in the middle of them.
Yeah,
Merle's
that's what I know how. This is what I mean. Is I know how names work.
Merle's Crane.
Yeah.
I recently just watched, or I'm really in the middle of it, but Solar Opposites. That could be a fun one. All right, last we have Rob Peterson. If I were to turn it into a drinking game, and assuming I have a slightly higher alcohol tolerance than the average person, how drunk would I be after listening to one episode of Degeneration Clix if I took a shot every time you mentioned Beetlejuice or any of his aliases? Yeah, Rob, I don't think I could legally recommend that you attempt that. There's no way you would survive. So do not do that.
So what we're going to do instead is you're going to take a shot of chocolate milk. Get 17 gallons ready of milk and 6 giant jugs of the Nesquik mix and just make them.
That sounds like a terrible time.
You have one hell of a stomach ache.
Rob, we're
So
from
you'll feel like you're
Wisconsin.
drunk. without being drunk.
Oh no, you'd feel terrible with that amount of milk. There's no way. Yeah. Rob, we're from Wisconsin, and we have some Olympic level drinkers around here, and I don't think any of them are surviving that game. I would not recommend it.
Don't even attempt it.
Don't do that to your local ICU doctors because you're going to end up in the unit for about 3 days.
All right, let's wrap it up with the final thoughts, Miles.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about this. Is that this is going to be going forward. It's going to be a little bit different with me. I'm going to be not being playing modern. It's just not where the game is at where I like it. I still love this game, so I'm still obviously going to be here. But I'm currently working on once I get this birthdays and Christmas. The one thing that cliX does not do well is try and pull different fan bases into the game. We've seen WizKids try it by like sending them to different gaming players to try and bring in games, but the one area they really haven't went into is the comic book fan realm. So I'm going to be starting up D-Generation Comics, either right before the New Year's or right after, where I'm going to go into detail, like if you any specific figure, go into their a recommended reading order, some comic history about that figure. And then go into the dial design. Obviously, I didn't design the dials, but more so into the accuracy of the dial and how it works for that specific iteration of the character. So, forewarned, I think some are going to be really. I will really love the fact of how accurate they are. But I'll be honest, there's going to be quite a lot that you just, from a comic book perspective, it's just not. I think it's going to be geared a little bit with cliX, but I want to gear it more towards comic book fans to try and bring comic book fans into the game. So if you're interested in comics, I think that it'd be something different that no one else is really doing, gearing it more towards comics than cliX to try and really grow the audience.
And I think that's a cool idea. I'm looking forward to what you put out there. And if you do not have an episode out by the end of January, I will be putting an episode out of that as you in February.
The fact that you just said that makes me not want to, because I want to see you make an episode of you as me. I'll be honest. I want to see it now.
Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah.
Pete, final thoughts?
That last little bit of you being Miles Kane doing that's the most exciting news I've had all week.
Yeah,
So
I don't want to make an episode now.
Yeah, 100%. Final thoughts. So, McConnell, amazing post. There was a ton of good discussion on this episode. There's one segment that's going to live in my head rent free for a while where you guys just went back and forth for like 35 minutes. But where am I with the state of the game? I'm more optimistic than I was, but I'm still not going to go out of my way personally to travel to play Modern. I will go for other parts of the events. I will travel. Like, I'm looking forward to the CCO, my first time down there. I'm looking forward to cliX Camp and the other stuff just because of the community, but it's not because of where Modern meta is. So other things like Silver, Team Sealed, 2v2s, those will be more likely to get my attention.
All right. Yeah, I might have just made the worst threat of my life earlier, shortly. But next week, we're going to be recording our Strange Tales set review, so no listener questions, but keep an eye out for both those episodes to drop. And then following that, we'll start ramping up for the Rock States, both for Modern and Silver. So that should be exciting to talk about those. And remember...
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya!
Click it!
No, it's no. How would I make this? Okay, it's perfect. So
Please
you're
don't make
going
me
to
edit
have.
this.
I'm not going to make you edit it. I'm trying to find.
Yeah, because it's going to be a lot of work to make this okay. Go ahead. What's your attempt?
It's going to be. What do you mean?
So Revin, on like actual like live radio shows, there's like a dump button.
Yes, I would be dumping all over that one right now.
No, I just waiting for the day when you just invest in a dump button for this podcast and just make your life easier.
You know what? That's it. Just give me all of them where you can't take freeze, and that's perfect.
Oh, that'd fix everything.